We begin our Hockey Day coverage with some classic footage of the 1945 St. Paul Winter Carnival. Soon after, the first Minnesota State High School hockey tournament was held at the old St. Paul Auditorium. And the Seven Corners area of the capital city has been the capital of the state of hockey ever since. Welcome to Seven Corners in downtown St. Paul. Welcome to Hockey Day Minnesota, presented by McDonald's. I'm Anthony LaPanta. We'll be here all throughout the day, highlighting legends, legendary games, and other unique stories that help tell why hockey is such an integral part of our state. In addition to the stories, we will also carry 3 hockey games, starting at 1 o'clock with the Baudette Bay Classic, a high school game between Lake of the Woods and St. Paul Johnson that will be played outdoors on Baudette Bay. At 5:30, the Gophers host Denver, and our night is capped off with the north-south battle between our current NHL team and our former. Our coverage today is border to border. We start on the northern end in Baudette with Jim Rich.
Thanks, Anthony. Well, this time of year, usually all the action takes place under the ice as everybody here is looking for that elusive walleye. But in about an hour, the action is going to move on top of the ice as we are going to have an outdoor high school hockey game between St. Paul Johnson and Lake of the Woods. But as they make final preparations to the rink, let's head over to War Road where Ann Carroll is standing by. Ann?
Thanks very much, Jim. Here in War Road, otherwise known as Hockeytown, USA, it is all hockey all the time. Even the arena behind me, the Gardens, is open 24 hours a day. Kids here don't even have to pay to play youth hockey. Coming up later in the show, I'll have the story of one hockey legend whose name is synonymous with hockey here in War Road. That story in just a bit, but first, let's send it to Marnie Gellner.
Thank you, Ann. Yes, things are underway here at the U.S. Pond Hockey Championships. It's a bright, beautiful day for hockey, although it's a little windy and crisp yet here this afternoon. There are 25 rinks behind me here at Lake Nokomis and over 200 teams participating here this weekend. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes to bring you some stories here from Lake Nokomis, but first of all, we'll send you to Mariucci Arena and Frank Mazzacco and Doug Woog.
Thank you, Marty. One thing the Golden Gophers have been prepared for all year is that streaks would sooner or later come to an end. A home unbeaten streak of 21 games ended last night. Well, tonight, Doug, they're going to have to just lace them up and go out again, probably pretty hard against Denver.
Well, last night was a good one. Tonight should be even better. Both teams got a lot to gain. Minnesota can separate themselves really a distance from Denver and others. Denver can crawl back into a real race, and, you know, it's going to be 2 big points. No matter who wins it, it's going to be a good game.
Goaltenders were certainly on display. They may still be on display again tonight. It's been a great series. Right now, let's go to Dan and Mike at the Xcel Energy Center.
Thank you, Frank. Thanks, Doug, and welcome to the Xcel Energy Center, where tonight is kind of the capping of Hockey Day Minnesota. The Minnesota Wild are at home tonight against the Dallas Stars.
Interestingly enough, they played once this year. The Wild lost in a shootout, but the interesting thing is that the Wild are winless in their last 3 in this building. This has been a dominant building for the Minnesota Wild this year, so they're going to try and go into the All-Star break with a win by beating the old North Stars.
And a chance to get healthy with some time off for the rest of the Minnesota Wild, other than Brian Ralston, who will be in the All-Star game. That starts at 8 o'clock tonight here on FSN North. Let's send it downstairs now to Eric Gislason.
Dan, Mike, thank you. Mike Ramsey, a Wild assistant coach. By trade, you coach the big boys, but on a day like Hockey Day in Minnesota, certainly we're all just boys of hockey. What do you think about this day?
Well, it's to me, it's a typical day in Minnesota because everybody's playing hockey in Minnesota. You've got I start the day, I come to the rink and bring my kid. He gets to skate out there. They got hockey up north on Baudette, the Gophers, the Wild, the Pond hockey. It's a typical hockey day in Minnesota.
We're going to be talking about this a lot today, but how Herbie Brooks would have enjoyed this day. Certainly you played for him at the U and you played for him on the Olympic team. This would be his kind of day.
Herb would love this day, and it kind of would depend on what team Herb would be coaching. He could be coaching a college team, NHL team, Olympic team. He might be out skating, so he would appreciate this.
Well, he's definitely with us today. You got the gang, the Wild, going on the road, and you get the Stars at home tonight. You keep it going.
Well, we've been good on the road now of late, and we've lost 3 in a row at home, so we're looking to bounce back and win at home.
What a great capper it would be to cap off Hockey Day in Minnesota with a Wild win.
It'd be great.
Mike Ramsey, thank you. Anthony, let's go back upstairs.
Thanks, Eric. One of Mike's coaches throughout his hockey career, of course, was the legendary Herb Brooks, who coached him on the 1980 Olympic hockey team. When we return, we'll have the story of another legend, one of the most exciting players to come out of northern Minnesota, World Henry Boucher.
From Minnesota. Minnesota, playing hockey is, kind of just second nature. I mean, you've got the rinks everywhere. We're outside playing all the time. You spend hours on the ice, and, I couldn't think of a better thing to do with my child than play hockey in Minnesota.
Hey, nice job on the peas.
Hockey teaches a kid determination, teamwork, and a darn good shot, too. Learn how to get started at onegoal.com, a website sponsored by hockey's leadership companies.
A 4-star hotel in Chicago? I'm on it. Got a guy, needs a deal on a room.
It's $200 a night.
Sometimes doing the wrong thing can feel so right. Close your eyes. We both know you got empty rooms up there.
Well, I guess I could do $99 a night.
You're so naughty.
Save up to half off on hotels at Priceline.
Toyota City in Brooklyn Park is your Camry and Corolla headquarters, with over 250 available right now. The all-new 07 Camry starts at just $18,900, or lease an 07 Corolla for just $159 a month. Toyota City also has a huge selection of pre-owned vehicles, with 06 Camrys from $14,900 and 06 Corollas from just $12,900. Plus, certified used Toyotas with a 7-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Toyota City in Scion on Brooklyn Boulevard, just north of 694 in Brooklyn Park.
Next week on the best damn sports show, period. Wednesday, it's the top 50 spectacular dunks. All the greatest slams and jams packed into an hour of TV you do not want to miss. Thursday, Cowboy QB Tony Romo drops by. How's he dealing with the botched field goal heard around the world? Plus, football analyst Joe Theismann breaks down the Super Bowl. And the lovely Stacy Keebler talks about her career after leaving pro wrestling. Next week at 12:30.
Tonight at 5:30, the Gophers battle Denver as Hockey Day Minnesota continues.
Hockey Day Minnesota is presented by McDonald's. I'm loving it. And brought to you in part by One Goal, for the good of the game. In 1977, Rochester John Marshall was the Southern Belle of the state high school hockey tournament.
Short-handed, Rochester moves in. He shoots, he scores!
In a starring role, Scott Lisi scored twice in the title win over Edina, as the Rockets became the first team south of the Twin Cities Rochester John Marshall won that 1977 championship game over Edina East 4-2. Paul Butters 37 stops as they became the first Southern team to win a state championship. 8 years earlier, Warroad had reached the state finals against that same Edina team led by the electrifying Henry Boucher, one of the most exciting players ever to play for Warroad. With the story, let's head back to Warroad and Ann Carroll.
Anthony, here at the Gardens Arena in Warroad, kids work to develop their hockey skills, but while they're at it, also hope to follow in the footsteps of the hockey stars who grew up here. One of the brightest stars is a Native American named Henry Boucher.
You know, older brothers would play road hockey with a taped up snooze can out there. Sometimes they'd be short of a goalie, so the kids would come in and ask my mother if I could get dressed up and go out there and stand in the goal for them, just so they'd have somebody to shoot at.
From that humble beginning, Henry Boucher became a Minnesota hockey legend and the talk of the 1969 state high school tournament.
When he got the puck, there was a noticeable audible buzz in the building. You could hear it. It sounded like a kind of a low hum coming from all over, and you could tell that people were just talking about, okay, is that him? That's, yeah. Is that the guy who's got the puck? Yeah, that's him. Is that Henry? Yeah, that's him.
In the tournament's first stop at Met Center in Bloomington, the field was a galaxy of stars. Bobby Krieger from Edina and Mike Antonovich from Greenway of Coleraine. But the standout was a full-blooded Ojibwe from Warroad.
I've been around hockey a long time, and I think Henry Boucher might have been the best high school player I've ever seen.
Boucher is really the key to the hockey club and the best player in the tournament. By far, not by a little bit, but by far.
At a tournament scripted like a fairy tale, Boucher and his Warroad teammates won twice, setting the stage for a championship game against Edina that was destined to be a classic.
You get a situation like the David and Goliath type media just took charge of that and really made it into something. And the drama of the whole thing, the way it unfolded, it's no wonder people are still talking about that today.
The game is best remembered not for the title won by the Hornets in overtime, but by a play in the second period that sent the crowd favorite to the hospital.
I shot the puck on Hastings. He deflected into the right corner, and I went in and tried to get the rebound, and Jimmy Knutson come in with the high elbows. Obviously, it wasn't legal because, the elbow was right in my ear, and it slammed me up against the glass, and I broke my eardrum. So when I was down and I was dazed and I got up, I could tell my equilibrium was off. Took me by ambulance to Ramsey County Hospital, and I spent 3 days there. And I didn't find out until later that, well after the game was over, that we lost in overtime.
As a hockey player, Boucher did experience some incredible highs. A silver medal with the U.S. Olympic team in 1972, and a record-setting goal for the Detroit Red Wings in 1973, when he scored just 6 seconds after the opening face-off. But his career was changed forever on a bloody night in Bloomington in 1975. A member of the Minnesota North Stars, Henry was attacked by Dave Forbes of the Boston Bruins.
He'd give me an elbow once in a while, or hook me or slash me or something. He hit the boards in front of me, and then I just dropped my gloves, and then we went at it. I got the best of him in a fight, embarrassed him, I believe, and play had to stop prior to us coming back on the ice. I looked at him to see if he was going to do anything. It didn't appear that he was. As I was turning around to my right, he had this glove with a stick out, and he was right-handed. He just came over the top, and then I just happened to see it right at the last second, and I just flinched, and it hit me above the eye and cut me for 30 stitches, and blew my whole cheekbone right here. And if I hadn't have flinched, that stick would have went right through my eye, probably.
In a landmark case, Forbes was tried but not convicted of aggravated assault. Plagued by double vision, Boucher attempted a comeback, but his game was never the same, and he retired in 1976. He returned to Warroad as a fallen but unforgettable hero. Henry Boucher still lives here in Warroad and continues to be not only a big part of the Warroad hockey community, but a big part of the entire Warroad community as well. Anthony, let's now send it back to you.
Henry Boucher is still remembered in Warroad. In fact, we had a chance to visit with him last week when we were in town for high school hockey night. Boucher still will tell his stories of the great days in Warroad, and fans will never forget them. One man who helps fans remember the greatness of Minnesota high school hockey through art is Terrence Fogarty. His work has been on the cover of the state tournament program a number of times. His work can be found in the Baseball Hall of Fame and the U.S. Hockey Hall of Fame. He has been commissioned for a special print for Hockey Day Minnesota. We'll take you through the process of how that comes to be.
The painting itself is commissioned by the Wild for Hockey Day Minnesota, which is a unique concept. It's taking place on Baudette Bay, which is a tributary that comes off the Rainy River. It's a great setting for an outdoor game if you're going to have an outdoor game and try to bring back some of the romanticism of hockey. There'll be boards up, so it'll be a little more formal when they play the high school game, but this is, as it might have looked, the bridge in the background is the bridge that goes over to Canada, and you can see the customs building in the distance. I mean, the idea itself was exciting to me, so the painting was, the painting is enjoyable to be working on. It's great that I'd never been to Baudette, so it was fun just to travel up there. I wanted kids in this piece. I didn't want it to be strictly a landscape, obviously, but kids they interest me as subject matter. It's because that's where it all starts. But once I get all the photo reference I need, which is Baudette Bay and the kids themselves, snow, trees, that type of thing, I take hundreds of photos and then I bring them back load them onto my computer and look through them and see what I've got to work with. The toughest part about these paintings is the reference, getting the reference that I need. And then I decide on a composition and sketch it all out with pencil. At this point, you can still see where I've drawn all the kids out with pencil and in quite a bit of detail, you know, down to the laces. And then I'll start painting, and usually it's the sky that I start with first. I usually work from the background forward. Well, I've always enjoyed hockey as a sport. I mean, I love baseball too. Those are probably my two favorite sports to paint, to watch and paint. And a lot of it has just, you know, the response to the hockey pieces has driven more hockey pieces. So it's been, you know, I had an interest to begin with, but the response, customers buying the prints and the paintings, and has driven more work on the game. And I guess with something like this, I mean, it is a very nostalgic looking piece and event. It's not something you see a lot of anymore. For kids, they think it's cool, because not a lot of them have done this, you know, gone out and played on the river. And to adults, it just brings back memories of when they were growing up. It brings back memories of a simpler time.
The first leg of our triple header here on Hockey Day Minnesota will take place on Baudette Bay. St. Paul Johnson and Lake of the Woods face-off coming at 1 o'clock. When we return on Hockey Day Minnesota, presented by McDonald's, we'll check in at the U.S. Pond Hockey Championships over on Lake Nokomis and have the story of a Wayzata youth team making hockey their own. Stay with us.
Geico Motorcycle Insurance. Serious protection for serious riders. Geico. One call could save you money on your motorcycle insurance, too. Let's ride.
FSN North, bringing you the most comprehensive coverage of Minnesota sports. KG stuffs it with in-depth pre- and post-game shows of the Wolves.
Welcome inside, everyone, and welcome to Wolves Live.
Gophers.
Solid effort by Minnesota tonight.
And Wild.
I can't tell. You excited?
I'm very excited. It should be a great game.
Wolves, Gophers, and Wild Live.
Greatest show on earth.
Before and after every game. Only on FSN North.
Home Furniture has every kind of mattress you'd ever want, and our sleep experts can help you find the one that's right for you. But don't just take our word for it. Listen to what some of our customers had to say. Home Furniture has the area's largest selection of Tempur-Pedic foam mattresses to choose from, plus the lowest prices around and free next-day delivery. Home Furniture, a mattress for every body.
Start the new year out right and shop the easy way at Lithor Brookdale Buick Pontiac GMC for an 07 G6 and lease for just $179 per month. Take home an 07 Buick Lucerne CXL starting at $27,695. Check out our GMC Sierra courtesy cars with low miles, sale priced at $23,649. Our goal, always the best selection, always the lowest price, with the area's largest volume dealer at Brookdale Buick Pontiac GMC, 1 mile north of Highway 694 and Highway 81 in Brooklyn Park.
There's no need to guess. At Brookdale, you will pay less.
Your own. Any list of Minnesota hockey legends would likely have the name John Mayasich at the top. At Eveleth High School, Mayasich was a 4-time state champion who once scored 7 goals in a tournament game. The all-time leading scorer and a 2-time All-American at the University of Minnesota, Mayasich won silver and gold as a member of the U.S. Olympic team. It was a phenomenal career that began on an outdoor rink in Eveleth.
Well, it's probably, 10 below or 15 below wind chill. We'd be out there after school today. And we'd skate home through the alley and have supper and skate back till probably 8, 9 o'clock, and did this every night of the winter. there's a warming shack. I was looking at pictures outside. We didn't have any boards, so we weren't slapping it at the boards. We were out just maybe having 15 or 20 or 30 with one puck in each of the sides. And hopefully you have the puck once in a while.
From one outdoor rink story to another, coming up at 1 o'clock, Baudette Bay will be the site. St. Paul Johnson to do battle with Lake of the Woods. The first of 3 games here on Hockey Day Minnesota, presented by McDonald's. The U.S. Pond Hockey Championships are taking place over at Lake Nokomis. And with more, here's Marnie Gellner.
Thanks so much, Anthony. You know, there was a time when seeing a girl play the game of hockey was a novelty, but these days it's not rare at all. And as a matter of fact, you could probably walk out onto any of the 25 rinks behind me here at Lake Nokomis, and you wouldn't be surprised to see a girl playing hockey. You might even find an all-girls team. And in a lot of these cases, the moms are just as involved as their daughters. And one reason for this is that girls are starting to put their own personal stamp on the game of hockey. And here is a perfect example of the Wayzata Mites, brought to you by One Goal. The evolution of girls hockey in Minnesota continues, from the nation's first ever prep tournament in 1995 to placing key players on the 1998 gold medal Olympic team, to the rise of Natalie Darwitz and Chrissy Wendell, 2-time national champions at the University of Minnesota and 2 of the top women's players in the world. For kids and moms alike, girls hockey has taken off.
The most I like about hockey is the crossovers. I like scrimmaging a lot.
All the way across, bend your knees, bend your knees. I coach boys and girls. The thing that I like about the girls, I think the girls listen a little more, and they want to really learn. You know, they don't gripe. We'll tell them how to do a drill, and they'll try to do it perfect all the time.
I think the moms are really involved. If you go out there and see some of the practices, you'll see moms out there coaching, whether you have a son or a daughter. I think, you know, we have moms that have Gopher season tickets, and we're probably just as excited about the game as the dads are.
I did not know how to do any of that prior to our oldest son playing hockey. This is our 13th year of somebody playing hockey.
I have pink laces and I have pink socks. My socks, my laces, and my gloves.
The girls love the pink gloves, the pink sticks, the pink pads. It's really fun. For my daughter, as long as pink and hockey are going together, she'll be playing hockey.
The game, like I said, is the same, but the girls have just sort of embraced it and made it their own, and you know, put their little individual stamp on it.
The focus for Mites, I think, in any program, but in Wayzata is, it's all about skating.
I can't skate nearly as good, and I've done quite a bit of ice skating now, as my 8-year-old.
Skating with my friends. My favorite part is having fun.
One thing that we have seen out here at Lake Nokomis isn't just some teenage girls playing hockey. It's also the little ones, 2, 3, 4, 5-year-olds who are here as fans. And something that's happening now as the trend is that young girls are being exposed to the sport at a much younger age, and they're becoming fans of the game, and they grow up with the game, which means there's probably a pretty good chance that one day they will also play the game of hockey. Anthony, let's go back to you.
Thanks very much, Marnie. Next week, it's the Wild Pond Hockey Championships on Lake Phelan. And we have got a couple of the guys who are a big part of this. Brad Bombardier from the Minnesota Wild, Mark Jorgensen, the executive director of Minnesota Hockey, join us. And Brad, let's talk first about the Wild Pond Hockey Championships next weekend.
Well, sure, it's an exciting time for all of us, for the Wild, and for the people that are going to be a part of that. Yesterday, we filled up all our adult spots. Yesterday, we do still have 3 spots, I think, Pee-wee spots left, so if people are involved, you have to be a Minnesota-sanctioned club to do that, but it's been a tremendous response, and people love to go out there and play some hockey. It's going to be an exciting time next week.
The youth angle of this has to be intriguing. I bet you've got youth teams lining up to get involved with this pond hockey.
We've got a lot of involvement with youth hockey, and our biggest focus for the Minnesota Wild is youth hockey and the growth of youth hockey in the state of Minnesota, and what a great thing to be able to touch those relationships and all of the minor hockey associations throughout the great state. It's been phenomenal. Anytime you can get youth hockey involved, it's very rewarding.
Mark Jorgensen, the executive director of Minnesota Hockey, and I know you've been working closely with the Minnesota Wild. How much has their involvement in youth hockey helped Minnesota hockey?
Anthony, their involvement's been huge. This is the 8th year of the partnership now with the Wild and Minnesota Youth Hockey. And really, it's everything from specific programs where we've had over $600,000 in cash go back to Youth Hockey Associations to we saw a huge jump in registration the year the Wild went on their big playoff run. So it's been a great partnership, and it's been huge for youth hockey.
Throughout the day today, we will be taking a look at the 3 finalists in an essay contest. Big prizes involved, a Minnesota Wild scrimmage in the town of the winning essay, and let's listen in to the first of our 3 finalists.
This essay finalist plays bantam for the White Bear Lake Hockey Association. Finalist number 1 is Dominic Nardini. Sportsmanship is holding open a rink door for an opposing team's grandma, showing up for the first practice of the season when your friends are on a different team, remembering that younger kids learn from older players, picking up the used hockey tape and trash in the locker room after missing the trash can, remembering that referees are people too, shaking the opponent's hand after the game, wishing fans knew the difference between cheering and yelling, and not letting setbacks keep me from enjoying the game.
The winner of this essay contest will be announced during the first intermission of tonight's Minnesota Wild Dallas Stars game. That's the 3rd of 3 here on Hockey Day Minnesota, presented by McDonald's. We'll have more with Mark Jorgensen, Brad Bombardier. When we return, we'll also take a look at seniors still playing hockey. Stay with us.
Thank you so much for bringing me here. I really love it here. Like, first impression, would you marry me?
There's so many different things about me that I do not like.
I am a princess, and I deserve to be treated like one.
Miranda's not happy. Perhaps Jason could show some interest in how Miranda is feeling.
I like peanuts. I like cashews, especially candied.
Like, my life is so not together right now.
Chestnuts, pine nuts, anything in a trail mix.
You know who would love to meet you? My mom. She's here. Mommy?
Tired of bad dates? Imagine how much time and money you'd save if you invested just 30 minutes to fill out the eHarmony online questionnaire. Because once we get to know you, we can connect you with other singles who have been pre-screened for compatibility with you. So on your first eHarmony date, you'll have so much in common. And that's the beginning of a great relationship. It all starts with your eHarmony personality profile, free when you log on to eHarmony.com today.
Win big with FSN North and Menards. Just visit any participating Menards location and register to win. One lucky grand prize winner will win a trip for 2 to spring training in Fort Myers, Florida, including airfare and 2 nights hotel accommodations. An exciting warm weather getaway from FSN North and Menards. One grand prize winner will be randomly selected. Visit any participating Menards location for complete contest rules and details. Brought to you by Menards and FSN North.
Welcome to Toyota City in Scion, capital city in the land of Toyota, where you'll find over 200 new Toyota vans, trucks, and SUVs. Save on the 30-mile-per-gallon RAV4, under $21,000 right now at Toyota City in Brooklyn Park. New Tacoma pickups are just $219 a month. New Highlander SUVs are just $249 a month. Or lease a new Toyota 4Runner for just $289 a month. Isn't it time you moved to the city? Toyota City in Scion on Brooklyn Boulevard, just north of 694 in Brooklyn Park.
Paul Johnson is goaltender Doug Long, who made a record 124 saves at the 1970 state tournament.
What we wanted to do is open up the area so I could see everything. So what our defense would do is we would allow the shots out, and I would be able to get a peek at it. And if I could get a peek at it, we thought we could stop a lot of it.
Brad Shellstead of Minneapolis Southwest blanked Edina 1-0 in overtime to win the state championship. But the all-tournament goalie in 1970 was the backstop from St. Paul Johnson.
I don't know what it's like now. I always tell kids, you know, once you get to the state tournament, it's something that'll sink in and it'll live with you forever.
Speaking of the Johnson Governors, they're taking the ice on Baudette Bay, getting ready for high school hockey as a part of Hockey Day Minnesota. St. Paul Johnson and Lake of the Woods will do battle at 1 o'clock. Doug Long, what a story. 124 saves in that state tournament. Had over 60 in the quarterfinals, another 50 in the semifinals. One of those great stories that only seems to happen in the Minnesota State High School Hockey Tournament. We're joined again by Brad Bombardier and Mark Jorgensen. We apologize for some audio problems. Mark, we heard the first essay contestant, the first essay finalist. This an intriguing competition where we picked the 3 finalists today, but how did this come to be, and how did these essays get selected?
Well, it was an outgrowth of our HEP program, Hockey Education Program, and we had over 200 entrants who wrote essays on how I show my sportsmanship. And we had 7 readers from Minnesota Hockey. We had teachers, we had coaches, we had a whole group of people, and they were really fun to read. Over 200 essays, extremely exciting. And the readers came down to the 3 finalists, which you'll be seeing the vignettes today, and the winner will be chosen tonight at the first intermission of the Wild game.
And the winner gets a lot more than just a pat on the back and a hearty handshake. The Minnesota Wild will come to town.
Absolutely. They're coming to town. The green and white scrimmage next fall will be held at the home arena of the winner, and the Wild have stepped forward with that, and it's a great grand prize, I guess.
Just another example of a good way that the Minnesota Wild are getting involved with hockey at the youth levels.
Sure, it's been fantastic, and it's the belief of the Minnesota Wild that that's where you grow the game, and we are very focused on grassroots hockey. We want every child, every youth hockey player in the state of Minnesota to have an experience with hockey, and if it's going to take to go to all 4 corners of the state, we're going to do that, and this is just a great opportunity that we've been able to have with the youth of Minnesota.
Thanks very much, guys. And from the grassroots all the way to the seniors, there's a group of men who still get together once a week. You have to be 60 to qualify for this league. It includes former Governor Wendell Anderson.
While high-level senior hockey in Minnesota brings back images of the great Warroad Lakers and Bucks unfinished furniture teams of the 1980s and 1990s, there is another level, a level that started over 25 years ago by a former governor of our great state.
27 years ago, I rented this hour of ice time, 4:30, for the entire season.
We started a group with just 2 guys, and now we've got a repertoire of about 60 guys, all of them over 60.
Wendell does a great job organizing.
And he's the one who started this U.S. Senior Olympic team. We went to Lake Placid and played in the over 60 bracket.
We won 6 games out of 6, and we won the gold medal. And I feel really good about that because we're all over 60.
We took a team to Europe, like a 15 over division. Most of us were in our 60s, and we managed to end up winning the thing.
I've been trying to get on this team for about 5 years, and Wendell finally let me on about 3 years ago.
We have a rule, 60 and over, and he was a kid, a baby, like 57.
It's the toughest club to get into in the country, let me tell you.
Around age 30, I figured, okay, that's it, you know. Time to hang the skates up. So I hung them up for 10 years. And then around 40, I discovered that there were guys like this skating. And it was wonderful. And now as we get into our 50s and older, 60s, suddenly it's just amazing.
Most played high school hockey in Minnesota or Canada. Many are from the University of Minnesota. We've got some from Yale, one from Princeton, and as many as 5 ex-Olympians. But it's a good mixture. We play for fun. Everybody here is old and in good shape.
It's a fun thing to do. We have a really good time with it.
And afterwards, when it's nice out, we have meet in the parking lot and have a few beers and then have a barbecue. So we make it worthwhile coming together.
This is a terrific lifetime sport.
I'm going to be 74 in 2 weeks. I'm still playing. I still like it, and because it's fun.
You can skate forever.
From an ex-governor to a current governor passionate about hockey, Tim Pawlenty was on hand last night at the Super Rink in Blaine for the ceremony cutting the ribbon at the Herb Brooks Training Center at the Super Rink, part of a big complex in the northern suburbs. Pawlenty's still very active in the game of hockey. In fact, he'll still lace them up from time to time because he says hockey is a big part of family traditions in the Pawlenty home.
To this day, we still have a family tradition in the Palenti family. On Christmas Day, after we, take care of the more important obligations, we go out and have a street hockey, ball hockey game, and now we played in the parking lot of the governor's residence. And so nephews, cousins, they go out, there's some bloody lips that happen, and some bumping and some grinding and some clutching and some grabbing, but it just carries on that tradition. And some of us are getting a little old. We play old generation versus the young generation, and the last couple of years the oldsters lost, so we got to rally. We got to put our rally caps on.
Traditions like that are deep and long-rooted in families all across the state. When we return on Hockey Day Minnesota, we will continue our tour of the state, and we'll head south. You may have heard of the Field of Dreams. How about a Rink of Dreams in Mankato? Stay with us.
Hi, Joe Sensor here. Are you looking to watch your favorite team in brilliant high definition? Then Joe Sensor Sports Grill is your only destination. 25 new massive high-definition screens highlight the best place to follow sports from around the country. Sensor's award-winning kitchen features a full menu of game day favorites, from steaks and ribs to your classic burger. Joe Sensor Sports Grill with 3 metro locations, now more than ever, your ticket to food and fun.
Join FSN North at Twins Fest, presented by Dodge, January 26th through the 28th at the Metrodome. Meet more than 50 current and former Twins players, tour the clubhouse, test your baseball skills, enjoy free youth clinics, silent and live auctions, and more. And stop by the FSN North via Sports Anchor booth to record your own sports update. Plus, don't miss your first chance to purchase single-game tickets to see the Twins and Yankees, White Sox, Tigers, and Brewers. For information, call 612-33-TWINS or visit twinsbaseball.com. All proceeds benefit the Twins Community Fund.
If you missed out in 2006, you can still save in 2007 with your Easy Way dealers at Luther Brookdale Chrysler Jeep. Check out the 06 PT Cruiser with lease payments of just $169 per month. Save on the 06 Town & Country Touring with Stow & Go starting at $29.99. Drive home a new 07 Jeep Liberty Sport 4x4 with lease payments of $219 per month. Or the 07 Grand Cherokee Laredo for just $299 per month. Shop the Easy Way at Brookdale Chrysler Jeep, 1 mile south of 694 on Brooklyn Boulevard in Brooklyn Park.
AAA membership has a lot of benefits. You get special rates from AAA Insurance, discounts at the AAA Travel Store, save money with the AAA Travel Agency, plus get special savings with dozens of retail, dining, and entertainment partners throughout the Twin Cities. Of course, the best benefit is knowing AAA is always available to help. Find even more reasons to join at AAA.com.
In the 1960s, Mike Antonovich was a 130-pound catalyst who led Greenway of Coleraine to consecutive state championships. Antonovich went on to star at the University of Minnesota and a career in professional hockey that spanned a dozen years. Nearly 4 decades later, his days at Greenway are indelible.
I've been in hockey all my life, and I don't think anybody could tell me that the first time we won the state tournament was anything bigger than winning the state tournament. And I scored some big goals. I played in all-star games. I played with some of the best players in the world, but playing for Greenway High School and playing with my buddies, can't take that away.
Mike Antonovich talking about memories of playing for Greenway, the memories deep in so many high school programs, and here at XL Energy Center in St. Paul, they are honored. Greenway, of course, was in the tournament with Antonovich 67, 68, 69. As we welcome you back to Hockey Day Minnesota, presented by McDonald's. We'll be heading up for high school hockey on Baudette Bay at 1 o'clock, Lake of the Woods, to face off with St. Paul Johnson. You want to talk about great tradition. St. Paul Johnson, one of those metro schools that brought hockey south in Minnesota way back in the 1950s. But wherever you go in this state, from Warroad down to Winona, from Roseau to Roseville, everybody talks about trips to the tournament in March and how much those trips impact not just the players and their families, but the fans and the entire community.
You hated to leave that ice surface to the point where you knew you were going to freeze in your feet, and you'd still stay out there and cry all the way home and cry when you put your feet in the tub and do it again the next day. Weren't too smart.
Well, I think it meant a whole lot because it was a small community and people worked hard. They worked in the mines. They got dirty. And I think when we qualified to play in the state tournament, it was outstanding. The people were, I mean, Even 30 years later, they still talk about it.
Small town Minnesota provides many of the stars and much of the romance of the tournament. Especially in the days of the one-class tournament, outstate teams capture the hearts of even the most hardened city-dwelling hockey fans. And make no mistake, just because they are smaller municipalities doesn't mean the smaller schools are at a disadvantage. In fact, many of them in the early days own a secret weapon: indoor ice.
We were inside. We're down here in the cities, of course. Most of the practices were outside arenas, yet outside rinks, you know, around the school areas. And I think, like the year I got here, started coaching at Edina, there was only maybe 4 or 5 rinks in the whole Twin Cities at that time. This was like 58. So I think we just got a head start.
Ask any player from any small community what it is like to play in the state tournament. The first thing they'll tell you is, it's a community party.
Just electricity in those buildings, and we always had a great following. As a matter of fact, in Grand Rapids, they would kind of close down school, and all the kids would come down in the buses. All my friends would be in the hotels around town having a good time. So it really became an event for not only our team, but really the whole community in Grand Rapids.
Well, the few people that were left here in Warroad were probably listening to KRWB Bernie Burgraff out of Roseville. And if they wanted to watch it on TV, we didn't have it here. They had to drive to International Falls and rent a motel room to watch it on TV.
I remember driving into town and looking at one of the car dealerships, and I remember thinking, man, there's more cars on that lot than there is people in our town.
The community got used to, you know, in March, you schedule your vacation around going to the state hockey tournament and watching the Grand Rapids Indians play. It was a vacation time for them. It was an annual affair, and that's where they went. And they had a good time, and you were expected to win.
The impact that a trip to the tournament can have on a town cannot be overstated. We told you about a field of dreams. Everybody remembers that line, carved from a cornfield in Iowa. But how about a rink of dreams created in a barn in Mankato? With the story, here's Marnie Gellner.
Thank you, Anthony. Whether it's ponds like these or lakes or backyard rinks or those sparkling new indoor arenas, Minnesotans will play hockey wherever they can find ice. One of the state's most unique facilities is in southwest Minnesota, where a farmer named Paul Schultz created his Rink of Dreams. And people still visit there today, both to enjoy the sport and to pay tribute to a man who loved the game of hockey.
Paul's been playing hockey for years, and the one thing he liked about hockey was to teach hockey. He taught hockey to all his kids and to all of our kids growing up. He just loved the game.
On a prairie northeast of Mankato sits the house that Paul built.
He wanted a place just for the kids to come and play. I mean, it's great. Paul had a great passion for hockey. Whenever you seen him out here or on the Zamboni, he had a glow on his cheeks, just a smile from ear to ear, and that's what lit up the whole place.
Stacy Schultz knew the passion her husband-to-be had for the sport from the very first time they met.
His pickup line was hockey, because I'm from Canada, and when he heard I was from Canada, he asked if I liked hockey. First date was a hockey game.
Stacy and Paul began raising a family of 5 children on a farm near Madison Lake, working 5,000 acres of soybeans and corn. In the winter months, Paul and the kids were on skates on a rink behind the house. But 2 years ago, they moved indoors when Dad turned a barn into a rural cathedral for hockey.
Wednesday nights are always not a night for hockey in Mankato. They don't schedule practices or anything because it's a religion night, actually. Well, this was Paul's religion. He would get as many people as he could to come out.
The house that Paul built has all the amenities, a dressing area, boards, even a Zamboni.
He had heard that a farmer had it in his barn and been sitting there for about 15 years. So he went down and put it on a flatbed and brought it home from Fairmont. Put 3 new motors in it to keep it going.
Paul Schultz died suddenly of a heart attack last spring, but his Rink of Dreams lives on.
I remember at the wake, people coming through, all the hockey community coming through. And that was the first thing we all said to each other, is that we had to get the rink going again.
Last Friday when I seen it was getting cold, I saw Stacy at the rink. I coached one of her kids. I said, "Do you need some help?" And she says, "Well, it's getting cold. You really need to get flooding it." And I said, "Well, I got Friday off." So this past Friday, when it hit 0 out here, we spent 5 hours just out here just laying down layer after layer after layer. And as soon as I walked off, somebody else was here to take my place.
The house that Paul built is enjoyed by many, youngsters and the young at heart. And here on the prairie, it stands as a lasting testimonial to a man and the sport he loved.
Honestly, my kids probably would not be playing hockey. They both play in leagues if it weren't for Paul, because, well, when you have a neighbor like this, you know, I can't tell my kids no.
This is the kind of place where, you know, kids and adults alike, they come out here and they can dream. You know, everybody dreams of, man, what would it be like to have your own rink in your backyard? And people come out here and they're in a different world. They just kind of dream about playing hockey and, you know, playing the game they love.
I know he's smiling. He's smiling right now. He's looking down, just smiling. He was all about hockey. And it didn't have to be the best hockey. It's just watching kids grow and just have fun.
It's really an incredible story. And even in the summer when the ice is out, that barn is still a very functional part of the Schultz family farm. And it's used for storage, all kinds of things like seeds and chemicals and even combines. It's really an amazing story from a very amazing family. Anthony.
Thanks very much, Marnie. We're a little bit more intrigued by how they use the barn in the wintertime here on Hockey Day Minnesota. From southern Minnesota to northern, let's head back up to Baudette and Ann Carroll.
All right, thanks very much, Anthony. You know, Hockey Day Minnesota could not have happened with the help of McDonald's, and I am alongside the local McDonald's owner. He's Corey Kleinfelter from here in Baudette. And first of all, talk a little bit about you as a local owner of the McDonald's here in Baudette was able to get involved in Hockey Day Minnesota and bringing this pond hockey game to life.
You bet. And when Baudette community first approached me about it, I thought it was an excellent idea for the local community. And McDonald's has a long heritage of giving back to the communities that we operate in. So I thought, what a great opportunity for us to get involved locally and also within the state of hockey in Minnesota. Being a longtime player myself, I understand how the importance of it in this state. And so we brought it to McDonald's and said, you know, this is a great concept. Let's go with it. And they were more than happy to partake in the involvement with it and the local youth programs and all the state. So we were real excited to be partners with Wild and FSN to get this accomplished today.
Well, we certainly couldn't have done it without you. I have to think that, like many small towns, the McDonald's is kind of the gathering place here in Baudette. Is this kind of been the talk of the town, this event?
Well, yeah, it's been talk of the town for, you know, since last November when they first started talking about it. With a lot of people put a lot of hard work into it, and McDonald's was fortunate enough to be able to help out and be involved. And we've helped a lot with the Minnesota State High School League and our partnership throughout the year, but it's nice to get back to the small town community of Baudette and show us that, you know, places we operate in, we're real happy to give back to the communities and be involved in them. So.
All right. Corey Kleinfelter, thanks so much for your support. Enjoy your day.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, Anthony, let's head it back down to you.
Thanks very much, Ann. We'll be heading back to Baudette at the top of the hour. St. Paul Johnson and Lake of the Woods. First of 3 games here on Hockey Day Minnesota. When we return, you couldn't talk hockey in Minnesota without talking Herb Brooks. Stay with us.
When you need to rip it, plane it, chop it, collect it, join it, cut it, route it, drill it, turn it, sand it, nail it, glue it, clamp it, or finish it, the right tools do it. Visit the all-new Acme Tool Superstore with locations in Plymouth and Duluth, Minnesota.
I'm thinking of a number between 450 and 850. Do you know what it is? It's my credit score, and it happens to be 720. The higher my credit score, the better chance I have of saving a lot of money. Do you know your credit score? Do you know what's in your credit report? You can find out right now at freecreditreport.com. You can even print it out if you want to. How much easier could it get? Log on to freecreditreport.com. That's freecreditreport.com.
Free credit report offer applies with enrollment in Triple Advantage.
Geico Motorcycle Insurance. Serious protection for serious riders. Geico. One call could save you money on your motorcycle insurance, too. Let's ride. Whether you're a casual rider or a hardcore biker, Geico Motorcycle Insurance has you covered. No wonder thousands of riders are switching to Geico each week. Geico. One call could save you money on your motorcycle insurance, too. Let's ride.
Finally planning a trip to Cancun? I'm on it.
Wow. No, thank you for this.
Did you just zap Daddy?
No. I did zap your daddy. But I saved Daddy lots of money by packaging his flights and hotel together.
That's a steal.
No, that's a negotiation.
Package and save up to $325 at Priceline.
Tonight at 5:30, the Gophers battle Denver as Hockey Day Minnesota continues.
Hey, Stan, this isn't a basketball game now. Come on. Get in that thing.
Long before his 3 national titles at the University of Minnesota and the celebrated miracle on ice at Lake Placid, the late Herb Brooks was a champion. From the east side of St. Paul, Herbie scored twice as Johnson beat Minneapolis Southwest 3-1 for the 1955 State High School Hockey Championship.
It represented, you know, the neighborhood, the guys in the neighborhood, guys you went to school with, grew up with, and it was a collective effort by, you know, my friends from, you know, grade school all the way through high school. In that sense, it was probably means more to me than anything, just because of those relationships. And then, yeah, there's been other things after that, but they don't have those real grassroots ties as winning the state championship.
Herb Brooks, of course, a legend in the nation, let alone in the state of Minnesota, led the country to the gold medal, led the University of Minnesota to the top of the college game, and led his high school, St. Paul Johnson, to the state tournament in both 1954 and 55. Welcome back to Hockey Day Minnesota, presented by McDonald's. One of the players that was with Herb for the last couple legs of that journey at the University of Minnesota and then on the 1980 Olympic team was Rob McClanahan. And needless to say, Rob was intense on the ice.
This guy, hey, defense! See, they're flying a weak wing, okay? How about an elbow? Set! Come on, Clan, come on!
Rob McClanahan, a part of a national championship team at Minnesota. He also led his high school team to the state tournament when he was playing for Mounds View in 1976. He's downstairs with Eric Gisselson. Eric?
Robbie, listening to you mic'd up as a Gopher way back when, they say that skill delivers hockey players and then intensity gets them to where you want to go.
Well, I remember that game that they had me mic'd on. I got a little bit ticked off at the ref. I don't know if they were able to record that, but there were a few things they had to take out.
You know, few hockey players are able to put their home states on the map like you have when you were lucky and fortunate enough and skilled enough to play for your country in the Olympics. Can you just talk about what that has meant to you on this Hockey Day Minnesota and all that it entails?
Well, without question, hockey has been a big part of my life, and it's taught me a lot of life's lessons. Starting from my youth, where I had some great coaches, Pee-wees and Bantams, through high school and playing for the university. You learn. It's too bad, but oftentimes you learn from your losses more than your victories. And having the honor to play for my country and for Herb Brooks was something that I'll never, ever forget.
I want to talk about Herbie. We bumped in with him just a second ago, and we also just heard from him, and we're going to refer to him a lot on this day. Even though he's not with us physically anymore, he's definitely with us in spirit on this Hockey Day.
Without a doubt, Herbie's with us. He's with me, and I know he's with everybody in Minnesota. He was the best coach I've ever played for, and he had an unbelievable knack to get his players to play at their highest level at the most opportune time.
It might be an obvious question, but is your proudest moment Lake Placid? Because you ask a lot of hockey players and some other things of just maybe sticking with it or not quitting when you wanted to, or, you know, the dedication in the off-season. They all fall into accomplishments. Was Lake Placid the pinnacle, or was there something else for Rob McClanahan?
Well, it would be foolish to say it wasn't, but there are other things that go along with that. For example, during the tryouts in the fall of '79, being chosen for the team, I put it just as high as winning the gold medal. Singing the national anthem in Lake Placid with the world events as they were was something that I'll never, ever forget. But the last, we had the honor of lighting the torch in Salt Lake City, and I put that right up there.
And in 10 seconds, this Hockey Day in Minnesota concept, you got to be saying it's about time, don't you?
hey, that's what Minnesota's all about. It's the best sport going.
I love it. Rob, thanks for being with us ringside here. Robbie McClanahan. Anthony, let's go back upstairs.
Thanks very much, Eric. What an opportunity for a guy like Rob McClanahan to lead his high school to the state tournament, his college to the national title, and his nation to the Olympic gold. St. Paul Johnson ice fishing in Baudette. They'll play hockey shortly. Stay with us.
Hi, Joe Sensor here. Are you looking to watch your favorite team in brilliant high definition? Then Joe Sensor Sports Grill is your only destination. 25 new massive high-definition screens highlight the best place to follow sports from around the country. Sensor's award-winning kitchen features a full menu of game day favorites from steaks and ribs to your classic burger. Joe Sensor Sports Grill with 3 metro locations, now more than ever, your ticket to food and fun.
Toyota City in Brooklyn Park is your Camry and Corolla headquarters with over 250 available right now. The all-new 07 Camry starts at just $18,900 or lease an 07 Corolla for just $159 a month. Toyota City also has a huge selection of pre-owned vehicles with 06 Camrys from $14,900 and 06 Corollas from just $12,900. Plus, certified used Toyotas with a 7-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Toyota City in Scion on Brooklyn Boulevard just north of 694 in Brooklyn Park.
Hockey Day Minnesota is presented by McDonald's. I'm loving it. And brought to you in part by One Goal for the good of the game.
It's a great place to grow up, and for me in northern Minnesota, I couldn't have picked a better area to grow up. And in the winter, the winters are long there, and you know, hockey was very big, and so I grew up skating all my life. And my dad always had a rink for me, and you know, I always had buddies over, and we played games, you know, early in the morning, and you know, he had lights up for us, so we'd play at night too. It was something fun, and it kept us out of trouble.
Keith Ballard talking about his days playing for Lake of the Woods. He grew up in Baudette. Life's a little different when you're up north. The St. Paul Johnson Governors are up there for a hockey game, but last night they got to experience life on the ice as fishermen.
All right.
Get in there, catch some fish, huh? That's where pros go. We're big game fishers. We're over here, boys. I don't know. You guys are in the wrong holes. We're right here.
Donnie, you ain't catching nothing.
Come on, baby. Woo!
First time ice fishing. Fish a lot in the summer though. Most of the friends.
It's pretty cold outside. It's nice and warm in here, but I don't like it too much because you're just sitting in the same spot, same hole. I wish I had a boat.
Come on, Ellie.
Come on.
Ellie.
Boo!
Ellie fight all day.
Captain line, huh? Horse! Oh, Ellie. I like to go with teammates, buddies from the neighborhood. Yeah, but I do mostly with my family.
Come on! I got someone down there pulling on my lure or something, just trying to.
I have to agree with Caleb. It's pretty boring just sitting here. But once you get the fish on the line, then it gets exciting.
Yay!
Yeah! Don't tell me you probably caught one.
Hey!
15 and a quarter, baby.
Finally got him.
Third time's a charm, baby.
Third time's a charm. He was toying with me, but I got him. I got the best of you, buddy. And now we're gonna get the best of you.
Well, we're doing good out here. It's nice and warm in the shack. Having fun, talking it up. Great time, chilling with the buddies. Nothing more I want to do. Besides play hockey.
Last night, the story was what was under the ice. Now it's time for the top side of the ice. High school hockey is the first of 3 games here on Hockey Day, Minnesota. St. Paul Johnson and Lake of the Woods. Face-off is next, and with the call of the game, here is Jim Rich.
Well, the preparations are complete and the rink is ready as high school hockey goes back to basics with some old-fashioned outdoor hockey.
And the music from the skating rink drifts across the town, and the stars are heaven high above, forever looking down. And I'm standing looking upward and I'm listening to the sound of the village in the lonely heart of winter. And the lights above the skating rink illuminate the scene. And on the snow the shadows show footsteps where we've been. And Danny's breath hangs motionless and hovers like a dream above his head in the lonely heart of winter. The sky above the skating rink blackened with a space falls in the sun, the frozen world on the saving grace of the lights around the skating rink, laughing in the face of the darkness at the lonely heart of winter.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to Baudette Bay, where today high school hockey returns to its roots with the Baudette Bay Hockey Classic. St. Paul Johnson, the Governors, have made the trip up from the capital city to take on the home team, the Lake of the Woods Bears, in what should be a classic afternoon of high school hockey. We are at the home of Willie the Walleye, a very cold day here in Baudette. He's frozen, the ice is frozen, we're a bit chilled, but we're excited to bring you this game. Jim Rich along with John Weibel, a two-time champion at the University of Minnesota, but today, more importantly, this is your hometown, and what a day you guys have here.
Oh, it's exciting for everybody, for the fans, for the players, for everybody that's going to make it out here today. I'm excited. You know, I'm proud to be back and happy to be from this great city.
No doubt about it, but the players are the ones that are most excited to take part in this classic outdoor game.
You know, this is huge for our team and the whole town. It's just such a big event, bringing in all these people. It's good for the economy of our town and especially the program, our hockey program.
We knew that we were going to play outside, and then it got even better for us when we knew that we were going to play on FSN. It's kind of making it a big thing through our community, and we got about 300 or 400 people coming up just to watch this, and it's a pretty cool event that we get to do.
This is huge. Like our coach has been telling us since like June or the end of last season even, everybody's getting pumped up, ready to go. We were practicing down here. Just everything's building up to this. Everybody's super excited, and I think the team's ready to go.
This is a real big thing. I mean, in the beginning of the year, it was just kind of a little hearsay, rumor thing, but then at the beginning of January, it's a big thing. I mean, we just found out it's actually really going to happen, you know, playing on FSN. Everybody's watching us. I mean, everybody watches FSN, so it's going to be a real big thing.
Now it's time to take a look at the Dodge key stats. And, John, these two teams have great hockey tradition.
They do. St. Paul Johnson, 22 state appearances, 4 state championships. Baudette, a state tournament appearance in '93. They're still up and coming, but, you know, we're getting there.
The players are getting in that last bit of warm air before they get to hit the ice here in Baudette Bay. It's going to be a lot of fun, and we're excited to bring you to you here on FSN North.
FSN Live is presented by Quest, bringing more life into your life. And by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
Saving idea? Quest has a challenge for you. A challenge to save money. Do the math and add up what you're spending on high-speed internet, cable TV, local and long-distance service. If you're not bundling with Quest, you may be spending too much. Get blazing fast high-speed internet, direct TV service, and reliable digital voice. All for one low price. Compare, bundle, and save. That's our spirit of service.
When you need to rip it, plane it, chop it, collect it, join it, cut it, route it, drill it, turn it, sand it, nail it, glue it, clamp it, or finish it, the right tools do it. Visit the all-new Acme Tool Superstore with locations in Plymouth and Duluth, Minnesota.
You're not the same person I met online. What happened to the happy boy in the yearbook picture? I told myself I would not leave the state crying.
Did you know chickens are the only thing that don't have nasal passages?
Let's talk about something fun. How about magic?
Tired of bad dates? Maybe it's time to try eHarmony. At eHarmony, we only match you with other singles who have been pre-screened for compatibility with you. So when you get to the first date, you know you have so much in common. Log on today and get your free personality profile.
Appliance Smart's Red Tag clearance is going on now at all locations, and you won't believe the savings.
Thousands of items have been red tagged with additional savings on refrigerators, stoves, cooktops, microwaves from Maytag, Frigidaire, Genair, GE. Black, white, stainless steel. Washers, dryers, dishwashers from Amana, Whirlpool, KitchenAid, and more.
At Appliance Smart, we buy smart, you save smart every day.
Appliance Smart's Red Tag clearance is going on now. Appliance Smart with 5 convenient Twin Cities locations to serve you.
FSN Live is presented by Quest, bringing more life into your life. And by Dodge. You can take life as it comes, or you can grab life by the horns. Dodge.
Welcome back to Baudette Bay. Jim Rich along with John Weibel, and there are some very interesting scenarios playing out here for today. Obviously, the weather's a big factor for these two teams, but there are also some great players. And let's take a look now at the Quest players of the game.
For Lake of the Woods, John Clark. I believe he's the best defenseman in Section 8, an all-around good kid. Their best player. For St. Paul Johnson, Sam Zoika, an absolutely incredibly skilled player, sniper. I think those two right there, they're big factors in the game today.
Yeah, he's already got 17 goals on the season. He really has done a great job. And Zoika has really done the things they needed to do for this team. Now let's go down to Ann Carroll, who has both coaches. Ann?
Thanks very much, Jim. Alongside the two coaches in this big game, Mark Fabian out of Lake of the Woods and Coach Moose Younghands out of St. Paul Johnson. And guys, I want to start with you, Coach Fabian. First-year coach at Lake of the Woods, but no stranger to hockey in these parts. A state champion of Roseau Rams in 1999. But just talk a little bit about what this game means to your kids, getting back to hockey as it once was and skating on the pond, a pond that they helped build.
Right, we're trying to give them a feel of what it used to be like. We had a banquet last night and had some speakers come up and talk about what it used to be like, and these guys don't really have any idea what that was all about. A little chilly out here today. They get a little feel of that, and you're right. We made them come down and help out so that in a couple years they can look back, and I really helped build that rink. So we're feeling good about it.
We're feeling good about a lot of things. We're trying to stay warm, but for you, Coach Younghands, long time at St. Paul Johnson, 14 years coaching the Governors. But St. Paul Johnson, we talked a bit about it earlier, the rich tradition of high school hockey at Johnson, and how have your kids really embraced the tradition over there on the east side?
Well, I think our kids understand the tradition of our program. You know, over the years we try to make sure we remind them of that, and we've got you know, we're always working hard at you know, with the history of the kids. For us to have an opportunity to come up here, we're just absolutely thrilled, and the people of Baudette, we just can't say enough to thank them for giving us this opportunity.
All right, this one will be fun to coach in too, won't it?
Very much so.
All right, guys, thanks so much. Good luck today, and we'll see you between periods.
Thank you.
All right, Jim, let's head it back to you.
All right, thanks very much, Ann. As the kids are getting set to watch some outdoor hockey, St. Paul Johnson and Lake of the Woods. Puck drop is next.
In business, what works for a donut maker may not work for a car maker. Quest tailors complete network data and voice solutions to fit the communications needs of any company, whether it's a donut maker, a car maker, or a wildlife foundation. Get Quest, get nimble, the choice of 95% of Fortune 500 companies.
In the state of hockey, this is our game. And with Hockey Day Minnesota coming up January 20th, McDonald's and the Minnesota Wild invite you to tell us about your perfect hockey day. Log on to wild.com/HockeyDayMN to find out more. Brought to you by McDonald's, where the 6-piece Chicken McNuggets are now on the dollar menu. But hurry, they'll only be there until January 29th. McDonald's, I'm loving it.
29 plus 51. First thing I'm going to do is take the 9.
Hockey gives a kid confidence, self-esteem, and mighty good reflexes, too. Learn how to get started at onegoal.com, a website sponsored by Hockey's leadership companies.
Here's a money-saving idea. Quest has a challenge for you, a challenge to save money. Do the math and add up what you're spending on high-speed internet, cable TV, local and long-distance service. If you're not bundling with Quest, you may be spending too much. Get blazing fast high-speed internet, direct TV service, and reliable digital voice, all for one low price. Compare, bundle, and save. That's our spirit of service.
Tonight at 5:30, the Gophers battle Denver as Hockey Day Minnesota continues.
Welcome back to the Baudette Bay Hockey Classic, and a lot of people ask, just how far away is Canada from Baudette? Well, there you see Customs just across the bay, and because of the proximity of our northern neighbors, we will have both national anthems sung today by the Lake of the Woods High School
and
Choir.
Our American colors are displayed by the Baudette Ceremonial Squad. Performing our national anthems today, the Lake of the Woods High School Girls Choir.
A great job by the Lake of the Woods Choir, which, John, you were exactly, used to be a member of.
I was a member back in the sophomore year in high school. Absolutely. Ensemble choir. What a great place that was.
Now we're going to have the ceremonial puck drop, and it's a family that really is the heart and soul of Lake of the Woods hockey. This group has been together for quite some time. Lucille Holscheid will be dropping the puck in honor of her late husband, Wes, and he was the man that really made hockey a sport here. He was. Lake of the Woods.
He was a, I think a big founder of the program, and I was, grateful enough to, benefit from what he did back in the early days of, Lake of the Woods hockey. I have a great story about him real quick, is that Halloween, he always gave us candy bars and pops. That's one thing I remember from him.
Now, go ahead, continue with that story, though. You went perhaps to their house more than once?
We changed costumes and go back there every once in a while. We get a pop, a candy bar, and a quarter. So, you have to take advantage of that when you're young.
And this wasn't the miniature size bar.
No, full candy bar. It was a big deal back when I was young, in elementary school.
It seems like this community really embraces the sport. It seems like everybody's involved in this event. I mean, you see all the players down here helping to put this rink together. People volunteered their time night after night coming down here after work to work on the rink. Does that kind of come from the Holscheid family?
I think it does. I think, if somebody starts something like he did with this program, and people just want to continue it on and continue it on. And I think about, with my coaches when I was young, it was the same thing. It was sacrifice after sacrifice after sacrifice. They don't get paid here. It's all volunteer. And it's a great thing for the kids. It's a great thing for the city. And, the Holscheid family is a big part of what we have today, based on what happened many, many years ago.
And so there you see Lucille coming to center ice to drop the puck. And the ceremonial dropping of the puck is about to take place, and there it is. So congratulations to her and her family, and of course her son John was at the University of Minnesota as well. Hockey dreams are born on ponds and at parks. Today, high school hockey dreams come true on Baudette Bay.
I remember as a kid, we would plow off a spot on the river that I live on, have a bunch of friends over, and just skate all afternoon. So it's just getting on the ice and developing your skills, being a little rink rat. That's where I'm sure almost everyone started skating, was outside, and when we were mites, we were all playing outside. The squirt tournaments, a few of them were outside, so it's going to be kind of cool to return and come back out here and play.
Oh, we used to skate outside all the time. You would go down the river, there's rinks everywhere. There's little rinks that dads clear after their kids, and every time you go down the river, you see somebody playing on the ice.
That's where all of us learned where to play. We would go down there, skate down there for 8 hours a day and just have fun with our friends.
We're set to go. The opening face-off of the Baudette Bay Hockey Classic between the St. Paul Johnson Governors and the Lake of the Woods Bears is underway, and congratulations everyone for getting this game to this point. Puck is played in from center by Lake of the Woods. Chipped up the near side. Governors trying to get it out. It's dumped back in deep, and now Mike Begaggini with it. Begaggini leading the rush to center. Across the red line, he'll shoot it in. It rolls wide of the cage. Back to get it on the near side. Cleared around Vince Scott. He'll chip it up along the wall. They fight for possession there. And now it's cleared back out by Cam Kuznick. Kuznick sends it deep down into the Johnson zone. And it looks like the ice conditions are great for this, John.
It really does. It looks fast. It looks like, kids are having a lot of fun out there right now.
Puck fired in around to the near side. Johnson, they'll want to play a physical style. Here's an opportunity, but the puck is pushed in behind. They fight for possession along the back wall. Now in the bottom of the circle, quick shot right on, and the save is made by Mark Clifford. And let's take a look at the Menards starting goaltenders. Actually, Ethan Lighting is getting the start. And there you see the numbers on his season, 3.5 goals against average and a saves percentage of just over 83%. Face off to Lighting's left. Puck cleared into the corner. Now in behind, controlled by Johnson. Trying to get it out front was Andrew Ellis. It was blocked. Comes back to the point. Long shot knocked down in front as Hasbargen had it momentarily. Now it's pushed out front by Caleb Thiesfeld, but it's knocked away from him and sent back out to center ice. Loading up in the neutral zone, Biagini. He'll fire it in from there. Lake of the Woods kicks it ahead, and Vince Scott is able to get it just out over the blue line. Now waiting for teammates to get back on side and sending it in from there. Puck cleared around, and now it's chipped back out to center as Ewald got it out. Now at their own line, Johnson feeds through center. Here's Soika across the line. Gets it to Schmidt. His centering pass comes through to the far side. Burkhardt after it there. Fed up the point. Long shot.
Great save.
Great save by Lighting as he stretched the pad to make the save. Rebounded behind. Backhander, they score! Sam Soika, we mentioned him in the open. He comes out of the corner, puts the backhander home, and St. Paul Johnson takes the early 1-0 lead.
You know, that was actually a really nice play. Had 2 chances before that. Comes back, gets his rebound, puts it in the net. Comes out front of the net, gets his rebound, puts it back in the net. Goalie was screened, I believe. I don't think he saw it. Right there.
So Soika gets his 18th goal of the season. Having an incredible season. Now across the line, long shot, turned aside. And the puck cleared up and kicked out to center. Tyler Hendrickson after it. Hendrickson gives his man a bump. Hendrickson picks it up. Hendrickson across the line, fires it in. Now back to get it on the near side. Kraft, he kicks it up along the boards, not out. Played in deep. In the far corner, John Clark, the senior, trying to get things untracked. He couldn't get it out of the zone. And now Kraft takes over. We have a whistle and a stoppage in play. But this is the way Johnson wanted to start this game. They're big, they're aggressive, and they came out and bottled up the Bears in their own zone.
You know, that's exactly it. They kind of set the tone for the first period here. You know, Baudette's got to, you know, stick to their game plan, you know, and hopefully get some chances here.
Off the face-off, puck knocked ahead and kicked out to center, fired in from there. Back to get it, in behind Eric Larson. Larson puts it back to Brad Duchamp. Duchamp knocked down. Jalen Stay after it. Stay bottled up. It comes back near the line, moving in, tripped up was Clark. Shot coming up, shot and a goal. And the Lake of the Woods has answered on a delayed penalty. It's now 1-all.
That was a great goal. Great goal. Penalty, delayed penalty called. Puck comes out to the point, shot in the net. Right here, just working hard. Johnny Clark gets tripped. Shot to the point. Kyle Hornfit buries it. Just like that, 1-1.
So Kyle Hornvik, that's his first goal of the season, and it's a 1-all hockey game. Johnson trying to drive it in. It's blocked at the line. Shoveled back out. Hornvik gets it back out to center. Hammered back in. Comes off the boards to the far side. Kicked ahead. Hasbargen trying to get it out. He can't. Send it right in front. And it's broken up and skated away by Danny Barron. Barron, though, can't get out of the zone. Here's a long shot that doesn't get through. Puck at the side of the net. Cody Hasbargen plays it around the far side. Not out. Long shot. Going down in front of it and blocking it was Jalen Stay, and it's cleared to center. Now here's Justin Morrison across the line. Knocked down along the near boards. Puck in the corner. They fight for possession there. Gabe Pearson knocks his man down. Now in behind Biagini. Biagini trying to feed it up the near side. It's tipped at the line and just comes out. Now it's driven right back in by Lake of the Woods. Puck flipped down ice. After it, Hendrickson, his shot ends up in the near corner, or rather far corner. Now puck pinched in deep along the wall, trying to control there. Lake of the Woods kicks it to the line, not out, as it's held in by the Governors. And now it's finally cleared by Lake of the Woods. So how critical is that goal for Lake of the Woods to come back and tie this up?
Absolutely. You know, that's a big goal. You know, last Saturday, I think the Bears got beat pretty bad by them. So tying the game up gives them a little momentum.
We have a whistle and a penalty call coming up. It's 1-1 as Stoika and Hornquist have scored.
Upon first glance, this would appear to be an Oreo Blizzard from Dairy Queen. But look closer and you'll see that it's actually an original DQ chicken strip basket. Look closer still and you'll see it's now just $3.99 with fries, Texas toast, and country gravy. Great food, great treats. At DQ, there's more than one way to treat yourself when you look closer. And finish off with a DQ Blizzard of the Month.
And welcome back to Baudette Bay, where it is a tie game here in Lake of the Woods and St. Paul Johnson. You know, the Lake of the Woods players are all about protecting the pond. After all, they built it. Over the last month or so, all the players came to work on the rink. They put up the boards, all to help to make this day happen. This game had been in the works for more than a year, thousands of hours of volunteer work, and a $30,000 budget, all to help make this happen. All the money raised was through donations, raffles, and sponsorship through Baudette boosters, and they are still looking for help. They are selling hats and sweatshirts and all kinds of gear. If you are interested in getting some gear, like the gear I'm wearing today, like my hat, you can log on to bbcmn.com for more information, and it is all to support Baudette boosters, guys.
Thanks very much, Ann. They're selling quite a few hats today. It's a bit breezy down here on the bay. Power play here for Lake of the Woods as Larson went for boarding, Eric Larson. And so it's a power play. Matt Donahue getting the start for the Governors. 2.80 goals against, 87%, just a sophomore. And Coach Younghand says that's a real key for this program. He's got a lot of veteran leadership this year, but most importantly, he says he has young, skilled players that are really developing for him, including both his goaltenders who are just sophomores.
Well, young is important. You know, that's how you build a tradition on a team, is you keep having young guys that can contribute on a team. You know, it helps your program along and gives your team confidence.
Face-off just inside the Bears' blue line. Now it's knocked back out to center, as Stay was able to get it out, but Johnson is able to put it right back in. Now on the near side. Puck controlled there. And it's a Johnson power play. My fault. You can't see who's in the penalty box because they sit right next to their benches, and you're not exactly sure who's in what position. So it is a Governor power play.
Run on a stopwatch. Run on a stopwatch.
I know, there's no penalty clock. We have to use the monitor here. A minute to go on the power play opportunity. Here's Biagini throwing it to the slot. It comes back to the point. Now Rebelke gets it down low. In behind, Hendrickson trying to set things up. Puck fed back, long shot. Lighting makes the save. It went off his shoulder, doesn't find the rebound, but now it's fed back to the point. Rebelke with it. Throws it in. The Bears are back at full strength. And so Johnson 0 for 1 on the power play. And the Bears will skate it back out to center. Scott, or Clark, dumps it in. And he'll head off on a line change. Long pass, just misses Thiesfeld. And it's icing against the Governors.
Oh, it's been a good half the period. I mean, very exciting. Up and down the rink. It's a 1-1 game. God, you know, I look at the refs right now. I see bare skin. I can't imagine that to be very warm right now at this time.
Well, you look at this playing outside, it hasn't seemed to affect the game at all. Now, they did talk about the wind, which is on your screen. It's going from right to left. So basically, in this first period, Lake of the Woods has the wind at their backs. Delayed penalty coming up here on the Governors. Long shot in. Save is made. And Donahue will hold for the faceoff. Of course, there's some great players that have grown up here in Lake of the Woods, including yourself and Mr. Ballard.
Ballard to Wyman to the backhand. Oh, how beautiful was that?
That seems like a long time ago.
Played it beautifully.
That seems like a long time ago right there. Long time ago. Good times, though. Good times.
But I mean, can you see that transition going from here to the University of Minnesota to being on top of the college hockey world, and it started right here on a piece of ice like this?
You know, it's kind of unbelievable. You know, you didn't think about it. You think about it now, and it really still makes me, you know, give me the chills. You knocks your socks off. It's quite remarkable. You know, and not only for myself, but for Keith Ballard and for Matt Jens, who played at St. Cloud State. Just a great tradition that was created basically on a you know, open ice like this. I mean, just pond hockey.
Face-off coming up now in the Johnson zone. Puck is dropped, controlled by Hendrickson. He plays it around to the near side. Gabe Pearson, he can't get it out as John Clark pinches in. Now the puck pushed in behind, trying to control it there is Travis Anderson. Anderson gets it back to Clark. Clark to the far side, long shot deflected, just went off the side of the net, and the net was dislodged, and so we'll have a stoppage and a face-off in the Johnson zone. This is how close the Bears came here.
Right off the pipe, I believe. Comes in, tips, right off the clanker. Right off the
You
flanker.
even thought she ended up in the net.
Yes, exactly.
Danny Yuzicki off the face-off. The Governors send it all the way down. And we're back at full strength. So neither team has been able to cash in on the power play opportunities here in the first period. Hornvik fires a long pass at center. It connects with Stay. Stay tries to get the shot away. Westerlund is knocked away from him, and now here comes Thiesfeld back the other way. Knocked off his stick, carried in offside, and we get a stoppage and a face-off at the Lake of the Woods blue line.
Yeah, it's been a, you know, I look out here in the Lake of the Woods roster, and I was talking about making myself feel old, is that a number of these kids, I think I taught them in hockey school when they were squirts and mites. Now they're on the high school team. You know, it's a good thing for me to see, and I'm glad that they're doing well.
Off the face-off, puck trapped along the boards. Kuznick trying to knock it into the zone, and he's successful. And now the Governors with it in their own zone. Duchamp feeds it to the line. It's held in there by Clark. He'll put it in deep. Brad Duchamp, the senior, back to get it. Duchamp runs into trouble. Puck turned over. It's kicked in deep by Kuznick. Cleared ahead and now back to center. Here come the Governors on the attack, but it's offside as Burkhart couldn't keep himself onside. It's 1-1 here on Baudette Bay. More after this. Timeout.
Hey, nice job on the peas.
Hockey teaches a kid determination, teamwork, and a darn good shot, too. Learn how to get started at onegoal.com, a website sponsored by hockey's leadership companies.
I think I grew up playing twice as much on the outdoor rinks as I did on the inside, and I think following my brothers down there, just waiting to get in the bigger game. You know, there was two rinks. There was a kids rink and the older guys rink, and I just remember standing over the boards just waiting to get in the big guy rink.
That's Eric Rasmussen. Of course, he played his youth hockey, St. Louis Park, and then was a member of the Gophers, and now in the National Hockey League.
New Jersey Devils, I believe. Him and Paulie Martin both play in New Jersey.
And Langenbrunner as well.
Oh, God, there's a lot of them.
It's amazing how many U.S. college kids are property of Lou Lamoriello and the Devils.
He likes his college kids.
Here's Travis Anderson, 2-on-1, centering pass, and it's blocked. It comes back to the point, long shot. Deflects off the traffic in front. Now in behind. Here's Anderson with it, trying to get it out front. It's blocked. Anderson, long shot, save is made. Kuznick battling at the rebound, and he jams it home. Danny Yuzicki puts it home, and Lake of the Woods has a 2-1 lead.
That's his 14th goal. in 20 games. I think that's just a work hard goal in front of the net. That's just a lot of work in front of the net. Get shots to the net. That's kind of amazing how that happens. You get pucks to the net, rebounds, and just work hard, and bang, in the net. His 14th goal in 19 games. I should say 20.
So Lake of the Woods really is able to keep the pressure on, and they're the ones showing the physical presence in front of the net right now.
Yeah, you know, that's a very important part of the game, is, you know, that winning that in front of the net battle stuff, and you know, that's coming out hard. St. Paul Johnson's got to answer.
Now, Thiesfeld couldn't track it down. In come the Bears again. A quick shot. Puck is loose in front. Trying to take a swing at it with Josh Smart from his knees. That's blocked. Now the shot deflects over the glass and out of play. And I think if they want to go get that puck, they have to clear customs.
That's exactly it. Let's call and get a border crossing permit for that one. Absolutely.
Now on Lake of the Woods, you look at this team, and there are Canadians that come from across the river, Rainy River, that attend school in Canada, but they play their high school hockey here. How did that work for you guys?
You know, it was like that since I remember. You know, and I remember '93 they went to the state tournament. They had 4 or 5 Canadians on their team. That was a pretty impact of players on their team, and it's like a co-op share with the Rainy River School District, and you know, it helps for numbers wise, especially for, you know, Lake of the Woods County and that high school team.
In behind, the Bears looking to center. Kuznick with it, trying to get it out front. Now Anderson in the corner. It's knocked away from him, but keeping it alive was Moen. And it comes right to the netminder, and he'll hold on as Donahue covers up. Doesn't like what he sees out front as the Bears are starting to take over here in this first period.
Yeah, you know, I think it's been a real good period for Baudette. I mean, St. Paul Johnson has to, you know, pick up their game, probably stick to their game plan. There's going to be ups and downs in every game. You just got to keep working hard. It's good to see Baudette playing hard right now.
Off the face-off, the Governors are able to get it out to center. Rebelke tried to get it into the zone, but it was broken up at the line and offside. Hockey Day Minnesota, presented by McDonald's, will continue all day long at 5:30. The Pioneers and Gophers face off from Mariucci, and what a game it was last night with Denver winning 1-0. Game 2 of Hockey Day Minnesota starts at 5:30 right here on FSN North. Play underway at center. The Bears fire it in. Back to get it, Willie Pharisee, a sophomore defenseman who really has a lot of offensive upside. Gets the puck at center. Thiesfeld tried to play it in. It's knocked down there. Settling it down in behind, Ethan Lighting, the senior. Now the Bears getting things organized. Here's Andy Moen. He's knocked down on the near side. Puck comes right back to him. Now in behind, Kalen Ewald knocked down there, and slow to get up on the near side boards, Andy Moen. But he looks like he's up, and he should be all right.
Well, that's one thing about these boards. I think they're frozen in the ice, so I don't think there's a lot of give in them. A lot of spring. I think it's just, yeah, he just got, you know, basically a normal hit along the wall and just end up hurting a little bit more than it's supposed to, I think.
Yeah, things do sting a little bit more when it's this cold out. A puck, a shot to the leg, or a big hit.
A slash, anything. I mean, it's going to hurt. There's no matter what it is, it's going to hurt.
The Bears control, trying to get it out of their own zone. Clark gets it across the line, puts it towards the front of the net. It's taken in behind. Now they fight for possession along the far boards. Schmidt trying to take over for the Governors. And now finally it's cleared back out to center. Kuznick had it momentarily. Now he drops it back to Kraft. Kraft tries to shoot it in, but he runs into traffic at the blue line. And now Clark will start over again. Clark's pass picked off. Back the other way, Soika puts it in front, and Lighting blocked that on the near side as they tried to jam it home. Now here's Clark with it once again. Long pass at center, connects. Across the line, Anderson. Knocked away from him. Clark following it up. Drives it in. Now the Governors trying to get out of their own zone. At the line. Now coming through center. Here's Rebelke. Rebelke across the line. Just a freshman. Drops it back, but it's stolen away. Lake of the Woods coming back the other way. Here's Westerlund across the line. Westerlund puts the brakes on, gets it back to the point, long shot. And that was just tipped wide in front by Nick Baudette. Now the puck in the bottom of the crease. Quick shot by Day. It's put in behind by Donahue. Great pressure here by the Bears. Now Hendrickson can't clear the zone. Long shot, blocker save. Rebound taken in behind. And Pearson's able to shovel it all the way down. And they wave the icing. And getting back to pick it up is Hornvitt. Hornvitt, though, can't clear. Gets a second opportunity. Now feeds it ahead. Here's Josh Smart all by himself. 1-on-2 across the line. Takes the shot. Donahue the save. Rebound comes back near the line. And holding it in, Josh Hansen. Hansen plays it in behind. Heads in on the forecheck. Now in the near corner, or rather far corner. Along the wall, trying to gain control, is Pat McDonough. He now plays it around to the far side. Biagini with it there. Biagini runs into traffic as Lake of the Woods continues to bottle him up. Long shot, and that almost slipped right through. Donahue went down to his knees, but the puck almost popped in front, and now finally the Governors are just able to send it down ice.
A lot of pressure there by Lake of the Woods. A lot of pressure. The Giancarlo Westerlund line, worked the St. Paul Johnson defenders down low pretty well, and they got a lot of scoring chances there.
Here's Ewald with it. Throws it back down ice.
Up and down
the Governors will come back the other way. Long pass tipped in by John Schmidt. Pushed right back out by the Bears. Burkhart tied up, then knocked down on the hit on the far side as bodies are starting to flow around. Anderson ends up on top of the puck, and we have a break in the action. A good chance for the Governors, but we're still trailing by a goal.
What do I control? I don't control the bumps and the bruises, the crowd, or who covers me. I don't control the bounces, the shootout order. Or for that matter, what happens outside the rink. There are a lot of things in life I don't control. But then again, there are some things that I do.
Coming up in our first intermission, we'll head back to the XL Energy Center in St. Paul, and we'll check in on a pair of Baudette's finest, Mr. Weibel and Keith Ballard. Look at these cute guys. Those are nice glasses you have there, John.
Where'd that picture come from? Where did that picture come from?
That'll be coming up in our first intermission, and it should be very interesting as we look into the Lake of the Woods hockey history.
My mom's going to hear about this one.
How did that resurface again?
That's what I said. I thought I buried that picture.
Brought in across the line, snapping a shot high was Uziski. He's already got one goal here this afternoon. Uziski in the corner, a junior, tied up there. Puck loose in the slot, and finally Burkhart is able to get it ahead, and it's chipped down into the zone. Soika goes after it. Soika in the corner, trying to work it free from Kraft. Kraft plays it around, not out. Long shot, saved by Lighting. Rebound whacked at by Soika, and that ends up in behind. The Governors trying to even this one up here in the final stages of the opening period. And finally, the Bears are able to send it out. No icing. And so that means Morrison will have to go back for it. Now a penalty coming up here. Interference is the call, and so the Governors will end this first period on the power play.
So I'm not sure exactly what happened. Oh, yeah, there it was. Clipped him right by him. Yep, right by, clipped him. Nice. That's a good call by the ref. Interference.
So Danny Uziski goes to the box, and the Governors get their second chance on the power play.
Big power play here for the St. Paul Johnson.
but they'll have to start from their own end as Rebelke, the quarterback of this power play, feeds it up. It's broken up at the red line. Puck loose there. And Stay is able to get it out, but right in back on the attack are the Governors. Rebelke going right to the net, and he backhands one right on, but Ethan Lighting down on his knees has got it trapped against his body, and he'll hold for the faceoff.
Lighting's made some big saves today, keeping the game at 2-1, keeping the Bears lead at 2-1.
Here's this opportunity by Rebelke.
It's great play, great play. Great play by the goalie, great play by Rebelke.
Now on the power play for another 25 seconds. Long shot in, and again, Lighting drops down and makes the save, and he'll take another face-off in his own zone.
25 seconds left. Every face-off right now is probably a good face-off for the Bears. Just try to get through the period with a 2-1 lead.
Big Tyler Hendrickson on the face-off. Controls for Johnson. Plays it to the far side. And now it's cleared all the way down, as Clark was able to send it the distance. 8 seconds to go in the period. One last chance. Rebelke gets it across the line, takes the shot, it's blocked.
And that's it.
And there's the whistle. There is no horn or siren here at the outdoor game. They just blow the whistle when the first 17 minutes comes to an end.
I guess it's a thing of just between each other. That's it. It's over. Period's over.
It's 2-1. The Governors are trailing the Lake of the Woods Bears. Much more from Baudette Bay. Right after this is Hockey Day continues on FSN.
Upon first glance, this would appear to be an Oreo Blizzard from Dairy Queen. But look closer, and you'll see that it's actually an original DQ chicken strip basket. Look closer still, and you'll see it's now just $3.99, with fries, Texas toast, and country gravy. Great food, great treats. At DQ, there's more than one way to treat yourself when you look closer. And finish off with a DQ Blizzard of the Month.
Every business starts small. But not all of them want to stay that way. Quest adapts complete network data and voice communication solutions in case your company outgrows its pond. Get Quest. Get nimble. The choice of 95% of Fortune 500 companies.
If you missed out in 2006, you can still save in 2007 with your Easy Way dealers at Luther Brookdale Dodge. Check out the 06 Caravan SXT, loaded with quad seats, starting at $16,290. Save on the 07 Caliber with prices starting at $12,990, or lease for $99 per month. And the 07 Nitro SXT 4x4, starting at $21,490, or lease for $199 per month. Shop the Easy Way at Brookdale Dodge, 1 block north of Highway 694 and Brooklyn Boulevard in Brooklyn Park.
Brian was a great guy, but just a little too quiet, too boring, you know? But he was a great improvement over Michael, who unfortunately only had eyes for his computer. You know, looking back on my life, there's only one relationship that really lasted. My vacuum cleaner from Osseo Vacuum. We're going on 20 years.
At Osseo Vacuum, we believe your vacuum shouldn't be disposable. See us for a relationship that lasts.
FSN North, bringing you the most comprehensive coverage of Minnesota sports. KG Stetson! With in-depth pre- and post-game shows of the Wolves.
Welcome inside, everyone, and welcome to Wolves Live.
Gophers.
Solid effort by Minnesota tonight.
And Wild.
I can't tell. You excited?
I'm very excited. It should be a great game.
Wolves, Gophers, and Wild Live.
Greatest show on earth.
Before and after every game. Only on FSN North. Tonight at 5:30, the Gophers battle Denver as Hockey Day Minnesota continues.
High school hockey on FSN North is presented by Quest. Bring more life into your life. By Schwann's. Savor the taste, savor the time. By Stauber's Goal Crease. Train, evolve, succeed. And by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
And welcome back to Baudette Minnesota in the Baudette Hockey Classic. We are between the first and second period with the St. Paul Johnson Governors trailing Lake of the Woods. It's a 2-1 score right now. I'm joined by Sam Zoika, scored that lone Governor goal. And first of all, Sam, how are you doing? Is he doing okay? How's the ice?
Yeah, it's pretty chippy. The wind's kind of being a factor, but you know it's going pretty good.
And you said your toes are cold.
Yeah, toes are cold.
Sam's toes are cold, but I want to ask you about last week. You guys beat this Lake of the Woods team pretty handily in an 8-1 final. They are kind of on a mission to come back, protect their pond a little bit. Do they seem like a different team today?
I don't think they seem different. I think we seem different. We didn't come out as hard as we should. They're playing the same. We just need to pick it up. I don't see no difference in them.
All right. Thanks very much, Sam. Good luck in the second period. It's a 2-1 score here from Baudette, Minnesota. Time for a quick break. When we come back, we'll send it to the St. Paul Hockey Desk.
Typical well-built home. Or is it? Under infrared, you can see it can be a sieve for energy. At Minnesota's Touchstone Energy Cooperatives, we've got hundreds of things you can do to increase energy efficiency. From the Johnson's new heat pump, to the Walker family's programmable thermostat, to the Pearson's energy-efficient light bulbs. Whether the energy-saving device is high-tech or low, there's something all of us can and should do to help. We're all in this together.
Well, baby, walk right in, sit right down, and baby, let your hair hang down. Well, baby, walk right in, sit right down, baby, don't you wait so long. Go, cat, you get it now. Woo. Walk right in, sit right down, baby, let your hair hang down. Woo. Relax.
You're at Great Clips.
Shock City Cellular.
Shock City Cellular, a T-Mobile authorized dealer with 35 stores in the Midwest. Get 3,000 regional whenever minutes for only $49.99 a month. Long distance and roaming included within your regional calling area, Minnesota and Wisconsin.
Welcome to Toyota City in Scion, capital city in the land of Toyota, where you'll find over 200 new Toyota vans, trucks, and SUVs. Save on the 30-mile-per-gallon RAV4, under $21,000 right now at Toyota City in Brooklyn Park. New Tacoma pickups are just $219 a month. New Highlander SUVs are just $249 a month. Or lease a new Toyota 4Runner for just $289 a month. Isn't it time you moved to the city? Toyota City in Scion, on Brooklyn Boulevard, just north of 694 in Brooklyn Park.
Minnesota's leader in Gopher sports is FSN North.
Shot at a goal! Oh, what a shot!
Tomorrow at 2, women's basketball tips off against Penn State on FSN North.
After a period on Baudette Bay, Lake of the Woods leads St. Paul Johnson 2-1. Welcome back as our first intermission continues. Hockey Day Minnesota, presented by McDonald's. Ben Clymer now plays in the NHL. Excuse me, so does Keith Ballard. Let's talk Keith Ballard instead, since he got his start in Baudette. For Keith Ballard, life in a northern town was very good.
It's a great place to grow up, and for me in northern Minnesota, I couldn't have picked a better area to grow up. And in the winter, the winters are long there, and you know, hockey was very big, and so I grew up skating all my life, and you know, my dad always had a rink for me, and you know, I always had buddies over, and we played games, you know.
And I'm standing in front of Ballard Resort on the Rainy River. There's a lot of good memories we have here of Keith and his friends and his cousins, birthday parties, skating here. Him and John Weibel and their friends learning to do that famous drop pass right here when they were skating growing up. If the person shot a puck too hard, it would land in another country, that being Canada, Ontario specifically, right there. About 250 yards away from where I'm standing is the border.
Growing up, that's where I spent a lot of my time in the winters, is, you know, on the weekends and after school, and I think I remember staying home from school a few times pretending I was sick and skating, but I had friends over there all the time.
One of those buddies was John Weibel, and after high school, he and Keith both accepted scholarships to the University of Minnesota.
Ballard to Weibel to the backhand to goal! Oh, how beautiful was that? The two Baudette buddies played it beautifully.
Together, they helped lead the Gophers to back-to-back national championships.
That first one, my freshman year, it was in St. Paul, and it was like a huge weight has been lifted off the shoulders of everyone at that university and many people across Minnesota. So that's definitely something I'll remember forever.
Ballard is now in his third season with the Phoenix Coyotes, playing for Wayne Gretzky. Life in the NHL is going well for both Keith and his family.
I was home one day last year, and the phone rang, and it was a voice, Michael Barnett. He said, "Mrs. Ballard, I heard you guys are coming down to Minneapolis, or to St. Paul for the Gate Wild game tomorrow or the next day." And he said, what we'd like to do is we'd like to surprise Keith and put you on the plane and come back with us to Phoenix. So he said, Wayne and I were thinking that would be a lot of fun. I thought, when else in my life would, Wayne Gretzky would be thinking about what might be fun for Keith and fun for us. I think that was really, really a nice opportunity for us, and it was very nice of them to think of us.
Quite a story. The story up north, Lake of the Woods leading St. Paul Johnson 2-1 after one. We'll head back to Baudette for first period highlights in a moment.
FSN North at Twins Fest, presented by Dodge, January 26th through the 28th at the Metrodome. Meet more than 50 current and former Twins players, tour the clubhouse, test your baseball skills, enjoy free youth clinics, silent and live auctions, and more. And stop by the FSN North via Sports Anchor booth to record your own sports update. Plus, don't miss your first chance to purchase single-game tickets to see the Twins and Yankees, White Sox, Tigers, and Brewers. For information, call 612-33-TWINS or visit twinsbaseball.com. All proceeds benefit the Twins Community Fund.
In the state of hockey, this is our game. And with Hockey Day Minnesota coming up January 20th, McDonald's and the Minnesota Wild invite you to tell us about your perfect hockey day. Log on to wild.com/HockeyDayMN to find out more. Brought to you by McDonald's, where the 6-piece Chicken McNuggets are now on the $1 menu. But hurry, they'll only be there until January 29th. McDonald's, I'm loving it.
29 plus 51. First thing I'm going to do is take the 9
Hockey gives the kid confidence, self-esteem, and mighty good reflexes, too. Learn how to get started at onevolt.com, a website sponsored by Hockey's leadership companies.
I'm thinking of a number between 450 and 850. Do you know what it is? It's my credit score, and it happens to be 720. The higher my credit score, the better chance I have of saving a lot of money. Do you know your credit score? Do you know what's in your credit report? You can find out right now at freecreditreport.com. You can even print it out if you want to. How much easier could it get? Log on to freecreditreport.com. That's freecreditreport.com.
Free credit report offer applies with enrollment in Triple Advantage.
A 4-star hotel in Chicago? I'm on it. Got a guy, needs a deal on a room.
It's $200 a night.
Sometimes doing the wrong thing can feel so right. Close your eyes. We both know you got empty rooms up there.
Well, I guess I could do $99 a night.
You're so naughty.
Save up to half off on hotels at Priceline.
Gophers Live, before and after every Gophers hockey game on FSN North.
Quest's High School Hockey on FSN North is presented by Reebok. I am what I am. Welcome back to Baudette Bay and the Baudette Bay High School Hockey Classic. Jim Rich along with John Weibel, and let's take a look at what happened in that opening period, Johnny. It was Johnson getting on the board first.
Sam Shoika got his own rebound, went around the net, tapped her in the net.
And it looked like it was going to be a tough situation, but then all of a sudden, Here come the Bears back again.
Kyle Hornford gets his first goal of the year. Not a bad place to score his first goal, I guess.
And then this big play here, the turnaround shot parked in front, and the jam in by Uziski.
Hard work in front of the net usually gets rewarded.
It's 2-1 Lake of the Woods. The fans, they're not going anywhere. They want to see much more. We hope you stay with us as we take this break.
Upon first glance, this would appear to be an Oreo Blizzard from Dairy Queen. But look closer, and you'll see that it's actually an original DQ chicken strip basket. Look closer still, and you'll see it's now just $3.99. With fries, Texas toast, and country gravy. Great food, great treats. At DQ, there's more than one way to treat yourself when you look closer. And finish off with a DQ Blizzard of the Month.
4th, the stars will align on one sheet of ice. The NHL All-Star Celebration. A two-day supernova of superstars from East and West. The Super Skills Competition, the Young Stars Game, and the 2007 NHL All-Star Game. The competition is on in Dallas. The NHL All-Star Celebration, Tuesday and Wednesday, only on First News.
Keep your family safe and warm with help from Menards. Keep the heat in your home with Johns Manville Insulation. Right now, all craft-based Johns Manville Insulation is on sale. R13 is only $9.48 a roll. Plus, qualify for an energy tax credit. Protect your family with alarms from First Alert. This combination smoke and carbon monoxide alarm protects your family from the two most common deadly threats. Just $17.98. Sleep safely with savings from Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
Next week on the Best Damn Sports Show, period. Wednesday, it's the Top 50 Spectacular Dunks. All the greatest slams and jams packed into an hour of TV you do not want to miss. Thursday, Cowboy QB Tony Romo drops by. How's he dealing with the botched field goal heard around the world? Plus, football analyst Joe Theismann breaks down the Super Bowl. And the lovely Stacy Keebler talks about her career after leaving pro wrestling. Next week at 12:30.
Quest's High School Hockey on FSN North is presented by Great Clips. Visit greatclips.com or call 1-800-GREAT-CLIPS for a salon near you.
And welcome back to Hockey Day Minnesota here in Baudette Bay, Minnesota, with Lake of the Woods leading 2-1 over the St. Paul Johnson Governors alongside the Bears coach, Mark Fabian. And I know, Coach, you guys have really tried to get back to basics in your style of play. You've been on a losing streak, and this game obviously important for the community. But what did you tell your team as far as being pleased with their play in the first?
Right, we've got back to playing the same way we did on Tuesday against International Falls. We played a great hockey game, and we played 3 periods. So that's what I told them in the locker room. I said, we played for 3 periods in International Falls, not 1. So let's go out and continue to play like we did in the first.
All right, so far so good. Your team leads 2-1 here at the Baudette Hockey Classic. Let's go back up to you guys.
All right, thanks very much, Ann. And Johnny, you look at how this first period played out. You could see the wind was a factor. The Johnson players are saying that wind was tough to skate against. This next period, they'll have that advantage, and maybe that'll help them out on the stats here, even though Johnson outshot the Bears 14-11 in that opening period.
You know, it was a close first period. I mean, obviously the scoring chances were, fairly close. But, Baudette came out and played the game that I think they need to play to win this game, and St. Paul Johnson probably didn't give their best effort. So hopefully, another good period, the second period.
Well, I think another thing for Johnson is, they won 8-1 last Saturday over Lake of the Woods. 2 things that are not factored into this is, one, John Clark wasn't in the lineup for Baudette. He's the big key. You could see on that second goal how even from his stomach he was able to make the pass back to the point.
That's exactly it, and I think with him in the lineup, their team becomes probably twice the team that it was before.
There you see the Zamboni heading off. They have a heated garage they're keeping the Zamboni in, and then they drive it up the hill, they fill it up with hot water from Bosch Brakes. They apparently have a big facility here where they do a lot of testing of their vehicles. They've been instrumental in building the rink because they provided all the hot water for the Zamboni when they come out to resurface, because they feel the hot water bonds much better.
That's exactly it, and it's been a co-op from so many different people for this thing to be successful. If it's Bosch, if it's people helping with the board. So it's a big thing for everybody to take part in, and I'm glad that you see a lot of fans here. It's been a great day so far for everybody.
You drove into town yesterday. You come across the bridge. You saw this rink sitting here. What were your initial thoughts when you saw it?
I actually got chills the first time I saw it. It was one of those things that you're like, it was almost surreal to see because it looks so kind of out of place, on the bay. But then you look at it, and it's been a lot of time and effort into this thing. It's been great. It's been it's great ice. It looks great, like great ice. And I made a joke yesterday about to have a coin toss for the wind, and you need a coin toss today for the win. It's like football.
That's right. You tipped them off. They should have a coin toss.
I did.
And they did that today. Well, this is just the beginning of Hockey Day in Minnesota, the first of 3 games, and we'll wrap up the night's coverage with one of the best rivalries in the National Hockey League. The Dallas Stars will be in town to take on the Minnesota Wild. Face-off is set for 8 o'clock tonight, and the Wild, they've been playing great on the road, even though shorthanded. They came up with a sensational 3-0 shutout of the Blackhawks last night, and it's pretty impressive to see what this team is doing while they're shorthanded and winning on the road.
That's exactly it. I saw them play in Chicago last Sunday, and they're fun to watch. They're a fun team to watch, and they were shorthanded, but they're still got a lot of good players, a lot of talented individuals on their team.
Period 2 for these 2 clubs. How hard is it when you go in, you warm up, and then you come back out? There you see the Zamboni off on its adventure. They've plowed a road on the lake so he could drive down to the garage. And it takes him almost a whole period to get to the garage and fill up again.
That's what I was thinking. It might take him a long time to get down there and fill up and come back. Maybe better off just to park it here and hopefully get something warm around here, a little bit closer.
Well, they got to keep it warm, they said, because they're afraid it'll freeze up if it sits outside. So they drive it into town, put it in a heated garage, and take care of it, and then come back for the next intermission.
Yeah, let's hope none of these kids freeze up.
New goaltenders for both teams. Well, lighting remains in now. We were originally told they were going to rotate the goaltenders through, but perhaps the competitiveness of this game is starting to surface for the coaches.
That's one thing that Fabian told me is, like, I want to play 4 lines and 3 goalies, but I also want to win. So, it's going to be one of those things where he coaches decision.
Duchamp keeps it alive for the Governors, but then it's quickly cleared back out by the Bears. Still on the power play for another 35 seconds are the Governors. On the far side, Stoika plays it around, now in behind, bouncing puck. Almost popped out front, but Duchamp takes over. He can't clear, though, as it's dumped back in deep. So far, the Bears not letting the Governors get anything started on this brief power play to start the second period. Now at center, Clark tried to play it back in. It hit a man at center. Puck comes out in front, and now Westerlund gets it, and he'll clear it all the way down just as the penalized player, Yusiski, steps back on the ice. Johnson now 0 for 2 on the power play.
Very good kill by Baudette there. They didn't let St. Paul Johnson set up and do very much at all.
Here's Hendrickson putting it behind his own net. Trenton Kruger can't get out. Here's Clark with a quick shot. Blocker save. Rebound on the doorstep. They hammer away at it. And finally it comes free.
Great opportunity there by Josh Smart. Just couldn't quite get a handle on the puck in front of the net.
Here's Hasbargen's shot. Deflects high in the air. Comes right to the goaltender. And he'll hold it.
Cody Hasbargen. A traditional Hasbargen name up here up north. His uncle actually coaches the Warroad High School, which is a pretty big rivalry between Warroad and Baudette here.
Yeah, that's a bit of an understatement.
Oh, yeah, just a little bit. Just a little bit.
They're all big rivalries up here, aren't they?
Well, yeah, there's not a lot of teams up here, so you play them so many times during the year.
Now here's Thiesfeld. Takes it in behind. Bumped along the back wall by Ewald. Now Thieswald with a Thiesfeld rather with a big check. Puck comes in behind, pops up in the air. It's knocked down by the glove of Lighting. Cleared to the line, long shot comes to Lighting, and he'll cover it and hold and take the face-off in the Bears zone.
St. Paul Johnson putting the pressure on here at the beginning of the second period. You know, I think it's just about hard work right now between these teams. It's going to be a battle, I think, the whole game. You know, but both goaltenders are making some big saves and, you know, keeping their team within range.
Kuznick on the draw against Buckhart. Kuznick wins the drop. Buckhart trying to gain control, but now it's taken away. Hasbargen gets it to center. It's knocked in there by Kuznick. Back to get it. Larson takes the check, knocked down, center and pass right in front. Trying to knock it down with the glove was Anderson. He's lost his glove, and that's a double danger today in this kind of weather condition.
That can't be warm, and he's still back checking without a glove.
Back the other way. Johnson's long shot ends up in the back wall. Hornvit with it there. Buckhart trying to knock the puck free, does. And now spinning away from the check. Hornvit in behind, trying to get it free. Wraparound attempt, and they score. Joe Buckhart stole the puck in behind, and he jams it in the short side on Lighting, and we're all even at 2.
Yeah, I don't think Lighting even had a chance there. I don't think he saw the puck turned over behind the net, and the guy just came out front and tucked her in. Nice play by the, the forechecker there, and the, Lighting just didn't have a chance to get back over the pipe. Nice goal by Buckhart. It happens in a hockey game.
So it's now 2-2, and the Governors fire it right back in off the faceoff. Rebelke drives it in from center. Kraft tries to get out, can't. In the corner, Duchamp plays it in. Centering pass by Kruger, picked off in front, and it's knocked ahead. Stay gets it over to Body, long shot, save is made by Donahue, and the rebound taken over by the Governors. Long rink-wide pass connects. Rebelke across the line, trying to split the defense. But getting back to break it up is Clark. He's knocked down. Puck loose at center. And now it's picked up and shoveled in by Danny Bear. Governors in behind their own net. Pearson with it there. Feeds it to the near side, and it's shoveled down ice, and this will be an icing call against St. Paul Johnson. And Johnny, this is something that is nothing new for the kids from Lake of the Woods, but for the Governors, this was a great time.
That's what I said. I said it wouldn't be a bad deal to be a Governor this weekend. They get to come up here and play on a big game on Fox and go fishing for a day, take a day off school. What a great situation for them, and a great thing for everybody in St. Paul.
They had a great time out on the ice, and according to Coach Younghans, he said he pulled in the biggest walleye, 22 inches yesterday.
Yeah, I didn't see it, so I don't know.
There's a lot of fish stories going
yes,
on.
Yes, there are. Yes.
People need to see evidence before
exactly
they believe
it.
you.
Especially these days with cameras and stuff. Come on, take a picture, show it to me. I don't believe you.
Puck in the neutral zone. Kuznick plays it in, but it was offside at the line. And we get a whistle and a stoppage in play. Yes, there is where the referees, speaking of ice fishing, that's where the referees hang out in between periods. The trailer parked next to the rink.
I wonder if they have any holes drilled in that thing.
Well, why not? You got 15, 17 minutes in between periods.
Yeah, just let it go. Let it go. Get the tip up going.
Corey Ellis has picked up a penalty for the Governors, so Lake of the Woods now with the chance to regain the lead. Here's Hornvit putting it in from center. Clearing attempt, blocked. Now Duchamp tries a second time. Hornvit again holds it in. Plays it along the boards. Westerland trying to work it out front. He's stripped of the puck. Now he pushes it in behind. Stay with it there. He's knocked down. Puss comes back to the point. Long shot right on. Rebound, they bang away. And they score! And once again, the Bears own the front of the net. They have been able to stand there, get the rebound, and on the third opportunity, Lake of the Woods is cashed in.
I mean, that's another goal just like the second one for Baudette. They're working hard in front of the net, and they actually did some moving the puck on the power play behind the net, spreading their St. Paul Johnson out, and St. Paul Johnson couldn't recover. You know, and end up winning a one-on-one battle in front of the net and tap it on in. There he is, left alone. You know, that's just it's a hard work goal. That, you know what? At every level, if you go there, you're going to score goals. Nick Body.
He got all the work because Stay did all the heavy work in front. Stay took a beating, but Body was there and got the easy one. It's now 3-2, Lake of the Woods. Much more of the Baudette Bay Hockey Classic coming your way next.
Saving idea? Quest has a challenge for you, a challenge to save money. Do the math and add up what you're spending on high-speed internet, cable TV, local and long-distance service. If you're not bundling with Quest, you may be spending too much. Get blazing fast high-speed internet, direct TV service, and reliable digital voice, all for one low price. Compare, bundle, and save. That's our spirit of service.
It was a real pleasure playing hockey in Minnesota as a kid. I remember a lot of nights and a lot of days spent at the outdoor rinks, just working on my skills, having fun. You know, now that you know, I'm a bit older and I get to compare stories with other guys from other places, it's a lot of fun. And everyone talks about Minnesota and how great the high school hockey tournament is, and it's well known throughout, not just throughout the U.S., but throughout Canada as well.
Toby Peterson of the Edmonton Oilers, of course, won a state championship in his days with Jefferson, and some people say that's one of the best teams that was ever assembled.
You know, you forget about players that were on that team. That's how good they were.
Here's a chance. The Governors trying to make something happen, down a goal. Kruger after the puck, plays it in behind. Now trying to work it free. The Bears along the far ward. Hits it out to center, bouncing puck. And it's taken over there at the line and then fed in. Back to get it, Kruger. Gets it ahead, and here comes big Tyler Hendrickson, the senior. Gets it out to center, but no farther. It's put right back in. Now here's Rebelke driving a shot. That deflects and goes over the glass and out of play. And we'll have a face-off coming up in the Lake of the Woods zone.
It's been a good battle for the first part of this period. You know, both teams have scored a goal. Looks like the coaches are still cold on the bench over here. It's you know, it's good. It's fun. It's a lot of fun out here tonight.
Here's a quick shot that deflects in behind. Now after it, Ewald. Ewald gets it ahead to the line, but not out as the Governors keep it in. In behind, trying to control Lake of the Woods. Ewald tied up along the back wall. In there as well, has bargained, but the Governors come away with it. Trying to work it out front, spinning around on the wall. In behind, now to the near corner. Soika comes out front. Soika walking right in and scores! What a goal by Sam Soika as he picked up the puck in the corner, just worked his way through the Bears defense and puts it home to tie this game at 3.
That's exactly it. You know, it was a hard-working goal coming out of the corner. I think the Bears were a little stuck on a line change, a little tired. Makes a nice move out of the corner, steps out in front. Soika puts his second of the, you know, beats the goalie, waits him out, and puts his second of the day.
Unassisted goal for Sam Soika, his 19th goal of the season. And Coach Younghans told us that we would be impressed watching this young man, and he certainly hasn't disappointed. It's now 3-3 here between the Bears and the Governors. Now here's Thiesfeld with it. Thiesfeld trying to come out front. The Governors are picking up the offensive play. They're trying to bang some people around.
That's exactly it. You know, it's been one of those things where it's been back and forth pressure, and it's like it looks like it's St. Paul Johnson's time to put some pressure on.
Now here's a chance. Anderson spun off the puck, and it's taken over and cleared. Anderson blocked it. Now fighting along the near boards, gets it ahead. Here's Kuznick trying to put it in front, trying to find Uziski, but it's chipped away from him, delayed offside. Now it's cleared back to center, driven back in by Hornfit. Now it's pushed back in the neutral zone, and now slapped in by Cam Kuznick, one of the Canadian players on Lake of the Woods. Pass at center. Hornfit goes high in the air to knock it down with the glove, and then we get a hand pass and a whistle. And we are now going to be joined by Jeff Hovde of the City Council. And Jeff, you were instrumental in putting this whole thing together. How did this come about?
Well, I can't take credit for being in on the original idea. It goes back about 3 years, but Coach Fabian came to us at the City Council in February of last year with this idea, and of course we supported it, but it took me a couple months to figure out, you know, could be absolutely impossible, but it's something that you need to do.
Well, it is amazing. Now, you bought these boards from Dickinson, North Dakota for an outdoor rink that will be based on land eventually. So once you acquired the boards, is that what kind of pushed this, once you got this set up and the pieces were here?
Well, a committee was formed. It was going to get done one way or the other, and the committee went to the City Council looking for funding. The council thought, well, let's just buy the boards. We want it for Timber Mill Community Park. It'll take care of some expenses with the committee, and we'll have a game outside.
Now, when the boards came here, I've been told that there were no plans, there was no numbering system. It was basically a giant jigsaw puzzle. How did that come along?
You're right. It was kind of chaos, but Keith Block, the assistant coach, kind of took over on the project. His dad, Rex Block, was helping him, and they did a great job.
Well, Jeff, congratulations on this. It's a beautiful rink and a great day. Much more coming your way from Baudette Bay after this.
City Cellular.
Shop City Cellular, a T-Mobile authorized dealer with 35 stores in the Midwest. Get 3,000 regional whenever minutes for only $49.99 a month. Long distance and roaming included within your regional calling area, Minnesota and Wisconsin.
The NBA is on FSN North. Carlos Boozer and the Jazz have emerged as one of the top teams in the West. But can they survive when KG and the Wolves go on the attack? Wolves, Jazz, Monday at 8 on FSN North.
Back here in Baudette Bay, and Jeff rejoins us. And Jeff, what was the critical part of making the ice? I mean, it is so perfect out there. You guys were down on your hands and knees yesterday filling in the cracks.
Yeah, that's just it. It's a new thing, you know. You're on natural ice. The guys put in endless hours. It's amazing. And it seemed like a new thing came up every day. We had a variety of weather conditions, too cold, too warm. We had rain, snow. We were working on the rink one day with water up to our ankles and didn't know. So the question always is, how cold does it have to be before you call the game off? Well, I wasn't worried about cold. It was warm. So.
All right, so how thick is the ice under these players right now? Are we worried if we get a group of players in the corner that they could just drop through?
I don't think so. It's January 20th here. They drilled a hole on the other side of the boards a couple days ago and buried the auger, so I think we got at least a couple feet. So.
All right, well, Jeff, thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations on this event. It's come off without a hitch, and it's a great game, tie hockey game. What more can you ask?
Well, no pun intended, but how cool is this, huh?
Exactly. Thanks very much for joining.
Thank you, guys. Let's do it again.
Yeah, definitely. We'll definitely come back. Johnny, you look at what's been transpiring right now. It seems like Lake of the Woods has been able to handle this pressure. Johnson threw at him, and it's starting to balance out again.
You know, that's the way it usually is with two good teams, is that you're going to get the pressure put on you, and you're going to put the pressure on. You know, you just got to sustain that pressure, and hopefully, you know, when it comes through at the end, you can come out on top.
Lake of the Woods on a power play right now for another 39 seconds, but so far, they've been unable to establish territory. Here's John Clark feeding a pass through center. Stay gets it to the line, but no farther. And once again, it's put back down in the Bears zone. Clark gets it ahead to Stay, but the puck bounces away from him. And now Clark has to start it one more time. Coming through center, body. Gets it into the Governor's zone. Loses the puck. It's cleared around. In behind. And the Governor is back at full strength. Long pass, and they say it's an offside pass. And so we'll bring the face-off back down into the Governor's zone.
Real close, though. Real close there. I believe it was a right call made by the referee, but kind of tried to sneak one out of the box there and got caught for offsides.
Yeah, Rebelke, who already has 1 goal on the day, and he's the quarterback, and he's only a freshman. 18 touchdown passes he threw this year for the Governors.
That's a lot of touchdown passes in a high school team as a freshman.
Off the face-off, puck controlled by Pharisee. Pharisee retreats in behind his own net and can't, though, clear the zone as it's held in by Jordan Hansen. Now Morrison, who has to drive an hour a day to go to school in Rainy River, and then he stays for hockey practice, so he's basically gone all day. Had the puck, long shot in, steered away as Burkhart let that one fly.
That's
now
a long
Zoika.
day.
That's a long, long day. I mean, think of what time he must have to get up, because school has to start, what, 7:45?
Yeah.
And that's on a nice day. It takes him an hour.
Up here, you never know what you're going to get with the weather either, so.
Now we get a whistle and a stoppage in play. We're all even here on Baudette Bay, Lake of the Woods, and St. Paul Johnson. Back with more after this.
What do I control? I don't control the bumps and the bruises, the crowd, or who covers me. I don't control the bounces, the shootout order. Or for that matter, what happens outside the rink. There are a lot of things in life I don't control. But then again, there are some things that I do.
And welcome back to Hockey Day Minnesota here in Baudette Bay, Minnesota. We're all knotted at 3 apiece, the St. Paul Johnson Governors and Lake of the Woods Bears. And if anyone has been to these parts, they all know about this guy. This is the guy that greets you when you get here to Baudette. It's Willie the Walleye. They consider themselves here the walleye capital of the world. Willie is 2.5 tons, measures 40 feet long. He is the mascot in these parts because this is the walleye capital of the world. He made his debut back in 1959, so he's considered the most photographed walleye in the world. And walleye so big in these parts, they celebrate walleye here every single summer with Willie the Walleye Days in June. How big is walleye? Well, get this, guys. You can get fresh walleye here at the game. Of course, it's coming out of the walleye wagon, and this walleye just freshly caught out of Lake Winnipeg. How does that look? Want some walleye, Jim?
Yeah, that looks pretty good. You're here for those days. How big a days are those?
You know, there's a lot of people that come in just for the summer, so the city gets pretty populated, and right around Willie Walleye Days, all the people that come back for the fair weather, they leave on when it's cold.
Well, that's why, you know, down south we pronounce it Baudette. We seem to hang on it. Is it Baudette because it's cold enough? Is that you just want to say it quickly and move on?
That could be one of the reasons why it started. You know, some days it gets pretty cold up here. Pretty cold.
Long pass, misfires, and it's icing against St. Paul Johnson. All right, how many walleyes you catching today? Got a record day? Of course, catch and release.
Catch and release, yeah, I never keep them. I like to fish, but I don't like to touch
Keith Ballard, you weren't just filling the boat?
Here's a great story about Keith Ballard. When I was younger, Keith hated to fish. He hated it. He hated to fish. I always wanted to go fishing, and he'd be like, no, I don't want to go fishing. Because, you know, his parents own a resort. He must have got sick of it or something. Now the kid loves to fish. It made no sense.
And now he's in Phoenix where there is no walleye.
Fish for scorpions or something.
Anderson trying to center, quick shot, right on. The save is made by Joe Bennett, who came in now. They've changed goaltenders, the Governors had, so sophomore Joe Bennett takes over. He has a 3.60 goals against, 90 save percentage on the season. Now here's Hornvik, gets it ahead to Kuznick. Kuznick just shovels it ahead to the Governors line, and now back the other way through center are the Governors. Bouncing puck, Kuznick after it. Now Hornvitt will fire it in from center. Bennett settles it down there. Duchamp plays it around to the near side. Diesfeld shovels it ahead, tried to get out of his own zone, but McDonough couldn't get it out. Now in the corner, delayed penalty coming up against the Governors. And we get the whistle on the touch and the penalty here. And Lake of the Woods now with the chance to break this 3-3 tie. Holding is the call.
Yeah, it looks like John Clark just got wrapped up there in the corner by St. Paul Johnson player.
Penalties on number 11 for St. Paul Johnson.
Gabe Pearson, the senior defenseman, will sit on a block of ice for 2 minutes. Off the face-off, backhander right on, rebound. And Bennett makes the save as right off the draw. The puck came right in front of the net, a golden opportunity, and the save was made.
You know, that's one thing that I see from Baudette is they go to the net hard. I mean, they've been going to the net hard all day today, and get another scoring chance there.
Nick Body with that great chance as the draw just came right to him, and he found himself all alone with the goaltender. Off the face-off, long shot by Stay, steered away by Bennett. Now pass, shot is fired wide, is moving in from the point, and letting that shot fly was Hasbargen. In behind, here's Body with it. Body tries to center, that's blocked. Hasbargen pinches in, but the Governors are able to clear it all the way down. Lighting sets it up there, and Hornvitt steams up the near side. Hornvitt into the Governor's zone, into the slot, takes the shot, and scores! Benner got a piece of it, but it skips up over his shoulder and into the net. And once again, Lake of the Woods has taken the lead, this time with a power play goal.
Yeah, Kyle Hornvitt gets the second goal of the game and of the year. What a big day for Kyle. Come up and show up here and score 2 goals today. Yeah, it looks like the goalie kind of just misjudged it a little bit and went off his stick. But you know, a great play by Kyle to drive to the net, drive to the middle of the rink and get a shot on net.
It's a memorable day for Kyle Hornvitt, as he gets his second of the day.
And of the season.
Now they're saying Nick Body got that goal. We'll have to check.
Yeah,
long shot by Anderson goes wide. Perhaps that was 15, not 18. We're not very close to the rink here, so maybe that's the case. Here's Soika, though, trying to tie it up. Shot and the glove save. And now they apparently are farther away from the rink than us because they have now changed it back.
That's exactly it. We don't make mistakes.
Exactly. Yeah, right. Now in on the attack. Here's Soika centering pass. Puck loose in the slot. It's poke checked away. Now here's a possible 3-on-2 if they hurry. Coming through center. Here's Body with the puck. He'll take it in behind. Brings it back to the point. Hornvitt's shot doesn't get through. And now the Governors come back to center. Rebelke across the line. Rebelke ridden off. As stepping into him was Ewald. And the puck cleared to the line. Long shot deflected in front. That went wide. And Rebelke with it in the corner. Centers it in front. And it comes through to the far side. It's put off the boards and sent all the way down as Lake of the Woods wants to take the pressure off.
Less than a minute to go in the period here. You know, it's not a bad play to do when you're getting the pressure put on you. Just to get a whistle and get a new line out there. Get 2 new defensemen and hopefully warm up too.
Well, there you see the Bears, and they are certainly prepared for this game. Head coach Mark Fabian, in his first year as the head coach, was an assistant last year. He's from Roseau, and of course he was a member of that last Rams team to win a AA title back in '99 under coach Bruce Olson. Pretty impressive, but then he goes to college. He went to Valley State in North Dakota, and he ended up playing football and baseball and no more hockey.
Yeah, you know, he was, I played against him when we were younger in hockey and football, actually, youth football. You know, he went to Europe and played professional football for two years, I believe.
A long shot wide of the cage by Uziski as he made a nice move in the neutral zone, dropped it back to the skate, and then kicked it back up to the stick. Now here's Kuznick with it. Over to Uziski. He'll put it in behind. And it's taken over there. Burkhardt trying to gain control. And it's cleared. And now we get the puck played with the high stick.
After 2 periods of play in Lake of the Woods.
And the second period comes to an end with the referee's whistle. And the Bears head to the locker room with a 4-3 lead.
You know, 1-goal lead going into the third period to see if the Bears can hold on. I think the Governor's got to come out and play hard. I know, hopefully, exciting third period to come up.
Well, it should be a very entertaining period. And again, the Bears will have the wind behind their back for the third. We'll return to St. Paul after this timeout on Hockey Day here on FSN.
Upon first glance, this would appear to be an Oreo Blizzard from Dairy Queen. But look closer, and you'll see that it's actually an original DQ chicken strip basket. Look closer still, and you'll see it's now just $3.99, with fries, Texas toast, and country gravy. Great food, great treats. At DQ, there's more than one way to treat yourself when you look closer. And finish off with a DQ Blizzard of the Month.
Vikings Weekly is your ticket to the Minnesota Vikings. Thursdays at 6:30, join FSN North's Ann Carroll, along with the Vikings' Brad Johnson, Matt Burke, and Kenichi Udezi for an inside look at your Vikings. With exclusive interviews, behind-the-scenes access, and special features on former Vikings greats.
Viking fans, this is the show for you.
Vikings Weekly, Thursdays at 6:30, only on FSN North.
Monster trucks have been through 20 years of evolution, generating more power, creating more carnage, and now they're bringing it all back to the Metrodome. Monster Jam, brought to you by Advanced Auto Parts and Ford Trucks, part of the Subway Motorsport Series. Grave Digger, and 11 more Monster Jam superstars are coming. And kids' seats are still just $5. Monster Jam, 7:30 tonight, the Metrodome.
Thinking new? Thinking used? Log on to DennyHacker.com. If Denny doesn't have it, there's a good chance they don't make it. DennyHacker.com. Over 5,000 vehicles. 18 models with over 30 miles per gallon. 22 different SUVs. 120 horsepower to 505 horsepower. DennyHacker.com. Log on and enjoy the ride.
Shop Denny Hacker for a great experience.
Tonight at 5:30, the Gophers battle Denver as Hockey Day Minnesota continues.
And welcome back to Hockey Day Minnesota, coming to you from Baudette Bay, up here on Lake of the Woods and Rainy River. Alongside Kyle Hornvet, this guy has scored his 2 first high school goals. He's with Lake of the Woods. They lead 4-3. And Kyle, when I say your first 2 high school goals, you'll think you'll remember the ones out here on the pond?
Oh yeah, it's great. I mean, it's not every day you'll get to watch your first 2 high school goals over and over again. I mean, they're huge for our team. It's getting us back in the game, and it's just giving everybody else a little bit of jump.
And you guys, key was to get back to fundamentals. How have you been able to do this in these first 2 periods?
Oh, we're just flying. We're taking the body. We're passing the puck well. We're not giving up too much, and that's just what our coaches told us to do. Just throw the chips up in there and let them fall where they may.
All right, nice job, Kyle. Good luck the rest of the way.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, that is Kyle Hornvet with his first 2 high school goals. What a thrill for him. Time for a break from Baudette Bay, Minnesota. When we come back, we send it back down to St. Paul and the Hockey Day desk.
In the state of hockey, this is our game. And with Hockey Day Minnesota coming up January 20th, McDonald's and the Minnesota Wild invite you to tell us about your perfect hockey day. Log on to wild.com/HockeyDayMN to find out more. Brought to you by McDonald's, where the 6-piece Chicken McNuggets are now on the dollar menu. But hurry, they'll only be there until January 29th. McDonald's, I'm loving it.
Business is a jungle. When your communications company ignores you, hidden dangers become real. Quest responds to your technology needs with complete network data and voice solutions. So a threatening landscape
can quickly be transformed. Get Quest. Get nimble. The choice of 95% of Fortune 500 companies.
Finally planning a trip to Cancun? I'm on it. Wow. You'll thank you for this.
Did you just zap Daddy?
No. I did zap your daddy. But I saved Daddy lots of money by packaging his flights and hotel together.
That's a steal.
No, that's a negotiation.
Package and save up to $325 at Priceline.
Lake of the Woods 4, St. Paul Johnson 3 after 2 periods on Baudette Bay. Welcome back to Hockey Day Minnesota, presented by McDonald's. So many legends that have played for Lake of the Woods. You saw some of them being honored on Baudette Bay during their intermission ceremony there. One of the greats was Daniel McKinnon. He played on the 1956 Olympic team that won a silver medal in Italy.
Daniel D. McKinnon, the big city of Williams, Minnesota. In Williams, they had a ravine that a small creek ran through, and the adults would dam it up and make a sheet of ice on that pond and put up the boards, and that's where I learned to skate. That was back in probably about 1932, 33, something like that. If you can imagine down that ravine, the snow used to get about board up to the top of the boards, and the only way you could clean it out is with a shovel, and you shoveled it up over the boards, and then you had to shovel it farther back. It was a nice ice sheet, and it was, you know, terribly, terribly cold sometimes. During the war years, instead of solid rubber pucks, we had the synthetic ones, and you'd hit a goal post and they'd break in half. Half might go in the net and the other half didn't, and then the fight would be on whether it was a goal or not. The kids that followed me, they went down to the state in 48 and 49 and 49 and 50. Those 2 years, they were runners up to Evelyn both those years. I'm speaking here to Gordy Christian. He was playing with Warroad, and we both played in that same era. But when you speak of rivalry, I don't recall any intense rivalry, you know, other than everybody wants to win. We started at North Dakota and brought big-time hockey there. Guinea and I were quite instrumental in that, and Guinea especially is one of our top scorers.
We played in Cortina, Italy, is where the Olympics were held.
Going into it, everybody assumed Canada. Canada was, you know, they're perennial gold medal winners. They had what they called a preliminary. You had to win one of 2 games. The first game against Czechoslovakia, I had a groin injury and Guinea had a knee injury, and neither one of us played. And we lost the game. The second game we had to win as Poland. We both played and we won quite easily there, but then we went into the final round, and the first team we played was Canada right off the bat, and we beat them. We were playing, you know, pretty much for the medal from then on, you know, and we lost to Russia. They were the first year they ever won it. But I still think, you know, and Guinea will agree with me, that was probably one of the best Olympic teams ever put together. My recollection that year, we played 44 hockey games from Colorado Springs to all over Europe and to Argentina, and we lost 3 games. So from, like I say, a very, very humble beginning on an outdoor rink in Williams, a pair of skates got me to see a lot of the world.
So much Minnesota flavor on that 1956 Olympic team, and much of it came from the northern border of the state. Lake of the Woods 4, Johnson 3. Highlights from Baudette Bay next.
What do I control? I don't control the bumps and the bruises, the crowd, or who covers me. I don't control the bounces, the shootout order. For that matter, what happens outside the rink. There are a lot of things in life I don't control. But then again, there are some things that I do.
When you need to rip it, plane it, chop it, collect it, join it, cut it, route it, drill it, turn it, sand it, nail it, glue it, clamp it, or finish it, the right tools do it. Visit the all-new Acme Tool Superstore with locations in Plymouth and Duluth, Minnesota.
For more than 5 decades, North Memorial Medical Center has touched the lives of people in the Twin Cities area and beyond. Today, we're a Level 1 trauma center offering unmatched emergency care. We are the state's first certified primary stroke center and were recently named among the nation's 100 top cardiovascular hospitals. It's no wonder Twin Cities residents consistently choose North Memorial as their most preferred hospital overall. Learn more about us online at northmemorial.com.
Start the new year out right and shop the easy way at Luther Brookdale Chevrolet with super savings on the 07 Silverado, Motor Trend's Truck of the Year, or the 07 Impala, leased for just $269 per month. Also, save on the 07 Tahoe, available with GM employee pricing. And check out our great selection of pre-owned certified cars. Our goal, always the best selection, always the lowest price, with the area's fastest growing dealer at Brookdale Chevrolet, Highway 694 and Brooklyn Boulevard in Brooklyn Center.
There's no need to guess. At Brookdale, you will pay less.
Gophers Live, before and after every Gophers hockey game on FSN North.
Welcome back to Quest High School Hockey Day. FSN North, it's 4-3. Lake of the Woods leads St. Paul Johnson. And here's a look at what happened in that second period, a big period with a lot of scoring opportunities for both teams. And first it's the Governors forcing the turnover deep, and Joe Buckhart jams it in the near side. That tied the game at 2. But then Lake of the Woods answers. The pressure on in front of the net, and Nick Body comes in and pokes it home. And that puts the Bears back in front. But Sam Soika, his second of the game, a beautiful solo effort and unassisted goal, tied it up again. But then the Bears answer when Kyle Hornbit nets his second goal of the hockey game, his second of the season. His 2 goals have given the Bears the lead 4-3 through 2 periods of play. Here's a look at the statistical information from period number 2. And both teams had their opportunities. It's been a wide open affair. 46 shots already between these 2 teams through 2 periods of play. Johnson still with the upper hand on scoring chances, but it's the Bears with the lead. Penalties not much a factor in this hockey game, and not many odd man rushes. Much more to come here on Hockey Day. The Gophers will hit the ice at 5:30 as they try to even up their series with the Denver Pioneers. Game 1 went to DU last night 1-0. This afternoon, Frank Mazzacco and Doug Woogle join you from Mariucci Arena at 5:30 as Hockey Day in Minnesota continues. And then we'll wrap up the night with the Wild and the Dallas Stars. Back with the start of period number 3 from Baudette Bay right after this. You're watching Hockey Day Minnesota on FSN North.
City Cellular. Shock City Cellular, a T-Mobile authorized dealer with 35 stores in the Midwest. Get 3,000 regional whenever minutes for only $49.99 a month. Long distance and roaming included within your regional calling area, Minnesota and Wisconsin.
Job on the peas.
Hockey teaches a kid determination, teamwork, and a darn good shot, too. Learn how to get started at onegoal.com, a website sponsored by Hockey's Leadership Company.
Walk right in, sit right down, baby, let your hair hang down. Walk right in, sit right down, baby, don't you wait so long. Walk right in, sit right down.
lives.
It's true. The only time we think about electricity is when the power goes out. Then every minute seems like an eternity.
Luckily, as a member of one of Minnesota's Touchstone Energy Cooperatives,
The people working on our behalf have the training, high-tech resources, and motivation to restore power as quickly and as safely as humanly possible. See what I mean? When it comes to electricity, you know you have an outstanding team working for you when you hardly notice them at all.
This week on ACC Sunday Night Hoops. Can Maryland climb back into the national spotlight? Or will Virginia Tech take down the Terrapins? ACC Sunday Night Hoops presented by Pizza Hut this week on FSN.
High school hockey on FSN North is presented by Quest. Bring more life into your life.
And welcome back to Hockey Day Minnesota, coming to you from Baudette Bay, Minnesota. Lake of the Woods, the Bears are on top right now over St. Paul Johnson, winning 4-3. And St. Paul Johnson coach Moose Younghans, what did you tell your team? You guys have been in the midst of playing some of your best hockey. You've scored 30 goals in the last 3 games. What did you tell your guys to get back in this one?
Well, we're playing undisciplined. We got to come back down and support the puck and enter the rink and do a better job of moving the puck or holding on it too much. We need to give and go and get it in deep and get in work for second shots.
What about that Sam Soika? Obviously having a great game, but he's a part of this team and contributing to a lot of this offense.
Oh, sure. He's a real skilled player, and same thing with Sam too. We all got to be team players and keep moving the puck, and hopefully we can break him loose a couple times and get him some open shots.
All right, thanks so much for the time, Coach. Good luck the rest of the way.
All right, thank you.
All right, that is Coach Younghans of the St. Paul Governors. His team trails Lake of the Woods 4-3. Guys, let's go back over to you.
All right, thanks very much, Ann. And Johnny, you look at what things have transpired here, and what a day this has been. Check out where our crew guys are based, up on the bridge up there. What highway is that? Is that 11 up there?
Highway 11. Highway 11, the only road, I think, the most northern road in Minnesota.
Oh, and then you got the other guys, 2 on the scissors lift on the other side, up in this wind. There's no protection for these guys today, and here's just a camera out in the ice. It's that kind of day for these guys.
Dedicated crew right there, dedicated.
And the jib camera here has been bringing you spectacular pictures all day long, and I tell you, a lot of the kids from Lake of the Woods here are pretty impressed with that jib. They kind of are mesmerized by it. They just stare at it and watch it work. And really, this whole crew here, they've been up here for a couple of days getting set for this, and our hats off to everybody at FSN for the amount of work and pride they took in this telecast here today.
That's exactly it. I mean, they pretty much started with, nothing. And then now look at it now. I mean, a national broadcasting, throughout Fox in Minnesota.
And it's been a difficult task, but a pleasurable task for everybody. This, for me, is a great honor to be part of a telecast like this, and I just hope we're doing an adequate job of trying to describe what's going on here, because there's so many great stories on both sides of the ice for Johnson and for the Bears, the way these programs are so prideful of their past and trying to restore it and get back up to where they want to be.
That's exactly it, and it's right now, for me, it's more than the hockey, too. It's just, the atmosphere, the fans. I mean, it's not very warm out here, everybody. It's not warm at all. There's a lot of people out here enjoying the cold weather.
As the Zamboni heads off to its heated garage, we start play here in the 3rd period with the Lake of the Woods Bears leading 4-3, trying to atone for an 8-1 beating they took just a week ago today.
That's exactly it. They did get beat 8-1 a week ago, and they've come out and played hard today.
Here's Soika putting it in deep for the Governors. Quick shot right on, and the save is made, and the puck cleared to the corner. As quickly the Governors try to tie things up here in the opening minute, but back the other way. Here's the Bears, and it's offside at the line as Uziski couldn't hold up at the blue line, and we'll have a stoppage in play, but a glorious chance there comes apart for the Bears.
Yeah, he just came, made it a little across the blue line a little bit too fast. Couldn't hold up.
Now Giancarlo Westerlund takes the face-off for Lake of the Woods. He'll play it in. It's chipped right back out to center. Puck stolen away there and stayed. He tried to drive it in, but he has his pocket picked, and Rebelke gets it into the Bears zone. Now it's fed up through center, tipped in by Westerland. And looks like a delayed penalty coming up here against the Governors. Interference is the call. And so now Lake of the Woods had just cashed in on the power play. Will get an opportunity here early in the third.
That's exactly it. I think it was just one of those plays where you can't hold up anymore. The rules have changed, and the sticks are not, you can't be used to benefit yourself or your team.
Paul Johnson, Brad Dushaw, 2 minutes
Brad Dushaw goes to the box, 2 minutes for interference. Off the face-off, Governors try to clear. It's fed around, but held in at the point by Ewald momentarily, but then it comes back to center. But then Clark picks it up and fires it right back in. Back to get it, Pharisee. He clears. Clark, though, holds it in. He's knocked down, but the puck ends up in the corner. Juziski after it there. Puts it in behind. Anderson tried to center. It's picked off and cleared all the way down. Ethan Lightning remains in the nets for the Bears. He was sharp in that first period, and Coach Fabian has elected to keep him in, and he's been a big part of why the Bears had the lead here in the third period.
No, but that just seems like they can't get the puck set up in the Governor's zone, so hopefully look for something here toward the end of the power play to set it up.
Anderson in deep, trapped along the back wall by Mike Biagini. Now it's fed to the blue line. Here's Clark with it, drives a shot. That's blocked as Burkhart got in front of it. And on the far side, John Schmidt, near side rather, John Schmidt will clear it out to center. It's knocked down. Here's Clark trying to catch Johnson at a change. Clark, that goes right in and scores! What a goal by John Clark! The senior saw that Johnson was trying to make a change. He jumps into the play, dances in, and the Bears have their biggest lead at 5-3.
You know, that's what makes him a very dangerous player. We talked about him in the Quest player. You know, right there, he just makes a nice one-on-one move. And he has that ability to score, and there he goes right there, John Clark, senior.
Number 9, Danny Usiski.
Usiski gets the assist, and here are the Bears in again. Stay looking to center. It's blocked, fed in behind. Hendrickson with it there. He can't clear. And now here's Stay in behind again. Chipped in front, and diving out on the puck and covering it is Joe Barnett. You think Coach Fabian is not into this game? Watch his reaction behind the bench.
Oh boy.
Oh no!
Oh boy.
Oh, but he saves himself. He almost sucked the land.
He did. That was close. That was close.
That must be that basketball part of his background.
Yeah, you know, I think the athleticism coming from the Fabian family.
Now the Governors send it in deep. Soika, centering pass, comes through to the high slot. It's pushed to the corner, trying to keep it alive. Pharisee puts it in behind, and now Lake of the Woods takes over. Trying to get out of his own zone. Nick Body, he can't. Moving in, firing a shot. That doesn't get through as it was blocked by the traffic in front. Burkhart gets it back to the point. Long drive by Pharisee is knocked down in the circle. And now here comes Lake of the Woods back the other way. Kuznick across the line. Kuznick carries to the corner. He's tied up there in the corner by Biagini. And Biagini takes over along the wall back to the point. Long shot is blocked.
That hurts. That hurts. That hurt me. I cringed. I cringed. It's cold.
And now Biagini starts back. Coming through center. Tried to play it in. Clark knocked it down at the line. Clark trying to corral a loose puck at center. Anderson after it. Anderson bumped along the wall. Kraft tried to shoot it in, but now it's the Governors coming back in. Long shot on Lighting, and he'll hold and take the face-off.
Good start to the period. You know, obviously Baudette came out and got a goal, but St. Paul Johnson has had their chances here. You know, I think they just got to continue to go to the net. That's one thing I see them not doing as well, you know, as Baudette is going to the net and getting there for the rebounds and working hard to get those work hard goals.
Yeah, that's exactly what Coach Younghans touched on during the intermission. He said, we've got to get back to playing governor hockey. We have to jump in the zone. We have to fight for rebounds. We have to gain control along the boards. And so far, he said his team has been spectators for much of this game.
That's exactly it. I mean, that is, you got to work hard to score goals, and if you don't, it's going to be tough for you to score goals on a consistent basis.
Lake of the Woods knocked down was Thiesland with the big hit as he knocked down the man along the backboards, Westerland. They continue to fight for possession, and this is where Lake of the Woods gets in trouble when the Governors are able to establish this presence. Now Clark is finally able to gain control momentarily, but it's pushed right back into the corner. Now they'll try the other side, but again the Governors keep it alive. Now Clark gets it, and he'll clear it out to center. And here's an opportunity for Uziski. He drives a shot. That goes off the glass. And controlled by the Governors. Thiesfeld gets it to center. Across the line, Kruger puts the brakes on, throws it right on goal, and Lighting pushes it in behind. On the far wall, Hornbit has got a pair of goals. Couldn't clear it out. It's fired back in deep to the Bears zone, but then it's cleared out. Body after it, but he can't catch up to it as it's icing against the Bears. Lake of the Woods now enjoys their biggest lead at 5-3.
In the state of hockey, this is our game. And with Hockey Day Minnesota coming up January 20th, McDonald's and the Minnesota Wild invite you to tell us about your perfect hockey day. Log on to wild.com/HockeyDayMN to find out more. Brought to you by McDonald's, where the 6-piece Chicken McNuggets are now on the $1 menu. But hurry, they'll only be there until January 29th. McDonald's, I'm loving it.
And welcome back to Hockey Day Minnesota here in Baudette Bay, Minnesota. Lake of the Woods up on St. Paul Johnson, 5-3 here in the third period. Now coming up later on Hockey Day Minnesota right here on FSN North, it was 10 years ago when Ben Payton was seriously injured while playing youth hockey in the Edina hockey program. A broken neck left him facing incredible odds. But today, he is an independent young man living an independent life. We will catch up with Ben Payton between 4:30 and 5 o'clock on Hockey Day Minnesota. It's an inspirational story you won't want to miss. Guys?
Thanks very much, Ann, and it was such a sad time when that happened to Ben, but it's been amazing his recovery and how the hockey community came together to support him.
That's pretty special that, how the hockey community comes together when somebody of their own is injured.
Uziski with that chance there, it just went wide, but he, I believe, drew a penalty. And let's take another look at this chance by Danny Uziski, who's quite a hockey player.
It's one of those things that, that the rule change, you just can't use your stick anymore. You can't use it to help to defend anybody, and stuck it between the guy's legs. That's a penalty.
Well, it wasn't a penalty. It actually ended up going out of play, and that's why it went that way. My apologies for leading you into that, but I couldn't see where exactly the puck went. Referee put his hand up, but he was asking for another puck. I thought he was going to call a penalty, but he was holding his hand up.
So the ref confused us is what happened.
Yes. Well, no, I'm confused, I think.
It happens.
Face-off coming up, back down in the Governor's zone on that icing call. 5-3, the Bears lead this one. Here in the Baudette Bay Hockey Classic. Off the face-off, it's sent all the way down again, but this time they waived the icing, and so Hornbit has to pick it up. Hornbit gives it to Morrison. Morrison gets it to the line, not out. It's dumped back in deep. Kraft after it there. He can't corral. Here's the centered pass. Hendrickson had the puck bounce over his stick, or he would have been able to get off a good opportunity. And now Hornbit gets it out to center, flips it in, and settling it down there is Burnett. Back to Hendrickson, a big tight end in football. Hendrickson across the line. I wouldn't want to try to tackle that.
Yeah, he's a big kid right there. It's a big kid.
Gets it back to the point. Long shot, blocked in front. Rebound whacked at, but it ends up being chipped back down the ice. Now Eric Larson plays it back down into the Lake of the Woods zone. Here's Clark. firing it. It misfires. It's icing. And let's go back down ice side to Ann.
All right, guys, time now for our Quest Prep Athletes of the Week, and they are 4 seniors from St. Paul Johnson. Number 7, John Schmidt. Number 16, Pat McDonough. Number 22, Brad Dushaw, along with their team manager, Corey Walls. Well, these 4 guys have put together their senior project. They have to do this to graduate, and what these 4 are doing is writing a book. They are writing the Johnson hockey history from 1925 to today. It's a 90-page book. These guys are doing everything from writing and research to journalism to doing all the interviewing. It will be a hardcover book. They have their own office at school. They work on it in third hour, and they've been working on it for more than a year. This is their senior project. Johnston's will publish the book in April. They're out to sell about 250 of the books, and they're having a great time basically just learning all the hockey history surrounding this rich tradition of Johnson hockey. How about that?
That's pretty amazing. And talk about a daunting task. Johnson hockey goes back to basically the start of high school hockey in the state with their 22 appearances and 4 state championships. But that's what Coach Younghans wants to instill in the players in the community of the tradition of this program.
You know, and that's exactly it. And there's no better way to do that than, you know, make a book, create a book for everybody to know to go out and buy and read, and you can now learn more about their history.
John Schmidt picked up a penalty here, so now the Bears on the power play once again. Looking to set things up, but it's stolen and sent all the way down by Caleb Thiesfeld. Minute 20 to go on the power play. Here's Hasbargen coming through center. Gains the zone, tries to do it all on his own, but he's stripped to the puck at the last moment. Pearson takes over, gets it to the line, and now Rebelski is able to get it controlled, and then it's sent all the way down by Dushaw.
You know, the last time I said this, that Baudette went down and scored. They have a tough time setting up again on this power play. Now, it doesn't take much time after you set up to get a scoring chance, but they're having a tough time getting in the zone right now.
Kuznick got it in, but then it was knocked back out, and we'll have a offside call. And with the Bears leading by 2, back with more after this.
Saving idea? Quest has a challenge for you, a challenge to save money. Do the math and add up what you're spending on high-speed internet, cable TV, local and long-distance service. If you're not bundling with Quest, you may be spending too much. Get blazing fast high-speed internet, direct TV service, and reliable digital voice, all for one low price. Compare, bundle, and save. That's our spirit of service.
Back here on Baudette Bay, 5-3, Lake of the Woods leading it, and they're looking for more on this power play opportunity. Face-off coming up outside the Johnson blue line. Thiesfeld wins the face-off, tries to clear out, but that's blocked, and it's driven in by the Bears. Now the Governors pick an opening and drive at the distance.
8 minutes to go here. You know, 30 seconds left on the power play. Big part of the game right here, big part of the game. St. Paul John's got to get something going.
Here's Anderson. Drops it back into his own zone. Now to the near side to Kuznick. Kuznick will drive it in from there. Back to get it, Pharisee. Plays it to the corner. It's intercepted by Uziski to Anderson. The lips are starting to go. They're freezing up a little bit here. Those U's are hard to get out at this point.
Oh, it is. It's your jaws start to get cold too. It's
Governors at full strength.
Kuznick puts it into the corner, and St. Paul Johnson is back at full strength. Kuznick dives to keep it alive. It comes in front. Kuznick gets back up, gains control, tried to flip it towards the net. That was blocked. Now from the blue line, long shot. That just sailed wide as Ewald nearly caught the corner of the cage. Now in the corner, puck comes back to the point. Clark to drive. That's deflected out front. Here's Anderson, knocked down along the corner, and it's cleared back out by Johnson. But now the Bears put it right back in, and time becoming a factor for St. Paul Johnson.
Yes, they got to get something going here.
Biagini across the line, shot right on, and hanging on is Ethan Lightning, and he'll take the face-off in his own zone.
Nice save again by the Lake of the Woods goaltender, Lighting. You know, it seems like the St. Paul Johnson, the same 2 kids or 3 kids keep getting majority of the scoring chances. You know, but that's going to have to watch out for those 2 when they're on the ice.
Off the face-off, puck in behind, trying to work it out front are the Governors. Hendrickson puts it in front. That's broken up. Hendrickson with it again. Puts it around. Trying to control Kruger. Back to the point. Long shot. Block in front. Puck is loose. But there to skate away with it is Westerlund. And he'll slowly get it to the red line. Westerlund still after it. Spun around as he gets to the Governor's blue line. And now Gabe Pearson takes over. Pearson plays it around. Out to center. Here comes Tyler Hendrickson. Hendrickson across the line. Takes the shot and it's deflected high. 3 players fall in behind. Meanwhile, the puck back to the point. Long shot. Doesn't get through. Hendrickson was one of the players to get down. He's gotten up, but he's coming slowly to the bench, and icing is called against Lake of the Woods. And talk a little bit about what it's like for this program and Coach Fabian, because he told me he has just 27 players, and of that group, that's both JV and varsity, and 4 of those players are goaltenders. So it only leaves them with 23 skaters to work with.
A whole bunch of guys have double duty. You know, they have to play spot periods at JV, you know, because you don't want to get rid of your JV program, because then it's tough to schedule games. So, you know, I think you just got to rotate your guys through, and I think Baudette's got some young kids on their team that, you know, could use a little extra time on the JV. So, you know, it's a tough job for Mr. Fabian, but you know what? I think he's done a fine job this year with what he's got, the numbers-wise, and, you know, but that's just going to continue to get better with the coaches like himself at the helm.
Well, you can really see the determination in these players today. You know, you would never know that this team got beat 8-1 a week ago.
No, that's exactly it. You know, and I was talking to Fabian before the game, and he said that you know, he's going to roll 4 lines and play all 3 goalies, but he wants to win and, you know, give his team the best position to win. And I think he's done that today. You know, he stayed with the same goalie the whole game, which, you know, he's played really well for him, so I mean, I can understand why.
Governors trying to make something happen. 4:43 to go here in the third, down by 2, but the Bears are able to chip it ahead. In across the line, shot sails wide over the top of the cage as Hornbit was looking for his third. Now a centering pass, but that was behind the intended target, Morrison. Big hit at center. As lining up his man was Kraft, and he made the most of that hit as he took out Pat McGowan.
Big hit there, big hit.
Long shot, pushed in behind by Lighting. They fight for possession, and finally it's chipped off the wall by Jordan Hansen and back out to center. Johnson firing it right back in. Under 4 minutes to go in regulation. Trying to work it out is Andrew Kraft. He's able to chip it ahead. The hitting really starting to pick up as Stay was stood up at the red line. Now Biagini with it. Can't get it out of his own zone. Backhander rolls wide. As right on the doorstep was Nick Body. Body trying to get it out front. It's stripped from him. Puck in the corner. Stay after it there. He's tied up by Biagini. They continue to fight for possession, and the Governors are bottled up in their own zone as Stay throws a hit along the boards. And finally now the Governors take over. Trenton Kruger, he's able to clear it, but it's offside at the line. Lake of the Woods leads this one 5-3. Back with more after this.
Upon first glance, this would appear to be an Oreo Blizzard from Dairy Queen. But look closer, and you'll see that it's actually an original DQ chicken strip basket. Look closer still, and you'll see it's now just $3.99, with fries, Texas toast, and country gravy. Great food, great treats. At DQ, there's more than one way to treat yourself when you look closer. And finish off with a DQ Blizzard of the Month.
Represented, you know, the neighborhood, the guys in the neighborhood, guys you went to school with, grew up with, and it was a collective effort by my friends from, grade school all the way through high school. In that sense, it was probably means more to me than anything, just because of those relationships. And then, yeah, there's been other things after that, but they don't have those real grassroots ties as winning a state championship.
That's an amazing statement by an amazing man, that his high school playing days and growing up and playing outdoor hockey meant more to him than winning Olympic gold.
And I obviously didn't win Olympic gold, but some of my best memories are, from when I was younger, playing with my high school buddies and Bantam buddies and Pee Wee buddies.
Here's on the attack, long shot goes wide, in behind trying to jam it out front. That's blocked as the Bears try to hang on. Now working Anderson, he can't get out as Johnson trying to scramble here and tie this hockey game up. Under 2.5 to play, puck comes in front and then it's chopped away. And now Uziski can't clear as he winds it around to the other side. Here it's fed back to the point and it picks off. Uziski now will just buy some time, feeds it ahead to Kuznick, and he'll relay it ahead to Anderson, who drives it in, and that allows the change to be made. Uziski was more interested in killing time and getting a line change than he was in the scoring opportunity.
That's a pretty smart play there by a high school kid to recognize that he had some time and that he didn't have to necessarily dump the puck out the zone.
Puck sent all the way down. They wave the icing as Biagini gets there in time. And now Johnson will try to get things started here with 1.5 minutes to go in the hockey game, but Kraft breaks that up at the center zone. Cross the line, but it's offside at the Bears' blue line. And now it's time for the Quest Spirit of Service. And the Baudette community, it's a hand-down winner. Their spirit of service today. Unbelievable, the efforts of this town, this hockey association, these players, the coaches, and you can see the spirit there. LHS, bare-chested. Now this is the kind of support you had when you were playing here, right, Johnny?
Those guys are nuts. Nuts.
Which ice house did they just come out of?
Exactly, that's what I'm thinking. They came out of the ref's ice house is where they were at.
Minute 12 to play in the hockey game.
Goalie is pulled.
And empty net. Long shot, sailed wide of the cage. Under 1 minute to go. Johnson with the net empty. And the Bears send it all the way down to take the icing. And so the face-off will come back in the zone with 55 seconds left. And those are hardy gentlemen.
Yes, they are. That's some school spirit right there.
Except I don't think those guys are in high school anymore.
Well, they're still cheering for the high school. I don't know where they're from. And I haven't been around for some years, and I don't recognize them.
Maybe they came across the border.
That could be true. Maybe they are. You never know. You never know.
You look at this whole day, though. Take this game aside. But what a great idea to celebrate hockey in this state, because it's something that I feel is woven into the fabric of everybody that ever even steps on the ice, whether you're a good player or not.
That's exactly it. And I was on a bus ride from Cedar Rapids to Chicago last weekend. We were watching CBC, and they had Hockey Day in Canada.
Yep.
And it was the same thing. And it's a neat thing because hockey's such a big part of their tradition, but it's such a big part of Minnesota's tradition too. And everything, I'd say the majority of the state, it revolves around hockey. I mean, you look at the Wild, they sell out every game. You look at the Gophers, they sell out every game. You look at here, it's the wind chill's probably about 5, and there's a lot of people still here, still watching, still cheering, and that just shows how big hockey is in the state.
And it's such a unique game because you have to have so many elements to play the game. You need your friends. You need a sheet of ice. You need a rink. You're in your own world when you're in a hockey game. Unlike other sports where people can come right up and talk to you at a football game or a hockey game. But here you're behind the glass. You're in your own world out there.
That's exactly it. And that's how I think you become so tight as friends and tight as, as teammates. Because you are kind of on your own. You're kind of on your own.
Pearson's shot went wide as Johnson tries to get back in this game. They need two quickly. 40 seconds to play. They drive it in from center. But John Clark, who has been such a warrior today, tries to clear, puck loose in front. They bang away at it, and it ships through the near side as John Schmidt had a whack at it. Now a centering pass comes through to the near side, and that'll allow Anderson to get it, and he'll just clear it back out of the zone. 17 seconds to go here in the third period. Lake of the Woods looking to end their losing streak here. Coming through center, last chance, 5 seconds. You can hear the crowd counting it down. Lighting pushes it to the corner, and there it is. Lake of the Woods has answered the challenge here today. A week ago, beaten 8-1, and they win it here today, 5-3.
What a great game! What a great game! You know, played by both teams. You know, and we talked about this earlier. Is that, you know, necessarily it's not about the hockey. It's just about the playing of, you know, both teams in an atmosphere like this, and giving them experience, you know, on TV and in this environment, and up in northern Minnesota where I think hockey started.
These kids will remember this day forever. There is no doubt in my mind that these kids, they may not have realized as this was building towards this event, but now that they've stepped on the ice, played this hockey game, this will be a game that these kids will remember forever.
You know, absolutely, and they're fortunate enough to be part of this. You know what? And you know, I was going to say something about Kyle Hornford. He scores his first and second goal of the season tonight. You know, on Fox. You know, I think he's going to want Fox to broadcast more games for the Bears.
Well, this has been so much fun. And you look at what these kids, you know, they've spent so much time together. They went ice fishing. The Governors went ice fishing. It was set up by the Baudette team. Last night there was a potluck where the Baudette Lake of the Woods parents set up dinner, fed them. You were there. You guys exchanged hockey stories, you know. Then you go on the ice and compete against each other the next afternoon.
You know, but that's what it's about. You know, when you're not on the ice, you know, it's got to be because you're all playing for the same thing. You're all doing the same thing, and it's one of those things where I think, you know, at the end of the day, you know, it's a handshake and it's a good game, and it's a, you know, but when they're on the ice, it's a battle. It's a battle, and that's the way it's got to be.
And now you see the players receiving commemorative sticks that the people here have set up for everyone. And I mean, just all the touches that needed to be for this day, from the clothing that the kids received, from all the things that have been taken care of for them. Such a great day, and congratulations to everybody involved with this hockey association up here.
Exactly, you know, and that's one thing that everybody I think has worked for, is for this one to be a success, and hopefully that nothing went wrong. And you know, even if little things happen that are wrong, you know, it's been a great day, a great start to a hockey day in Minnesota for everybody.
You look at what this school's been able to accomplish over the years, so small, through 7th to 12th grade, just 325 games, 55 kids in the senior class this year. And for to see this small community come together, 1,000 people, and pull something off, this is pretty amazing. You got to be pretty proud of your hometown.
Yeah, absolutely, you know, and it goes from everywhere. It starts at the top and goes all the way down to, you know, everybody in this city that's you know, put forward the effort, you know, put forward the time to get this thing together, you know, and the guys that spent the last 3 weeks here every night making sure the ice was, you know, good for what, 2 hours of people to skate on it. You know, that's time, that's dedication, you know, and that's the same thing that you know, people around here like that. They put in the time, they put in the effort for everything.
A flawless day here on Baudette Bay, but we have much more to come. Don't go anywhere. Hockey Day in Minnesota is just getting underway. We'll be back with more on FSN North.
City Cellular. Shock City Cellular, a T-Mobile authorized dealer with 35 stores in the Midwest. Get 3,000 regional whenever minutes for only $49.99 a month. Long distance and roaming included within your regional calling area, Minnesota and Wisconsin.
Insurance you need at a price you can afford. Nobody has more discounts than Farmers Insurance. Call 1-800-FARMERS for a Minnesota agent near you.
Tonight at 5:30, the Gophers battle Denver as Hockey Day Minnesota continues. FSN North, bringing you the most comprehensive coverage of Minnesota sports.
KG stuffs it.
with in-depth pre- and post-game shows of the Wolves,
Welcome inside, everyone, and welcome to Wolves Live.
Gophers,
Solid effort by Minnesota tonight.
and Wild.
I can't tell. You excited?
I'm very excited. It should be a great game.
Wolves, Gophers, and Wild Live.
Greatest show on earth.
Before and after every game, only on FSN North.
Every sofa, every chair, every love seat, every sectional. If you can sit on it, you can save on it. And that's the bottom line. 10% off sale prices on all seating. 1 week only at Home Furniture.
Hey, Rug Dog here to tell you if you can stand on it, you can save on it. Because every rug is on sale at Home World Rugs. But to get the best selection, you better step on it. The Stand On It Rug Sale at all Home World Rug stores.
Brian was a great guy, but just a little too quiet, too boring, you know? But he was a great improvement over Michael, who unfortunately only had eyes for his computer. You know, looking back on my life, there's only one relationship that really lasted. My vacuum cleaner from Osseo Vacuum. We're going on 20 years.
At Osseo Vacuum, we believe your vacuum shouldn't be disposable. See us for a relationship that lasts.
Gophers Live, before and after every Gophers hockey game on FSN North.
Welcome back to Baudette Bay and Quest FSN Live as Lake of the Woods has defended their pond with a 5-3 victory over St. Paul Johnson. Jim Rich along with John Weibel and Ann Carroll, and the teams continue to exchange pleasantries after this contest, and each team member receiving ceremonial sticks to remember this day. And these kids are really going to have a lot to think about. Now let's go down to Ann Carroll for the Toyota postgame wrap.
All right, thanks very much, guys. On the ice alongside the captain, John Clark, a goal and assist today. You guys obviously beat St. Paul Johnson 5-3, but tell me how proud you are of this team to be able to come back, beat this team who beat you last week 8-1, and do it on your own pond in front of this entire community.
Yeah, you know, it shows a lot of character in the guys that we have, and they know that it's that the tradition at Lake of the Woods High School is a winning tradition, and they know that it's a big deal to keep that going. So we really challenged them this week that to continue that tradition, and so they really stepped it up today.
Your goal, pretty sweet. Tell us about the move you put on there to get it in net.
Well, I just kind of came down and I won around one guy, and then the next thing I know, I'm on a mini breakaway, and I made a move on the backhand, and it barely squeaked through. I was surprised it went in, but good thing it did.
Yeah, it looked pretty impressive. Your personal story is a good one, too. You were looked at by a lot of USHL teams, thought about going to juniors this summer, but you didn't. Why was it important to come back and play with this group of guys and your seniors?
You know, it's just like this kind of thing. Like, we had heard about it last year, and I knew this was going to be something special, and like just the friends that I have back here, and it just seemed like something special to come back to.
It certainly is. That is your captain and your student council president, John Clark, with a goal and assist today. His Bears beat the Governors 5-3. Guys, back over to you.
Thanks very much, Ann. And if he was running for re-election as the student council president, I don't think he'd have any problem getting re-elected after a game like this one.
That's exactly it. You know, we talked about him before about being, you know, one of the top players in this section. I think tonight he came out, or this afternoon he came out and showed why he's, you know, talked about being one of the best players in the section.
And here's a look at what he accomplished today, and he was really instrumental in getting the Bears the lead.
You know, he had a nice assist earlier. There's his goal, the 5th goal of the game, and you know, it was just a one-on-one move where he showed some skill and ability in his game, and he beat a defensive one-on-one and then put past the goal. You know, a nice move.
And Coach Fabian really wanted to make a big deal out of the fact that he stayed here and wanted to be part of this program and see it through to the end. You know, he didn't even know that this game for real was going to happen, yet he elected to stay here with a team that, you know, has potential, but, you know, not the greatest of potential, and yet he decided to stay here, finish it with his classmates, and try to elevate this program even higher.
That's exactly it. You know, he's a character kid. You know, I've known Johnny for years, and I've worked with him as hockey school, and he's always been a good kid, and he always is a loyal kid to his friends, and, you know, to the city. And, you know, I didn't ever think he was going to leave just because of the type of kid he was. And you know, he's going to be a good player at the next level. He's going to be a good player at the next level. You know, he's going to be hopefully someday a Division I hockey player sometime. And I think tonight, this afternoon, he showed that he has that ability.
Yeah, he took control of this hockey game and helped the Bears to victory here in the Baudette Bay Ice Hockey Classic. Much more to come here as we take a look at a beautiful day north of the border.
FSN Live is presented by Quest, bringing more life into your life. By your local Toyota dealer, moving you forward. And by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
Show hotels. Call home.
Hello?
Hi, hon. Look, I'm going to be late. I've got a conference to go to. I'm sorry.
Turn right ahead. Is there a woman in the car?
What? Oh, her.
The hotel is on the left. Hotel?
With technology like that, no wonder the Camry is the 2007 Motor Trend Car of the Year.
Call Florist.
Toyota, a great way to keep moving forward.
Business is a jungle. When your communications company ignores you, hidden dangers become real. Quest responds to your technology needs with complete network data and voice solutions, so a threatening landscape can quickly be transformed. Get Quest, get nimble, the choice of 95% of Fortune 500 companies.
In the state of hockey, this is our game. And with Hockey Day Minnesota coming up January 20th, McDonald's and the Minnesota Wild invite you to tell us about your perfect hockey day. Log on to wild.com/HockeyDayMN to find out more. Brought to you by McDonald's, where the 6-piece Chicken McNuggets are now on the $1 menu. But hurry, they'll only be there until January 29th. McDonald's, I'm loving it.
Here's a money-saving idea. Quest has a challenge for you, a challenge to save money. Do the math and add up what you're spending on high-speed internet, cable TV, local and long-distance service. If you're not bundling with Quest, you may be spending too much. Get blazing fast high-speed internet, direct TV service, and reliable digital voice. All for one low price. Compare, bundle, and save. That's our spirit of service.
FSN Live is presented by Quest, bringing more life into your life. And by Dodge. You can take life as it comes, or you can grab life by the horns. Dodge.
Welcome back to Baudette Bay, where the first ever Hockey Classic took place here today, and the fans still can't get enough. Now, most people would run inside and decide to warm up after this. Instead, they just stay out here and enjoy the ice, and there's much more ice action coming your way as we take a look at the Quest High School Hockey Night schedule. On February 3rd, Eastview will battle Jefferson, and then the big battle up north, Duluth East will take on Cloquet, Holy Angels and Benilde St. Margaret's, Centennial Blaine, and then it wraps up February 17th with Edina and Wayzata. And you know how big the high school hockey is in this state. It continues to just grow and grow year after year.
It does, you know, and something like this obviously promotes it even more, you know, and the Fox going and doing the national television games, it's you know, it's great for the sport, it's great for Minnesota State High School, and that's, you know, it's good. It's a great thing for Minnesota State High School League.
All right, let's go down to Ann Carroll, who's standing by with the winning coach. Ann?
Well, guys, this winning coach, Mark Fabian, the winning coach of the Lake of the Woods Bears, has not talked to his team yet. He is anxious to get inside that trailer. Coach, what will you tell your guys?
Well, it'll be, how about them Bears?
Yeah.
Man, we came out and played for 3 periods the exact same way we did on Tuesday. The same effort that's going to take us as far as we want to go. That type of effort.
How does this rank in your coaching career? You know, when you guys scored that one goal, you almost fell off the bench. You remember that? I mean, you were off the charts.
Right. This is the biggest win I've ever had. So as a coach, this is a lot of fun today. It was a great atmosphere. It was everything we wanted it to be. It worked out great.
You said biggest win as a coach because of that Roseau-Ram win, right?
Right. Our state championship team is tough to beat this yet, but we're hoping to get there.
Well, what was key to getting your guys back on track? You said you played Saturday against International Falls, played some really good hockey, and it was really about getting back to basics. Your captain, John Clark, spoke greatly about just wanting to get his team back to working hard and really having fun.
Right, that's what we kept, you know, it's how do you find that as a coach? I'm not exactly sure yet because we're up and down. So, but we just keep harping on them that we've got to work for 3 periods every time you're on the ice. So it's all good.
All right, Coach, good job in protecting the pond.
Thank you very much.
All right, thanks very much. That is Coach Mark Fabian off to talk to his winning Bears. Guys, back over to you.
All right, thanks very much, Ann and John. What an afternoon this has been. I mean, we have seen it all. This community was nervous about the rink, whether it would hold together. The teams, they didn't know what to expect by playing outside. It came off flawlessly.
It did, you know, and a complete success, you know, and the fans, the players, everybody, me and you got to experience something that, you know, has never been done before. And, you know, I think it's great for the city, it's great for the sport, it's great for the state to have something like this. And, you know, I'm excited that I was able to do this, and, you know, I'm sure everybody that was here is excited that they could be part of this.
And we certainly hope you enjoyed this part of Hockey Day Minnesota as the Lake of the Woods Baudette Bears are victorious here 5-3. There's plenty more to come on Hockey Day Minnesota, but for now it's so long from Baudette, where it just was another ordinary day in the state of hockey.
I've got a smile on my face and I've got 4 walls around me. I've got the sun in the sky, all the water surround me. Oh, you know, yeah, I win now, sometimes I lose. I've been battered, but I never bruise. It's not so bad. And I say, wait, hey, hey, it's just an ordinary day. And it's all your state of mind. At the end of the day, you just got to say it's alright. It's alright, it's alright. 'Cause I've got a smile on my face and I've got 4 walls around me.
Half-ton trailer hitches on the road look like this. Here's the one you want. That's the biggest toad in the puddle. Available on the all-new full-size Tundra. Learn more at Toyota.com. What makes a work truck beautiful? Guts. Available on the all-new full-size Tundra. Learn more at Toyota.com.
Buffalo Wild Wings. You have to be here.
29 plus 51. First thing I'm going to do is take the 9.
Hockey gives the kid confidence, self-esteem, and mighty good reflexes, too. Learn how to get started at OneVolt.com, a website sponsored by Hockey's Leadership Companies.
Every business starts small. But not all of them want to stay that way. Quest adapts complete network data and voice communication solutions in case your company outgrows its pond. Get Quest, get nimble, the choice of 95% of Fortune 500 companies.
Tonight at 5:30, the Gophers battle Denver as Hockey Day Minnesota continues.
In the state of hockey, it's a game, it's a passion, it's a way of life. From the grassroots to the grandest stage, Minnesota has won! The sport is many things to many people. Shoveling the pond and flooding the rink, dad lacing skates and mom's hot chocolate. It's playing with friends, community pride, and going to state, where small-town legends become larger than life. It's the Godfather and Mayasich, and Housley and Cooperalls. It's Boucher, the Broughtons, and Brian Bonnet. A legendary hat and legendary hat tricks. From Goldie Gopher to the Goldie Shuffle, Ridgy Miracle to the Miracle on Ice, hockey has had a permanent hold on the land of 10,000 lakes, and it's celebrated today as we bring you Hockey Day Minnesota on FSN North. In this building, the Xcel Energy Center, back in 2002, the Minnesota Gophers defeated Maine in overtime to capture the national championship, their first since 1979. One of the great moments in Minnesota hockey as we welcome you back to Hockey Day Minnesota, presented by McDonald's. One game in the books. St. Paul Johnson fell at Lake of the Woods. Lake of the Woods reversing last Saturday's decision with a 5-3 win over the Governors up on Baudette Bay earlier today. Still to come here is University of Minnesota hockey. The Golden Gophers to do battle with the Denver Pioneers. The 4th-ranked Pioneers took one away from the Gophers at home last night. Denver beat Minnesota at Mariucci 1-0, snapping Minnesota's 21-game home unbeaten streak, the first time the Gophers had been beaten at home since 2006. Prior to the Gophers and the Pioneers, we have plenty more hockey coming up. The courageous story of Ryan Schumann, Ben Payton, a look back at the 1981 North Star run, and former St. Cloud State head coach Craig Dahl will be joining us. The University of Minnesota men's team will be doing battle with Denver here tonight. The University of Minnesota women's team is off to another good start this season. Rated 7th in the country, however, they were bumped last night by Minnesota State. Earlier this week, Marnie Gellner caught up with head coach Laura Halderson.
Thanks very much, Anthony. Coach Halderson, here we are about halfway through another season. Assess the 2006-2007 Golden Gophers.
Well, I really like our team this season. They're a lot of fun. Our players get along well with each other. I think we've had a good year so far. The best is still to come, hopefully, for us, because we have, the rest of our league games and then postseason play. We've put ourselves in a good position, but we want to continue to improve and peak at the right time here at the end.
You, as a head coach here, have won 3 national championships, and you've been to 5 straight Frozen Fours. So you have helped bring this program to prominence, but maybe more difficult is keeping it there. How has this program done that?
Well, I think if you look at our sport in general across that period of time, there's been a lot of growth. There's been a lot of parity. The WCHA this year there's as much parity as we've ever had, so makes it exciting. But I think, when we started the program, we wanted to lay a firm foundation with the principles that we thought were important. Obviously, bringing in good players is part of that, but also trying to do things the right way and have a great staff, good people around us, and we've been very fortunate.
Part of bringing in good players is bringing in Minnesotans. I counted 16 Minnesota natives on your roster this season. How important have Minnesotans been to come in here at Minnesota and help at the college level?
Huge. I mean, that's our #1 recruiting priority, is to bring in the top local players. And if you look at our rosters over the course of time and sort of a who's who of women's hockey with the Wendells, the Darwitts, the Curtins, the Broats, now we got Marvins, McKenzie's, Nichols. I mean, these are players that were very successful with their high school programs, and we were fortunate to bring them here, and Minnesota is definitely about getting the best players locally.
We wish you continued success, and thanks for being part of our Hockey Day Minnesota.
All right, thanks, Marnie.
Head coach of the women's hockey team here in Gold Country, that's Laura Halderson. Let's go back to Anthony.
Thanks very much, Marnie. Despite the loss last night, Minnesota still sits #7 in the national polls, 12-6-1 overall, And yes, a program doing it predominantly with Minnesota talent. Stay with us. When we return, we will talk a little bit about being a hockey dad. And a couple of recognizable baseball names now spend their weekends around the rink. Stay with us.
Hi, Joe Sensor here. Are you looking to watch your favorite team in brilliant high definition? Then Joe Sensor Sports Grill is your only destination. 25 new massive high-definition screens highlight the best place to follow sports from around the country. Sensor's award-winning kitchen features a full menu of game day favorites from steaks and ribs to your classic burger. Joe Sensor Sports Grill with 3 metro locations, now more than ever, your ticket to food and fun.
When you need to rip it, plane it, chop it, collect it, join it, cut it, route it, drill it, turn it, sand it, nail it, glue it, clamp it, or finish it, the right tools do it. Visit the all-new Acme Tool Superstore with locations in Plymouth and Duluth, Minnesota.
Hockey Day Minnesota is presented by McDonald's. I'm loving it. And brought to you in part by One Goal for the good of the game. I'm just...
Players fighting everywhere inside the Saint zone.
The fighting and the Fighting Saints was a real deal.
Glenn was the architect of the team, so you know there's going to be some rough and tumble characters, and we had those.
3 of them came from Virginia, Minnesota. The brothers Carlson, Jack, Jeff, and Steve, were discovered at a tryout camp.
We did it more of a publicity stunt than anything. Let's have a big whole tryout, let everybody try out, and we'll get a lot of good publicity. We didn't expect to find any players at all. And here came these 3 kids with a big horn-rimmed glasses on, and we looked at them and said, oh my goodness.
The Carlsons wound up at the Saints Farm Club in Johnstown, Pennsylvania, and became the inspiration for the hit movie Slapshot. Harry Neal was there the night they entered the stands in Utica, New York.
They played the next night, Johnstown did back in Johnstown, so I had to spend $175 to get him out of jail. So I phoned Sonmore and said, Glenn, I don't know whether these guys are good enough to play on our team, but I'll tell you one thing. If we bring them up, any one or all 3, we want to start them at home because they're going to have people coming back to see their next act.
Jack Carlson was called up first, and his physical presence became legendary.
You know, you say, don't worry about fighting, nobody ever gets hurt. Well, if you fought with Carlson, you might get hurt because he had the great big knuckles and the great big hands, and he just would pummel you.
If you look at his hands, they look like a bunch of bananas. He had big hands and just a real big reach, and he could pull people in like they're on a fishing reel and then just send them back out like they're on a roller coaster and snap their heads.
The St. Paul Saints, a big part of high school or of hockey in Minnesota. The theme today started with hockey outside. And there's a girls' game this afternoon as well at Groveland Park. Visitation against the Minneapolis Novas. That was over at Groveland Park. That's just a part of our theme today as we bring you a little flavor of hockey at all levels from all across the state. Of course, the St. Paul Fighting Saints played inside at the old Civic Center back in the 70s, and what a colorful bunch that was. Eric Giselson is now living the life of a hockey dad, and in fact, after he left us earlier this afternoon here at the XL Energy Center, he had places to go, very important place to go. He had to get to a hockey game.
You always have to get to a rink, Anthony, when you're a hockey dad or hockey mom. We know that. Tell you what, the next best thing to playing hockey is watching hockey. And if you're lucky enough to have a son or a daughter playing the game, being a hockey dad or hockey mom, it doesn't get any better. As you mentioned, I can attest to that firsthand. I'm at Minnehaha Arena today watching my son play high school hockey, and his Breck Mustangs are taking on the Minnehaha Redhawks behind me. In the third period is 8-1 in favor of those Breck Mustangs. Of course, if you're a hockey mom or hockey dad, you spend a lot of time carrying your kids around back and forth to the rink, but when they're your very own, it's very easy to do. There are some hockey dads who are more famous than others. When you're talking about 2 former Minnesota Twins players, well, they're finding out that being a hockey dad these days is definitely a grand slam.
Corey Koski and Terry Steinbach are former Twins and current hockey dads. A key player in the Twins' resurgence 5 years ago.
And Koski delivers!
Koski is a native of Enola, Manitoba, who grew up as a goalie. skills he brought to baseball's hot corner. Now a member of the Milwaukee Brewers, Corey still lives here in Minnesota, and his winters are spent in part watching his son Bradley on ice.
Bradley's coming on this side. I like it a lot watching him, develop as a hockey player, and it just brings back memories when I was growing up in Canada. It was, being back in these rinks, it's a great time. You think he's gonna make it the whole way without falling? That's one of the reasons we chose to live in Minnesota, because it is a lot like Canada, and it has, a big hockey state, and that's, something I grew up playing. I wanted to give my kids a chance. Oh, down goes Bradley. I keep in contact with Terry Steinbach, and he's always bounced from one tournament to another tournament, and one kid's here, one kid's there. So, right now I just got one kid, and he just goes on the weekends. But once you get older, I think it's gonna be pretty crazy.
Steinbach was a leader of the Oakland A's dynasty in the late 80s. The New Ulm native finished up his 14-year career with the Twins. Steinbach was good with both a bat and a stick. In fact, he's still New Ulm's all-time leader in goals scored with 99.
Pick up a guy, pick up a guy, pick up a guy.
Well, today's Thursday. We are heading down the road to Highland Arena, Charles Schultz Arena, for the third game of Lucas, my oldest boy's game. I've been down here twice, so we kind of know the road like the back of our hand. And once this game is over today, then we'll be heading over to Blake to catch my youngest son's game. You got someone, you got someone. It's a lot of fun watching, the kids succeed. It's different for me because, there's times that I try to take the intensity that I had when I played and I expect my kids to have, and sometimes I feel myself getting frustrated. Come on, how come you guys aren't playing harder, skating harder? Yesterday they call everything, and today they're not calling nothing. I'm gonna have to remember, wait a minute, this is their life. This is their experience. So my job as a parent and as an ex-Major League ball player is to do more encouraging and being more supportive and trying to guide them in and making suggestions and not being a counterproductive parent, by reteaching the kids my way, when they get home, even though they just spent, 2 weeks working on something at practice, and then I come home and tell them, oh no, that's all wrong. So, it's a change going from the person who's the player to going from the person who's the parent, who's the father, who's the spectator.
Koski and Steinbach, Twins greats and all-star hockey dads.
And so to the Terry Steinbachs and Corey Koskis and really the thousands of hockey moms and hockey dads across the state. Congratulations on this Hockey Day in Minnesota. And as always, we'll see you at the rink. Anthony, let's go back to you at XL Energy Center.
Thanks, Eric, and it sounds like it might be congratulations to you if the Mustangs can hang on for another win as they try to extend their winning streak to 6 games in the Tri-Metro. Brad Bombardier rejoins us here on Hockey Day Minnesota, a man who's not just a hockey dad, but also very young as a hockey coach, coaching the Mites.
Yes, I am. My son Jackson's 8 years old, and I've become involved in the Woodbury ice hockey program with Jackson. It's just a great opportunity. We saw that feature right there. The game's been good to people. It's been good to me. It's been good to Corey Koski and Terry Steinbach, and you want to be able to share that with your kids, and it's a perfect example right there. Great memories, great friendships, and you have great an opportunity to be closer to your parents as well.
Coaching gets in your blood, and once you get started coaching these little guys, it's hard to get away from that. How do you handle the same thing that Terry talked about, the challenge of separating yourself from being the athlete and now not quite having that same professional intensity out of 8- and 9-year-old kids?
You have to accept, what you really want is you want your kids to have the opportunity to play, and you want them to take from the game what they choose to take from it. And, playing in the National Hockey League or playing pro, there is a lot of intensity to it. There's a lot of focus to the game. For your kids, you just want them to go out there and have fun. I just love the fact that my son can go out there for an hour, have fun, laugh with his buddies, and come off and say, you know what, Dad, that was a great time.
It's all about just playing hockey and creating the opportunity to play hockey. We'll visit more with Brad a bit later. But Dan Terhar has the story of another set of players that have found that hockey just might be for everyone.
To call Minnesota the state of hockey, everyone needs to have the opportunity to get involved. Thanks to the Minnesota Wild partnering with Minnesota Hockey and the Minnesota Sled Hockey Association, more and more people have that chance. Sled hockey was created to encourage youngsters to play the game despite physical or cognitive disabilities. The mission is not to just get these players out on the rink, but to increase awareness of the challenges that these players face and the amount of team building that is involved. With help from the other hockey-loving citizens in Minnesota, these players can join forces and experience the sheer joy that the game of hockey has to offer for those on skates or a sled. Log on to mnsledhockey.org to find out how you can help these amazing young athletes.
Another great story and another great example of how hockey can be for everyone here in the state of hockey. Stay with us. When we return on Hockey Day Minnesota, we will have the inspirational story of Eden Prairie's Ryan Schumann. That's up next when Hockey Day Minnesota, presented by McDonald's, continues.
The Athlete of the Week is brought to you by Quest, Spirit of Service.
For the Red Knights.
If your last name is Taylor and you're a guard, why not go to Wisconsin?
Jordan Taylor.
No, not Cameron Taylor, but Junior Jordan Taylor is the future guard for the Badgers.
But able to finish, and Taylor drills a three.
The Vanilled Red Knight star is the leading point scorer for the team.
FSN North, bringing you the most comprehensive coverage of Minnesota sports.
KG stuffs it
with in-depth pre- and post-game shows of the Wolves.
Welcome inside, everyone, and welcome to Wolves Live.
Gophers.
Solid effort by Minnesota tonight.
And Wild.
I can't tell. You excited?
I'm very excited. It should be a great game.
Wolves, Gophers, and Wild Live.
Greatest show on earth.
Before and after every game. Only on FSN North.
Thinking new? Thinking used? Log on to DennyHacker.com. If Denny doesn't have it, there's a good chance they don't make it. DennyHacker.com. Over 5,000 vehicles. 18 models with over 30 miles per gallon. 22 different SUVs. 120 horsepower to 505 horsepower. DennyHacker.com. Log on and enjoy the ride.
Shop Denny Hacker for a great experience.
Monster trucks have been through 20 years of evolution, generating more power, creating more carnage, and now they're bringing it all back to the Metrodome. Monster Jam! Once you buy advanced auto parts in Ford trucks or the Subway Motorsport Series, Grave Digger, and even more Monster Jam superstars are coming. And kid seats are still just $5. Monster Jam! 7:30 tonight, the Metrodome.
Tonight at 5:30, the Gophers battle Denver as Hockey Day Minnesota continues.
Winning the Minnesota State High School Championship is a thrill of a lifetime. It's something I rank up there with winning the Stanley Cup. Certainly at that age, that was the end-all be-all, and winning the Stanley Cup was such a far stretch that I thought that would probably be the highlight of my hockey career. You know, I was fortunate to go on and win a Stanley Cup in Tampa, and they were both special but different, but in their own ways. I cherish them both.
Ben Clymer, who was a part of the 1994 Jefferson Championship team, their third of 3 consecutive titles back in the mid-90s. We welcome you back to Hockey Day Minnesota, presented by McDonald's. Clymer became a part of Ryan Schumann's life after Ryan had been diagnosed with cancer. And shortly after Thanksgiving, one of Minnesota's most passionate hockey players passed away. Just a teenager, Ryan Schumann died following a courageous battle with the disease. Still, he's managed to touch many others, came in contact with him throughout his life. Marnie Gellner has the story.
On December 1st, the Schumann family and the students at Eden Prairie High School lost a son, a big brother, and a best friend.
I think the girls' high school hockey coach said it best. They had a game that night, the Eden Prairie girls team against Egan, and they were willing to put their 30-game unbeaten streak on the line there for that game, and to forfeit it, to go to Ryan's funeral. And the Egan coach heard about this and said, no, we can't do that. He said, we'll just postpone the game. And I think Tim Morris's comment, he just said, thank you, because he said, we lost a member of our family today.
Ryan Schumann was a gifted athlete with a passion for baseball and hockey.
Ever since he was a little kid, he always wanted to play hockey. And it was funny because he wanted to be a goaltender, so he never tried skating. It was one of those things that, well, goalies don't have to skate. I know that's wrong. But as he got older, he suddenly realized that skating was one of his strengths, and he was a physical kid, and he had good size and a good shot, so he was a good athlete.
In July of 2004, Ryan was honing those hockey skills at a summer workout.
Dropped him off at a practice, and he called and said, you know, I think I broke some ribs. I'm like, oh, come on, Ryan, I just dropped you off. It's only been 10 minutes. There's no way. He said, no, I really, you know, I took a breath, and I have a sore in my back. So I went, turned the car around, started driving back to pick him up, and as soon as I saw him, I knew there was something wrong. He was white as a ghost. He could barely carry his hockey bag to the car, and I called pediatrics and I said, you know, I'm bringing him in, warm up the x-ray machine. Something's wrong with Ryan.
While Susie Schumann was concerned about cancer, the original diagnosis was a deep muscle bruise. Her mother's intuition was verified in September as Ryan began his sophomore year in high school.
We did the same thing. We woke up like every first day of school, put the kids in front of the same tree, take the photo of him getting ready to go on the bus. He came home, and we had found out just shortly after he got off the bus that he had cancer.
The disease was rhabdomyosarcoma, a rare form of muscle cancer.
He had grapefruit-sized tumors that were wrapped around between the prostate and the bladder. And then in addition to that, he had cancer in his bones already. So he had already metastasized. So he had a really bad case scenario.
After extensive chemotherapy, Ryan and his family received remarkable news. In July of 2005, he was declared cancer-free. Ryan returned to the ice, but after his first day of practice, he felt a pain in one of his knees. The cancer was back.
He was getting healthier, he was getting stronger, he tries out for the team, he went back to school. He was devastated.
His next round of treatment took him to the nation's capital, to the National Health Institute in Washington.
During that process, Ryan came to Bob and I and said, okay, I'm going out to Washington, but I want my senior picture because I want to have hair, because when I get back, I'll probably be put on chemo again and I'll lose all my hair. And you look at his senior pictures and you look into his eyes and you would not know that Ryan was being faced with a lot of unknowns at that time. His eyes are full of life. He was ready to fight it again, no matter what it took.
His fight was shared by thousands, classmates and strangers who followed his progress on the Caring Bridge website, by an overflow crowd that attended a fundraiser in October, and by professional athletes Lance Armstrong, Adam Goldberg, and Ben Clymer.
I know Ryan really enjoyed meeting me, and he's such an avid hockey fan, but the weird thing about meeting someone like Ryan is originally they're excited to meet you, but when things actually transpire, you realize that it's you that are fortunate to meet him because he showed so much courage. I'm truly the one who's lucky to meet him.
Ryan Schumann's 29-month battle with cancer ended the week after Thanksgiving.
The boys came in one by one and they spent hours, I mean literally hours, 8, 10, 12 hours. They wouldn't leave his bedside, they sat next to him, they prayed with him, they shared moments, they laughed, they cried.
Ben Clymer, through an email, had found out that Ryan had passed away and he had a game that night. And so what he did is he took Ryan's name and he wrote that Schumann across his name on the stick, went out and had a game that night, and he scored a goal. And later in the email, he said, I know Ryan hasn't played hockey in the last 2 years, but somehow I think he just scored his first NHL goal.
And I hope that he did enjoy that goal and feel the emotions that I felt in scoring a goal in the NHL, because he wasn't able to play hockey for a few years, and I'm sure it's something that he really missed. And I hope, before he went up to heaven that he enjoyed that.
At his funeral service, hockey players wore their team jerseys, and more than 1,300 mourners celebrated the life of Ryan Schumann, a son, a big brother, and a best friend.
The Olympic-sized rink in Eden Prairie has been named in his honor, and friends in the hockey community plan to fund scholarships in his memory. Stay with us. When we return on Hockey Day Minnesota, we will shift our attention to St. Cloud State. Mark Parrish and his former coach Craig Dahl. That's when we continue on Hockey Day Minnesota, presented by McDonald's.
Who else is with us? Dukes, you coming with us? I got Gabby. I got Bronco here. I got Gabby here. Go, go, go. I got, yeah.
in the state of hockey, this is our game. And with Hockey Day Minnesota coming up January 20th, McDonald's and the Minnesota Wild invite you to tell us about your perfect hockey day. Log on to wild.com/HockeyDayMN to find out more. Brought to you by McDonald's, where the 6-piece Chicken McNuggets are now on the dollar menu. But hurry, they'll only be there until January 29th. McDonald's, I'm loving it. The third annual Minnesota Wild Pond Hockey Championships, presented by Fox Sports Net North, are coming to Lake Phelan as part of the St. Paul Winter Carnival, January 27th and 28th. The 4-on-4 tournament features an adult division and a Pee-wee division for kids ages 11 and 12. Teams may register online at wild.com. Join FSN North and the Minnesota Wild in this celebration of the state of hockey.
Now in front, score! Darby Hendrickson! Brunette Beckett, he scores! He scores! Minnesota has won! Minnesota has upset the Colorado Avalanche! Couple of big goals in Minnesota Wild history. Darby Hendrickson, Andrew Brunette, as we welcome you back to Hockey Day Minnesota, presented by McDonald's. Long before Darby Hendrickson scored goals for Minnesota, he scored them for Richfield. He and his brother Dan led the Spartans to their last state tournament appearance in 1991. Speaking of big goals in high school tournaments, Mark Parrish led Bloomington Jefferson to a couple of state championships in 93 and 94. Maybe the best high school hockey team Minnesota has seen, that Jefferson team in 1993. He then took his skills on to St. Cloud State before heading to the NHL. Dan Tierhaar has the story of how a kid from Bloomington wound up back in Minneapolis playing for the Wild.
It is a quiet winter afternoon in the South Metro. Just like the rest of the rinks in Minnesota, it is a rare moment when silence dominates and the sounds of the sticks and the skates are nowhere to be heard. But if you listen close, you might just be able to pick up the sounds of a dream of a Minnesota boy that started in this rink over 20 years ago. He'll give it to Parrish. Parrish with a shot, he scores! Parrish, bad angle, scores! Wins it in overtime. It's the hat trick.
Grew up on the frozen ponds with my brother and all my friends. You know, used to dream of playing for the North Stars, seeing it was Dino Cicerelli or Neil Broughton or Bobby Smith, Mike Gartner, whoever the North Stars player was at the time, and you know, dreamed of playing at the Met Center, and to be able to come home and play for the Wild now, and you know, play in my own backyard in front of my friends and family is an honor, and there's a lot of pride that goes into each game for me.
And playing in front of the huge Wild crowds shouldn't feel that strange for Mark, because in the mid-90s, he was a star on the Bloomington Jefferson team that took home 2 consecutive state high school championships.
Just getting a chance to play in the state tournament is something that's an honor, and something I'll never forget. You know, great players played in the NHL. Brett Hedican played in the Olympics, won a Stanley Cup with Carolina, and one of his biggest disappointments is he never got a chance to play in the state tournament.
After such a successful high school career, Mark had many options on where to play his college hockey. But after a stop at St. Cloud State, the decision was easy.
When I walked into the rink, there was just a light shining right down on the logo, the CST logo, right at center ice. And that was it. There wasn't another light on the building. And I just walked out there, and I was like, yeah, this is home. This just felt right. It was one of those perfect fits for me. I knew right when I walked into that rink, it just felt like home. My brother went there as well, and it's amazing how many people from St. Cloud still talk to me more about my brother than myself. They're always asking about Gino, but you know, that whole 2 years that I spent there was awesome. I wish I could have extended it to 4 years, but you know, what can you do? I wanted to look at college as a stepping stone. That wasn't where I wanted my career to end.
The career didn't end, and the dream was still alive. Mark's next step would be the National Hockey League. Mark made his NHL debut in 1998 and spent the last 7 seasons as a very solid forward. He scored his first NHL goal as a Florida Panther, spent 5+ seasons filling the nets for the New York Islanders, and the last part of last season with the Los Angeles Kings. But one phone call this summer brought Mark where he always wanted to be.
My wife and I were going to dinner at a friend's house. And not 10 minutes later in the car, he called me. He's like, well, you're not going to believe this, but Minnesota called to offer you a deal. And he kind of told me, he said, well, we're
I'm going to go back with another offer to them, and if they say yes, I'm going to take it, and, well, if they say no, I'm going to take it. So either way, I knew I was signing to Minnesota, so I was kind of weird. I hung up the phone, and I turned to Nikki, and I said, Nikki, I think I just signed with the Wild. And she went crazy and started crying, and the phone just didn't stop ringing.
Yes, this dream is very real. And every single night that Mark puts on an NHL jersey in his home state, he lives yet another chapter in the dream of a boy from Minnesota.
It's an instant boost of energy. You get a shot of adrenaline big time when I get hear my name along with the Minnesota Wild. The amount of pride that welled up inside me was amazing. To be able to play for your home state and represent my home state in a manner for the NHL is just an amazing feeling. Like I said, it's a dream come true.
Later on tonight here on the XL Energy Center ice, you can see Mark Parrish in action as the Wild play host to the Dallas Stars. Face off at 8 o'clock tonight. That's the third of 3 games here on Hockey Day Minnesota. Brad Bombardier is back, and Brad, Mark Parrish talks about a return here and a dream come true for Minnesota. This has been a great thing. Mark Parrish has really made an impact for this team on the ice.
Yeah, he really has. You know, he had a bit of a slow start, but that's probably just coming back from back to your home state to play in front of family and friends. Probably within the last month and a half, he's been one of the Wild's best players. He does some fantastic stuff out on the ice. He goes into the corners, he grinds the puck out, and the best thing about him that he does that I haven't seen a lot of players do is he finds the passer. A lot of times people expect the passer to find you as the shooter. He is the shooter, finds the passer, and that's what gives him the opportunity to score goals.
He seems to do all the little things right, and usually when you get a guy who works hard and does the little things well, he locks in with one franchise for his entire career. Yet his path has been different. He's been bouncing around throughout his.
He's been bouncing around probably because he's so valuable, because he scores 20 goals a year on average. And to find a 20-goal scorer in the National Hockey League is a tough thing to do. So he has a lot of value, and that's when you see valuable players jump around the league a little bit, and that's what he's done.
You heard one of Mark's teammates, former Jefferson teammates, talk earlier about winning the Stanley Cup. Another Minnesota player that captured a Stanley Cup was North St. Paul's Brett Hedican. He won the Stanley Cup this past spring with Carolina. Had a chance to showcase the sport's greatest trophy in North St. Paul.
It's going to be a good day, guys. It's going to be a good day.
All right, go ahead. It's all yours.
Well, welcome to Minnesota.
Actually, I was here a week ago.
Click it or ticket, right? Dad, I got the best passenger you could ever imagine right next to me. Yeah. I got it buckled in. I said, click it or ticket. There it is, you guys. Stanley Cup. Donna, huh?
That's your mom. Look at that thing. Oh my gosh.
It's starting to sink in, the power, I think, of the Stanley Cup. I mean, it's, I think when you win it, you know, you have this, you know, the feeling of raising the cup is amazing, but I think the aftershock, it's like an earthquake. You know, you have the initial earthquake, and then the aftershocks kind of keep happening, and I think this is kind of one of those aftershocks that, you know, the friends and the family that are starting to get here, and the power that people feel when they're around the cup is, it's pretty cool. What do you think of the cup?
And we have a snowman that's becoming an icon around the country. We've never touched it in 30 years, but it impressed us so much that we relinquished and painted the snowman in his honor. So that's how proud we are.
Hey, guys.
I want you to remember some of the things that I remember when I think of Brett as a player for me. Brett's genuine, he's humble, and he has a great deal of integrity. I want to introduce to you a champion in every sense of the word, our own Brett Hedican.
Wow, What a day. I was doing pretty good until they retired my number. That put me over the edge. I'm here to bring the cup to my St. Cloud State Huskies. All right, boys, let's get her inside.
Smells like beer, Eddie.
You know, when we won it, we both talked about trying to bring it back to St. Cloud, and Hetty called me up and he said, I don't want to carry that thing out on the ice without you. And I was like, God, that was one of the coolest things I've ever heard. So, you know, it just speaks volumes about Hetty. You know, it's his day with a cup and he's willing to share it, you know, drive out of his hometown and share it with them and share it with me, which is cool.
After playing at North St. Paul, Brett Hedekin went to St. Cloud State before moving on to the NHL. Seems like there's a theme going here. We welcome former St. Cloud State head coach Craig Dahl, a man who coached Mark Parrish, coached Hedekin, coached Matt Cullen, to name a few. A lot of big names that came through St. Cloud in a period of about 5 or 6 years there.
Yeah, it really was, you know, and they played with a lot of good players too, not just those guys, but some other ones, and it's they've all got a different story to tell, but it was very interesting. I certainly felt very privileged to be able to coach players like that.
When you look at this and you watch a story like that, one of your former players bringing the Stanley Cup back home and bringing it up to St. Cloud State, what does that mean to you?
Well, it's just a great thing. You know, it's just not very many players get to carry a Stanley Cup. We had 2 players on the same team in Cullen and Hedekin, and they both are just gracious young men, and they wanted to really bring it to St. Cloud because the people of St. Cloud really follow their former Huskies, and it was a night to remember. It was just a beautiful night, and the players were so gracious and signed autographs and the whole thing, took pictures and everything. It was really good.
You talk about Cullen and Parrish. These are 2 guys that played at St. Cloud at a time when St. Cloud really took a large step forward and joined not just college hockey, but major college hockey's elite.
Right, you know, when you start a program from scratch like we did there, and then, you know, Herb Brooks was the guy that came with me in the very first year, and you know, when you start a program, it's going to be a long slide and a long rough haul, really. And what happened was when Cullen and Parrish really came, that was the signal to a lot of other kids in the state of Minnesota that, you know what, it's a legitimate place to play, and outside of the University of Minnesota, and it really gave our program a great boost.
Now, you've had a couple of seasons away from college hockey.
Yes.
How much do you miss it now that the daily pressures and the rigors are gone? Do you still follow it closely?
Well, I go to all the St. Cloud State games. I watch a lot of the Gopher games when St. Cloud's out of town, and I talk to a bunch of the coaches in the league. You know, I miss practices the most. I really liked teaching, and I liked watching our players get better through practice. That was what my big deal was, more important to me than the games even did. But you know, it's more relaxing now. I don't have to deal with all the other stuff. Certainly, I'm home a lot more than I was before without recruiting and the travel that goes with it. But it's a great atmosphere in college hockey, and there's some really good teams, and it's fun to watch these players come in as freshmen and see them leave as juniors and seniors and watch how much they've improved.
Bob Motzko has taken over the program now, is doing a tremendous job, and is having some success on the recruiting trail, similar to what you had early in your career. And you mentioned Herb Brooks earlier. He was the man that really had the vision at St. Cloud. It's funny how many times you talk about Herb Brooks and talk about vision in the same sentence. But he was the man who came up there and really put that program together.
There you can see him getting his coat put on, you know, when he first took the job, and I was his assistant at that time, and you know, Herbie and I, we went up there for peanuts, really, to do what we were going to do, and I was so excited for Herbie and you know, for St. Cloud, and sure, we didn't know how it was going to work or what kind of a journey it was going to be or anything, but you know, he only stayed a year. He says, oh, I'm going to be there 3 years, and then he leaves after a year to go with the North Stars, and so I was kind of left on my own. But when you build a program, Bob has done an outstanding job of continuing what we've started, and I couldn't be prouder of Bob Motzko or this year's team. You know, their pairwise ranking this year is #3 in the country, and they're hot on the Gophers trail, and that's a good thing for the state of hockey.
Absolutely, and what it's also done, and what St. Cloud did, was pave the way for the others. Now you've got Minnesota State, Mankato, Bemidji State looks like they might not be far behind. And if you want to talk about good for the state of hockey, think of all the opportunities that are now open to Minnesota high school players to play Division I hockey, because they may have 5 or 6 legitimate options here in the near future.
Well, there's no question. I mean, I think a lot of those schools saw the success at St. Cloud State. It had not only on the ice, but off the ice with attendance and stuff, and figured, why not us? And you know, Tommy Saratori is the head coach up at Bemidji. He's doing a great job with them up there. He was my former assistant, and he's a former Bemidji State grad. It's perfect for him. Mr. Judding, Troy Judding, is at Mankato. He's a former Mankato grad, and he's done you know, his kids come to play every night. He lost quite heavily to pro signings this year, but he's a great guy, and so it's really good for the kids in Minnesota, because really they could stay within our borders and play at any one of 5 different schools and just have a great experience.
Will you ever consider getting back into coaching?
No, you know what? I put my 25 years in college, and I just love what I'm doing. I'm working with Principal Financial Group right now. I love it, and I work with great people also, and I enjoy being a fan. I can stand up there with all the rest of the guys that know it all and say, why didn't they do this and why didn't they do that? So it's really fun, and what I'm doing, but I love the games. I could even catch a Wild game once in a while.
And you don't lose very many games watching in the press box.
And I don't get second-guessed either.
Thanks very much, Craig.
You bet.
Craig Dahl, former St. Cloud State head coach. Stay with us. When we return, we'll talk about a family where hockey is absolutely everything. And you keep up with the Olsons. Stay with us.
Selling your vehicle online at carsoup.com is like having your own personal sales kiosk inside the area's largest automotive super shopping center. Put full-color pictures and unlimited information on display for thousands of local buyers. Turn for sale into sold super fast. Sell your truck, boat, motorcycle, or car where the shoppers are for only $25 till it sells at carsoup.com. Now that's a super deal. Buy, research, sell. carsoup.com.
Vikings Weekly is your ticket to the Minnesota Vikings. Thursdays at 6:30, join FSN North's Ann Carroll, along with the Vikings' Brad Johnson, Matt Burke, and Kenichi Udezi for an inside look at your Vikings. With exclusive interviews, behind-the-scenes access, and special features on former Vikings greats.
Viking fans, this is the show for you.
Vikings Weekly, Thursdays at 6:30, only on FSN North.
Think the Viking, Grandpa?
Let's hope so.
Grandpa?
See what's new at the Minneapolis Boat Show, January 17th through the 21st at the Minneapolis Convention Center, because life is better with a boat.
Thinking new? Thinking used? Log on to DennyHacker.com. If Denny doesn't have it, there's a good chance they don't make it. DennyHacker.com. Over 5,000 vehicles. 18 models with over 30 miles per gallon. 22 different SUVs. 120 horsepower to 505 horsepower. DennyHacker.com. Log on and enjoy the ride.
Shop Denny Hecker for a great experience.
Hit it! Ha-ha! Hit it! Hit it!
See what's new at the Minneapolis Boat Show, January 17th through the 21st at the Minneapolis Convention Center, because life is better with a boat.
Gophers Live, before and after every Gophers hockey game on FSN North.
Under head coach Larry Ross, International Falls built one of Minnesota's most enduring hockey dynasties.
Starting in 56 through 66, that 10-year window, that 10-year period was probably the most magnificent 10 years of any high school program in the state, in any sport. It was incredible. 5 state championships, 3 runner-ups, and another year or 2 that some things could have happened that didn't happen. It could have been as many as 7 or 8 state championships in 10 years.
A freshman when the Falls lost the 1963 championship game to St. Paul Johnson, legendary star Tim Sheehy made a bold prediction that came true.
I remember being in the locker room with the all-star player Jim Amadon, and there were just the 2 of us, and he was my mentor, and just a champion hockey player, well known in the state of Minnesota, and I had a thought where I said to him, I said, Jim, we're going to win the state tournament the next 3 years in a row. And he said, well, I'll bet you $20 that you don't.
Sheehy and the Broncos went on to hit the championship trifecta, winning state titles in 1964, 65, and 66. Quite a prediction from Tim Sheehy. He was named all-tournament each of those 3 years, and in fact, International Falls was undefeated in both 1965 and 66. Welcome back to Hockey Day Minnesota, presented by McDonald's. Another man who made his name as a player in northern Minnesota, not at the high school level, but at the college level, is Brett Hull. He played collegiately for the University of Minnesota Duluth, was the WCHA Rookie of the Year in 1985, then followed it up in 1986 with a school record 52 goals. And even though he jumped early and moved out of the NHL, he reflects back on those days as a Bulldog as being highly influential in his hockey career.
I wouldn't have been able to play any other way. I needed that maturity. I needed the Olympic skating program that Minnesota Duluth had put in to put me over that edge where I could skate with the pros and compete at that level. So, and just living the college life. Not a lot of people understand how unbelievably cool it is to be a student athlete.
And not bad to be a guy that's at the top of the NHL throughout his career. Brad Bombardier is back with us. I mean, this was a guy who, when in his prime at the NHL level, was unmatched as a goal scorer.
He really was, and I had the opportunity to play against him many times. And one of the great things about him was he could get lost out on the ice. And what I mean by that, he was very hard to keep track of in the offensive zone. Yes, he had an unbelievable shot, but he could only get that shot off when he was away from guys. And he was very hard to track down. He could find himself, he could get lost in the offensive zone, and when he had that puck, that shot came off his stick so quickly you paid the price.
Hull, of course, played part of his career with the Dallas Stars. The Stars are in town here tonight to do battle with the Minnesota Wild. These two franchises will always be linked because the Stars left Minneapolis to head south to Dallas. You were also a part of a very memorable night for Minnesota Wild fans and franchise when they met the Stars for the first time.
It was a great experience, and I can be totally honest with you. When we came into the rink that night, 2 hours before the game, I didn't quite realize how valuable it was going to be, how much of an experience it was going to be, especially for the fans here in Minnesota. Perhaps it was kind of some unfinished business with our fans here, and I walked out. I remember being in the stick room and going out and walking out here at the bench, and all I saw was white towels on every seat in the house, and right then you knew it was special. I went back in the dressing room and told the boys, this is going to be a tough game, but it's very important for our fans.
The North Stars, of course, played here from 1967 to 1993. Tonight will be the 1,000th game for the Stars in Dallas. How fitting that it comes on Hockey Day, Minnesota, as they return to Minnesota to do battle with the Wild. Throughout the day today, we have been showing you excerpts from the 3 finalists in the Minnesota Wild essay contest. Here is finalist number 2.
This essay finalist plays for the girls 12 and under team for the Alexandria Area Hockey Association. Finalist number 2 is Shelby Iverson. I show my sportsmanship by being a good teammate. I don't talk back to the coach. I always try my hardest and do my best. When I think about sportsmanship, I think about having fun, playing the game you love, and being a good sport even if you lose. You should always play by the rules and try not to get a lot of penalties.
The essay contest, as we've mentioned throughout the day today, 3 finalists. The winner will be announced during the first intermission tonight of the Minnesota Wild game against the Dallas Stars. And Brad, this a big prize on the line for these 3 finalists.
Yeah, I think we all know now that they get the green and white scrimmage. Whoever the winner is, get a green and white scrimmage next year at their home arena. It's going to be a great experience for them. And if I could just comment on, I know this essay's been about sportsmanship, but it's gone beyond that. You could see the respect that these kids have for the game of hockey. And some of the finest people that I know in the game, Jacques Lemaire, Doug Risebrough, Larry Robinson, they have that one trait that everyone else has, is you have respect for the game. And these kids have the respect for the game.
It's Hockey Day, Minnesota. My day started at 6 a.m. at the Bloomington Ice Gardens for a squirt game, and I feel like it might be a little bit of a scramble on a daily basis to keep up with one hockey player. Well, that's nothing compared to the Olsons in Coon Rapids, who spend their winter trying to juggle 4 hockey schedules. The story is brought to you by One Goal.
Well, it's afternoon, and
We're just letting Anna and Mary come out and have a little skate here. And then later on today, when David gets home, we'll have to run him up to the rink here for hockey practice. Right after he's done with practice, his sister has a game up here. And when she's finished with her game, then her other brother has a game up in Elk River. So it'll be kind of a typical day for us, is 3 or 4 rinks in a day, or 3 or 4 events, whatever. So it keeps us hopping pretty good. Let's go take our gear off. We got to run. Juggling the schedule, getting everybody where they have to be at a certain time, it gets a little bit crazy. Lucy's going to run home and grab David and bring him back up for practice. I got to sharpen some skates here for game day. Well, if I could figure out how to do goalie skates, just a weekly visit to the sporting goods store.
Sharpen what?
Please. What radius do you put on the goalie skates usually?
That's a 3/4.
Okay. We'll line up a ride for Paul for tonight, so he can be at the game early enough.
David is already down there, and he said he does think he needs a ride.
I can get him a ride home. I'm sure that either Zach or Luke will give him a ride home.
I made supper and dessert so that we'll have something to eat before we leave.
Hey, Paul. Bob's going to give you a ride. Okay. I got your goalie skates sharpened, and be ready to play.
We got to eat chili, and we got to eat it very fast.
Because I'm going to Allison's soccer game.
We're going down to Cook and watching Allison and her JV game.
It's parents' night for the hockey team. We get our picture taken with our parents and we give them a rose.
All right. Be aggressive in the corners. I'm going to run him home then, and then I'll come right back.
Hurry, in case Allison makes it.
I'll probably miss her next goal, too. That's the way it goes.
It never runs smoothly.
Shoot, shoot, shoot. So we'll see you at home later on tonight then.
Okay.
Okay, good job. You want to stay here?
Yeah.
Are you staying for the game?
Yeah.
All right, so then you're going to get a ride home with Mike?
Okay.
We're off to Elk River now. Rumor has it he's starting tonight. Just kind of a exhausting day at times, just when you think about everything that's going on, but the kids enjoy it, and I think that's what's most important, is that they have a good time doing it.
No question that it's important they have fun doing it. Otherwise, I can't imagine anybody taking it on. I vow to at least attempt to not complain about being too busy ever again. An exhausting day. It was exhausting watching him talk about his day.
It was. I was tired there. What a great thing, though, to be able to share with your family, and it's going to pay dividends down the road. You know that when that family can get together in another 10, 15, 20 years with their grandkids and their kids, and they can talk about that and they can share the love of hockey.
Another family that had an incredibly busy young household was the Broughtons back in their day in Rosso. And, of course, Neil went on to play for the University of Minnesota, the Olympic team, and then helped the Minnesota North Stars to a Stanley Cup run in 1981. We'll revisit when we return.
My earliest memories have to be just playing basement hockey in my house, our parents' house. And there's 4 boys in our family, and it was perfect 2-on-2. The basement got destroyed, but it was well worth it.
When you need to rip it, plane it, chop it, collect it, join it, cut it, route it, drill it, turn it, sand it, nail it, glue it, clamp it, or finish it, the right tools do it. Visit the all-new Acme Tool Superstore with locations in Plymouth and Duluth, Minnesota.
In the state of hockey, this is our game.
And with Hockey Day Minnesota coming up January 20th, McDonald's and the Minnesota Wild invite you to tell us about your perfect hockey day. Log on to wild.com/HockeyDayMN to find out more. Brought to you by McDonald's, where the 6-piece Chicken McNuggets are now on the $1 menu. But hurry, they'll only be there until January 29th. McDonald's, I'm loving it.
In the late 1970s, Neil Broughton, his brother Aaron, and Butsy Erickson formed a legendary trio from Roseau.
They're not big now, but when you think back of them in high school, when they first started playing the tournament, they were small. And here they are out there just dominating the play. They just look like magicians with the puck.
While all of them starred at the University of Minnesota and played professionally for a number of years, Neil was the most decorated. The first ever winner of the Hobey Baker Award, he won a national championship in 1979, an Olympic gold medal in 1980, played in the Stanley Cup Finals with the North Stars in 1981, and hoisted the cup with New Jersey in 1995.
Being an instinctive player, he was an instinctive leader. He knew getting us to the rink and keeping us interested in playing and you know, this come with me kind of an attitude. And that's what I'm going to remember more than anything else, more than his playing, was his, you know, let's go to the rink, let's play, and the intensity with which he played. He never had to verbalize it. You just had to play that way or you were going to get hurt.
Neil Broughton, a part of hockey in Minnesota at literally every level. And of course, led Roseau to the state tournament, won the national championship with Minnesota, and then won the gold medal with the United States. Went back to Minnesota and was a Hobey Baker winner, then jumped into the Minnesota North Star lineup, a North Star team that was young and up and coming. The year before, they had knocked out the defending champion Canadians in the playoffs, and a team with legendary Minnesota names like Payne, McAdam, Bobby Smith, Dino Cicerelli, added Neil Broughton for a Stanley Cup run in 1981.
Broughton was a late season addition to one of the NHL's up-and-coming teams. The North Stars were young but talented, ready to build on the playoff upsets from the year before that took out Toronto and four-time defending champion Montreal.
We were fast and we could move the puck.
All we thought about and tried to do was score goals.
We like to take the game to the other team and try to outscore them. Didn't make our goaltenders all that happy. A lot of nights it was Jill and I, and you're going to win because you're going to get first star.
The team was anchored by veterans like Al McAdam and Craig Hartsburg, but the scoring punch came from a pair of 23-year-olds, Steve Payne and Bobby Smith.
Out here, Smith, he shoots, he scores! Well, Bob was just a naturally gifted hockey player, big guy, you know, 6'4" with a very long reach, long-legged. For his size, he knew how to use it.
They score! Steve Payne. He was just a scoring machine, and he had always a great knack of scoring goals. And some people have a knack of coming up with them in the big games, and Steve certainly was one of those.
The goalies were a perfect complement. A veteran in Gilles Melange and an 18-year-old rookie who would start in the All-Star game, Don Beaupre.
I think I was too young to know any better at that point. That's just no reason why I didn't think I could do it, because I've always made the next step all along my career. So it was just, just a natural transition to go to the next level.
For the stretch run, the Stars brought up another player who would make a lasting impression on the organization. Dino Cicerelli set an NHL record for rookies with 14 playoff goals.
Oh, Dino was a cocky player, and there's no doubt about that. I mean, he took that right to the limit.
Dino was absolutely a pure goal scorer, and he backed down from nobody.
Neither would the Stars, starting with a memorable game in Boston that February.
We were 8-9 in there fighting with Boston, and the North Star organization, we never won a game in Boston in 14 years.
Our whole game plan that game in Boston was to go in and instigate every confrontation with them that game and make sure that we won those confrontations and set a precedent that the bullying aspect of the Boston Bruins in the Boston Gardens was coming to a close.
Glenn decided we're going to make a statement tonight, and at the 6-second mark, we made a statement.
And a fight right off. A statement that resulted in an NHL record 406 penalty minutes.
Brad Maxwell and Cashman.
Brad Maxwell could fight like that. Jack Carlson. We had a bunch of guys that I knew we were going to be okay if it came to this.
And finally, they are separated by the linesman.
We kind of stood up for ourselves and we didn't win the game, but
that just set the stage for the playoffs.
Underdogs throughout the playoffs. They opened the postseason back in Boston.
Kevin McHale, he was one of the lone North Star fans in the Boston Garden at that time.
In Game 1, Steve Payne netted a hat trick, with his final goal coming in sudden death. The Stars were on their way to a sweep.
But winning that series the way we did, you know, we had a lot to prove, and to just sweep them, including the first 2 games in Boston and coming back to the Met Center, we knew there's no way that they were going to be leaving the Met Center and going back to Boston to play again. There's just no way. We were just flying, and there wasn't a thing they could do short of killing us that was going to stop us from winning that series.
The bounce from the win over Boston sent the North Stars to consecutive upsets over Buffalo and Calgary, and a spot in the Stanley Cup Finals.
We're in the finals, and we all realize that, so, you know, we may only get here once in a lifetime, and, you know, we're going to give it our best shot we can, and hopefully it will be good enough.
The remarkable run ended against the budding dynasty of the time, the New York Islanders.
It was the pinnacle of the moment for the franchise up to that point, and certainly created a broader fan base for us throughout the state and obviously throughout hockey world.
The North Stars left Minnesota after the 1993 season for Dallas. The Dallas Stars are back in town tonight to do battle with the Minnesota Wild. That game coming up at 8 o'clock. Stay with us. When we return on Minnesota Hockey Day, we will have the story of former Edina youth player Ben Payton. Stay with us.
At carsoup.com, your online automotive super shopping center, find the best new vehicles in our center court, the Car Soup Winners Circle. See the award winners, the innovators, all the hot sellers in custom image galleries and streaming video. Get all the details, expert reviews, and yes, special offers too. The Winners Circle, only at carsoup.com. See the 2007 Saturn Aura in the Car Soup Winners Circle. Named North American Car of the Year. Only the best in the Winners Circle at carsoup.com.
Join FSN North at Twins Fest presented by Dodge January 26th through the 28th at the Metrodome. Meet more than 50 current and former Twins players, tour the clubhouse, test your baseball skills, enjoy free youth clinics, silent and live auctions, and more. And stop by the FSN North via Sports Anchor booth to record your own sports update. Plus, don't miss your first chance to purchase single game tickets to see the Twins and Yankees, White Sox, Tigers, and Brewers. For information, call 612-33-TWINS or visit twinsbaseball.com. All proceeds benefit the Twins Community Fund.
Every sofa, every chair, every love seat, every sectional. If you can sit on it, you can save on it. And that's the bottom line. 10% off sale prices on all seating. 1 week only at Home Furniture.
Hey, Rug Dug here to tell you if you can stand on it, you can save on it. Because every rug is on sale at Home World Rugs. But to get the best selection, you better step on it. The Stand On It Rug Sale at all Home World Rug stores.
It's a combination of science and compassion. Make a career choice as an invasive medical cardiovascular technologist at the Minnesota School of Business and Globe College. Work inside the cardiac cath labs of today's modern healthcare systems as a vital player on the medical team. Your skill-based training in diagnostic and treatment procedures can mean all the difference for your patient and the health of their heart. Learn more about the medical technology program and make a life-saving decision. Classes start soon, so call Minnesota School of Business and Globe College now at 651-229-5900 or log on to msbcollege.edu.
Gophers Live, next on FSN North.
As Willard Eichela began his legendary run of state titles at Edina, the Hornets' killer bee was an all-state forward, Bobby Krieger.
He was electrifying. I think people, one of the visions that I have and people will often say about Bobby was, you know, you'd see him wind up behind that net, and by the time he got to that blue line, his jersey was just fluttering like a flag in 30-mile-an-hour gusts.
With an overtime win over Warroad, Krieger and the Hornets took home the state championship in 1969, the first of 8 for Willard Eichela. Bobby Krieger was back the next year, all tournament again in 1970. In fact, scored another winner in overtime against Warroad in the opening round. The Hornets were beaten in the state championship game that year. But Krieger all tournament 3 seasons in a row, and that was just the start of Edina's great dynasty. Welcome back to Hockey Day Minnesota, presented by McDonald's. Speaking of Edina, it's been over a decade since Ben Payton, a player in the Edina Association, was seriously injured in an on-ice accident. The initial prognosis was a broken neck, and the prognosis and the outlook was not very good. Now, a young adult, Ben maintains a positive outlook on a daily basis and has no regrets. Marnie Gellner has the story.
It was the first sport I think I ever played. It's where I made most of my friends.
For Ben Payton, a hockey career that began as a toddler ended as a teenager 3 days before Christmas in 1996.
We were playing in a holiday tournament in Minnetonka. As I recall it was about the middle of the game. One of the defensemen passed me the puck, and it was kind of what we call a sucker pass, or one of those passes that didn't have a lot to it. And so what I was doing was reaching behind me with my foot, kicking up the puck to my stick. And as I was doing that, just starting to bring my head up, the opposing player came by and checked me. I was paralyzed before I even hit the ice. I didn't even feel myself hit the ice. As the paramedics were attending to me, and they were reaching down more by my waist, where my hands were, I realized, oh my gosh, because I actually thought my hands were above my head.
Initially, Ben was a quadriplegic, paralyzed from the shoulders down. It was a grim situation, complicated by a bout with pneumonia.
Because of it, I ended up on a tracheotomy and on life support, and it was very serious. I don't know if I was at death's door, but it was a very serious injury.
In the weeks following the accident, Ben's recovery was a story of hope and inspiration, a true profile in courage.
I think my aha moment, as Oprah says, was when I was in the intensive care unit, and I had nurses and doctors kind of tell me about people that had come in around me. These people were dealing with devastating injuries and illnesses that my injury paled in comparison to, believe it or not. And it put the big picture on things, that even though I was paralyzed and on a breathing machine and in the hospital, there are people out there that were worse off than me. And chances were, and in my mind, I knew I was going to get better, so it was only uphill from there.
My goal, hopefully to walk again.
The climb began with a critical first step, exactly 3 months after the injury in March of 1997.
It's not like in the movies where somebody just gets up and stands up out of a wheelchair. It's a very slow, grueling process. My mom put it very well, and she always said, stay in the moment. In other words, enjoy this moment in time, because it's your own, it's a fleeting moment. And all I did was take it one day at a time.
10 years later, Ben is living life to the fullest. At 28, he has a job at Cargill and a calendar loaded with leisure activities.
The hunting and the golfing and the skeet shooting is really, as much as anything else, a very social event. And so it's nice because I can still keep in touch with people, see them on Saturdays, and so you develop those relationships.
Physically, he stays in shape by exercising at a health club and perspiring through sessions of Bikram yoga in 100+ degree heat.
Even when you don't want to do it, you just got to get up and do it. I always feel better after I do it, and it's kind of the way things are in life. Sometimes you don't like to do it, but you have to do it, and after you've done it, you just feel so much better.
An avid sports fan, Ben follows hockey, football, and baseball with an understandable passion for the Minnesota Twins.
They kind of encompass what I really hope to gain in myself. They're hardworking, and they just grind it out, and it's never over until it's over.
A spokesman for the Courage Center, that's a message Ben Payton conveys with the way he lives his life, enjoying each day, one day at a time.
People get up and walk again, and so I'm not unique to that, but I think just the way my life has progressed and the way it has, I'd call it a miracle. I'm very, it depends what you'd consider a miracle, but it's a lot of good came out of this. The real hope in all this, and what I learned in the hospital, is a hope to just be happy. Stay in the moment, enjoy the process. I know it's a tough process, but it's a learning experience. And that's what life is. Life is a learning experience.
Quite a story. Ben Payton from Edina. Game 2 of our hockey triple header here on Hockey Day Minnesota is coming up at 5:30. The Minnesota Gophers to do battle with the Denver Pioneers. And when we return, we will hear from Gopher head coach Don Lucia. We'll talk about trying to get his Gophers to bounce back from a 1-0 loss last night. Stay with us.
The athlete of the week is
brought to you by Quest, Spirit of Service.
For the Red Knights,
If your last name is Taylor and you're a guard, why not go to Wisconsin?
Jordan Taylor.
No, not Cameron Taylor, but Junior Jordan Taylor is the future guard for the Badgers.
But able to finish, and Taylor drills a three.
The Vanilled Red Knight star is the leading point scorer for the team.
In the state of hockey, this is our game. And with Hockey Day Minnesota coming up January 20th, McDonald's and the Minnesota Wild invite you to tell us about your perfect hockey day. Log on to wild.com/HockeyDayMN to find out more. Brought to you by McDonald's, where the 6-piece Chicken McNuggets are now on the dollar menu. But hurry, they'll only be there until January 29th. McDonald's, I'm loving it.
Hockey Day Minnesota is presented by McDonald's. I'm loving it. And brought to you in part by One Goal for the good of the game. For 3 years running, he lit up the state tournament at a pace unmatched since the days of John Mayasich. In 1995, Dave Spihar of Duluth East became the first player since Mayasich in the 1951 tourney to record hat-tricks in 3 consecutive tournament games. The memorable moment was a penalty shot for the game winner in a championship victory over Moorhead.
When they said penalty shot, I'm just thinking, oh my God, don't miss the net, don't fall down. And I just went in alone, and I think it was the one time all weekend that I went to my backhand instead of my forehand. It was fun. It was a lot. It was a special moment for me.
Quite a run for Dave Spihar, all tournament in 94, then the 3 hat-tricks in 95. And keep in mind, as he scored 3 hat-tricks in that tournament, Duluth East scored only 16 goals as a team in their 3 games. He had 9 of them. And, of course, nobody will forget what happened in his senior season, the 5 overtime loss against Apple Valley in the state semifinals. Welcome back to Hockey Day Minnesota, presented by McDonald's. Earlier today, we got started with a high school hockey game up on Baudette Bay. St. Paul Johnson against Lake of the Woods. And with a recap, let's head up north. Jim Rich and John Weibel.
Thanks very much, Anthony, and what a day we had here in Baudette, Minnesota on Baudette Bay as the home team comes through. But really, it was a day of all hockey. It was a day to celebrate the sport here on the Canadian border, and you can't say enough about the effort put together by the people in this hockey association that built this rink and brought it together. Jim Rich along with John Weibel, and we heard about this outdoor game. We hadn't experienced it. We hadn't seen the rink. We get here. It's fantastic. The game was fantastic. It was like an old-time pond hockey game. Wide open hockey we saw here.
It really was, you know, and the thing about it was it was cold, too. It was really cold, and it brought the whole atmosphere all together for everybody, for the fans, for the players, for me and you. You know, it was overall a great experience for everybody.
Lake of the Woods, they came here, they built this pond, and they defended it here today.
They did, you know, and they did the little things. They went hard to the net. They back-checked hard. They took the body. You know, I mean, they played like they were, you know, protecting the pond and defending their pond. And, you know, coming out on top today is a very, very big confidence booster for them for the rest of the season.
There were a few things Coach Fabian said. He basically opened the doors of his trailer where the team was housed, and he looked out at the crowd and he said, that's what you guys are playing for here today. And that's the kind of effort he got out of these kids.
That's exactly it. You know, it started with their leaders and all the way down, and they came out with a big victory today, a very big victory for the Lake of the Woods high school team.
I think one of the best stories about this whole day is that when they were putting this rink up, a couple of the players said they wanted to ice fish while they were down here. They said, you know, why waste time? We can have a tip-up going. And for those of you that don't know, a tip-up just sits on the ice, and when the fish bite, it pops up. So they're all here. They're setting up the boards, putting things together. The tip-up goes off. The whole team races over there, and they got a big northern on the end. So, I mean, these guys know how to live up here in northern Minnesota.
That's exactly it. And that is a way of living up here. It's a fun place to live. It's a fun place to play hockey, and it's a fun place to grow up.
Yeah, a great day for the Bears. They win here on Baudette Bay, 5-3 the final. Let's go back to Anthony.
Thanks very much, Jim. That was game 1 of our triple-header. Game 2 will take place over at Mariucci Arena, where Minnesota needs a win to avoid a sweep at home. That almost sounds unheard of. The Gophers had their 21-game unbeaten streak at home snapped last night when Denver beat them 1-0. Don Lucia has to be on pins and needles heading into game 2 of the series. He's with Frank Mazzacco. Frank?
Anthony, thanks very much. Last night, a game number 1 against number 4 was just about anything any fan could ever hope for. What do you see in tonight's game? Another titanic battle?
Well, I think it's going to be very similar to last night's game. Good goaltending. It's going to be difficult to score goals. Specialty battles are going to become extremely important, but our forwards are going to have to work a little bit harder to get traffic in front of Denver's nets and try to get to a few rebounds and tips and deflections. That's something we didn't do last night. We didn't get very many second shot opportunities.
How about power play? Any changes there that you expect?
No, I don't think too much other than we need to score a power play goal. It's been a while, and our penalty killing has to rebound and try to keep them off the board because both games we've lost here the last 2 weeks, we've lost the specialty team battle.
Today, of course, is Hockey Day Minnesota. What are your first memories of playing either organized or unorganized hockey?
Well, my first memory is on an outdoor rink. We moved from a little town of Big Fork, not many people I'm sure even know where that is, to Grand Rapids when I was going into 3rd grade, moved in a neighborhood that everybody played hockey, so naturally I started to play some boot hockey, street hockey, and then my little squirt hockey was on an outdoor rink a couple days a week.
I don't know about you, but even as a transplant, I mean, this is a special day. It's, it brings the whole state together in a very common message.
Well, it really does. I think it goes back to the youth, the high school game that was played outdoors. Didn't play in my era where there was any outdoor games, but growing up, I certainly had my fair share of outdoor ice, so it's only natural that we tie in the high school, the college, and the NHL.
Yeah, boot hockey is as far as I got, and I failed at that. Anybody surprised? I don't think so. Anthony, back to you.
Thanks very much, Frank. Thankfully, there's floor hockey. At least I have a shot then, a guy who can't skate. There have been some highlight reel goals scored this season in Minnesota. Everybody will remember the spinorama for Pierre-Marc Bouchard. We're going to start with Kyle Oposo going back between the legs at Mankato against Minnesota State. Minnesota ended up winning that game 2-1. Oposo with the game winner, and then Pierre-Marc Bouchard in the shootout to beat Chicago with the spinorama. Won't see 2 goals better than those 2 at any point all season long, and each of them took place right here in Minnesota. Kyle Oposo has made an impact on this Minnesota program, to say the least, and it's quite a story how he arrived in Minnesota. Marnie Gellner has the story.
Oposo lines it up! Oposo continues to be where you have to be, and that's around the net.
Kyle Oposo had been waiting for this day for most of his life. The day he scored his first goal as a Golden Gopher.
First right up the middle for Oposo.
But this moment was years in the making. Kyle comes from some athletic parents. His dad, Kome, was a soccer phenom in Nigeria. But while most 16-year-olds were just coming into their own, Kome was coming to America.
His dad shipped him to Duluth in the middle of January to go to school from Nigeria. So it was a little bit of an adjustment. He could have stayed there and played soccer, but his dad really wanted him to come to college and come to America and, you know, start a new life.
Kome's new life led him to the University of Minnesota, where he met his future wife, Michelle, a former high school tennis player. They had 2 kids, Kendra and Kyle. Young Kyle soon developed a love for hockey.
Skating outdoors was my passion. You know, I'd go to Groveland Park every day for hours and hours and just skate out there, and I just love to be out there. I love to just, you know, my hands would be freezing, but I wouldn't even care. I wouldn't go in the warming house or anything. I just love to be out there with all the other kids and, you know, improving myself, and it was just a fun time.
But sometimes Kyle was a little too passionate. There was the winter when he was 7 years old and knocked over the family Christmas tree with a puck. The punishment? No hockey for the rest of the season. But even when he wasn't on the ice, the game was on his mind and in his heart. As a teenager, Kyle made one of the biggest decisions of his life, to move to Faribault and play hockey at Shattuck St. Mary's.
That was a pretty tough decision. It was in August that I made the decision, actually, before my freshman year, so it was pretty late. It was either go to Cretin and play football and basketball, or go to Shattuck and play hockey.
After a few years and countless honors at Shattuck, Kyle graduated and played 1 year of juniors. His decision to play college hockey at Minnesota was an easy one, but before he became a Gopher, he became an NHL draft pick.
New York Islanders are very proud to select from Des Moines of the USHL right winger Kyle Oposo.
Since that day last June, Kyle Oposo has become a familiar name to Gopher fans. Just 7 games into his maroon and gold career, Kyle had a hat trick against Colorado College.
Set up by Oposo, and
That was pretty cool. I was actually trying pretty hard not to smile on the bench. I don't really have an appreciation for it yet. I'm sure I will in a few weeks, few months, a year, who knows. You can kind of look back on it and be like, wow, I had a hat trick in my 7th game or whatever it was in college. You know, that's really something special.
Just being a Golden Gopher is special to Kyle, and something he always dreamed about. He can remember not all that long ago falling asleep looking at trading cards of former Gophers Jordan Leopold and Eric Westbrook.
I, put their trading cards next to my bed and memorized their stats, and just looked at their cards before I went to bed and thought, wow, I really want to be one of those players someday. And to me, think of some little kid, thinking of me as like a Gopher hockey player, like what I thought of those guys as. It's really special, and it really hits home.
And the Gophers are thrilled that he has hit the WCHA as he has. It's been a brilliant first season for Kyle Oposo. Tonight, it's the #1 Gophers and the #4 Pioneers. The Minnesota Wild and the Dallas Stars will be back here throughout the night as we continue on Hockey Day in Minnesota, presented by McDonald's. We'll have intermissions. We'll bring you up to game, but up next, it's Quest Gophers Live.
The NBA is on FSN North. Carlos Boozer and the Jazz have emerged as one of the top teams in the West. But can they survive when KG and the Wolves go on the attack? Wolves, Jazz, Monday at 8 on FSN North.
Here comes the channel Big Ten fans have always dreamed of. Here comes the Big Ten Network. From football to basketball and everything in between. 365 days a year. All Big Ten. All the time. The Big Ten Network, coming August 2007.
Vikings Weekly is your ticket to the Minnesota Vikings. Thursdays at 6:30, join FSN North's Ann Carroll, along with the Vikings' Brad Johnson, Matt Burke, and Kenichi Udezi for an inside look at your Vikings. With exclusive interviews, behind-the-scenes access, and special features on former Vikings greats.
Viking fans, this is the show for you.
Vikings Weekly, Thursdays at 6:30, only on FSN North.
Okay, well, remember last week when you hit Vinny in the head with the shovel?
I do not recall that.
Of course not. Well, it was too graphic for the kids, so I'm going to have to block you.
You know, I got to make this up.
That's really not
This is Vinny's watch.
The Gophers' unbeaten streak at home is over, and they're looking for the offense that started the streak. Can Jeff Frazee save the day and begin a new streak? Hockey Day Minnesota continues with Quest Gophers Live next.
FSN North's Gophers coverage continues. Quest Gophers Live starts now.
Last night, the Gophers were shut out at home for the first time in over a year. Tonight, they'll try to find the offense and hope for a weekend sweep against the Denver Pioneers. In the WCHA standings,
to fight breast cancer and increase awareness. I'm Tina Shaleski. Join us and fight breast cancer. Go to thecwtc.com and click on Rock the Cure. Rock this and cure that.
I don't want to say goodbye.
Hello, I'm Kelly Copeland, and I will be teaching on the Believer's Voice of Victory broadcast. When you think about your life, are you running around trying to get so many things done? Well, stop and consider Jesus. Consider what he's done for you. You know, he has a better way than your plan, which is running around being so busy and worn out. He's got a better way to get things done. There is a rest in God that you can enter into.
You won't want to miss these special broadcasts. A near-fatal accident.
She was barreling through the crosswalk.
But who's at fault? All new People's Court.
Tonight at 5 on the CW Twin Cities. The following program is a paid program and does not reflect the views of this television station.
Is there something you can do to make your life better?
The things that we get upset about do not fix our problem.
The world is not going to change. We need to change our approach.
On today's Enjoying Everyday Life.
Welcome to Enjoying Everyday Life, and once again, thank you for joining us. It does mean a lot to me that you're willing to spend time letting me share the Word of God with you. Today we want to talk to you about, very simply, calming down and cheering up. And both of those are things that the Bible tells us that we should do. I want to encourage you to open up your hearts, have a spirit of faith, and receive from this lesson today that I taught in Jacksonville, Florida. Matthew chapter 11, verse 28, beginning there and going through verse 30, are just such comforting scriptures. Come unto me, all you who labor and are heavy laden and overburdened, and I will cause you to rest. The Amplified Bible says, I will ease and relieve and refresh your souls. Now I want you to notice that he didn't say I'll refresh your body, he said I'll refresh your soul. It's not that we don't need physical rest, because we most certainly do need physical rest. But to be honest with you, you can rest physically and never rest your soul. Your soul is your mind, your will, your emotion. You can lay down and yet your mind just keeps going. You can lay down and yet you can still be very upset. Matter of fact, some people use the nighttime when they lay down for their worrying. You don't get a right rest when you do that. Jesus said, look, if you're upset about something, come to me. If you have a problem, you don't know what to do, come to me. If you have a child that's in trouble, come to me. If you have any kind of a burden, come to me. Take my yoke upon you and learn of me, for I am gentle, meek, and humble, lowly in heart, and you will find rest. Relief and ease and refreshment and recreation and blessed quiet for your souls. Now your soul is your inner life. And let's read that again. He said, if you come to me, you'll find something for your inner life. You'll find relief, ease, refreshment, and recreation. Kind of sounds like he's saying that our souls need a vacation. You know, you can take your body on vacation and still yet not get a vacation for your soul. We all really have two lives. We have an outer life and an inner life. And I've really come to realize over the last number of years that my inner life really is more important to God than my outer life. And my inner life needs a rest. My inner life needs a vacation. My emotions need a vacation. My mind needs a vacation. For my yoke is wholesome, useful, good. It's not harsh, hard, sharp, or pressing. But it's comfortable, gracious, and pleasant, and my burden is light and easy to be borne. What I want to talk to you tonight about is changing your approach to life. We all have a way that we approach life. Now, some people, just by virtue of their personality, are rather easygoing. And I bless you in Jesus' name if you're one of those people. And I wish many times that I could have a personality transplant. But this is what I got. I'm one of those. Got a problem? But and like most people do, I married a Dave has one sermon that he preaches to everybody, and it's cast your care. And he has one scripture that's the answer to every problem, and that is Romans 8:28, all things work together for good. Anytime you go to Dave with any kind of a problem, I don't care what kind of a problem it is, if it's a people problem, a financial problem, if you're sick, if you're upset, if you're worried, he has one or two scriptures he gives you. 1 Peter 5, Romans 8. Cast your care on God, humble yourself under the mighty hand of God. Casting your care, Joyce, is humbling yourself. You can't do anything about the problem. Cast your care on God. Don't worry. All things work together for good to those who love God and are called according to the word. But I'm upset. Well, it won't do you any good. Now, I don't really know what to say to those of you tonight that are like Dave. I'm not sure what you're going to get out of my message. Because probably the truth of the matter is you don't even need it. But there is a bunch of us who do, and so you're just going to have to kind of endure with the rest of us while we get a little help here tonight. Amen? How many of you are a little more on the edge? You're okay, so good. God brought out all the upset people for me to preach to. We need an inner rest, not necessarily an outer rest. We certainly do need an outer rest, and we know that without it we'll become weak and unable to do even simple daily chores. But we can also become worn out inwardly from too much activity. Too many thoughts, too many decisions, too much talking. I have found out that when I get in a situation where I have to talk all day long, I am absolutely exhausted at the end of the day, and it has nothing to do with my physical being. You can just get worn out from talking too much. Sometimes it would do some of us good just to go somewhere and zip our lip for about 5 days. Too much multitasking. One of the things that we desperately need to learn how to do is to do one thing at a time. Do you know that we do a lot of things we're not even aware we're doing them? Because while we're doing this thing, we're already planning the next thing. We're already thinking about the next thing. I am more tired mentally and emotionally when evening comes than I am physically. Worry, fear, wears us out inside. Excessive concern over what people think about you and about what you're doing will just wear you out. Being insecure will wear you out. Amen? I don't get nearly as tired doing one of my conferences if I don't get frazzled over every little detail that doesn't go right. If I don't worry about what people think of me. If I don't get upset because half the lamps in my hotel room don't have any bulbs at work. Or the stopper in the bathtub won't stay in and I can't take a bath, and I love to take baths. I don't want a shower, I want a bath. But if the stopper won't hold the water in the tub, then I can't have my bath. And I don't like it when I can't have my bath. Amen. When I can manage to stay calm, no matter what goes on in my life, boy, do I conserve a lot of energy. And many of you that are sick are not sick because you have anything physically wrong with you. You're sick because you never shut down inside. And you're sick because you've spent all your life getting upset and trying to calm down. About the time you calm down, you get upset again, then you try to calm down. Then you get mad, and then you try to get over it. And then you get mad, and then you try to get over it. Then you get offended, and you try to get over it. And then you get mad at somebody, you got to work a week to forgive them. And it's just this endless cycle of upset, 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 upset. Well, you ought to clap because I'm telling you the truth tonight, amen? Here's my revelation tonight. The world is not going to change. And the devil's not going to change. And all the people in your life probably won't change. And even if they do and they become real nice There will be some others planted in your life that aren't so nice. So here's my revelation. The world's not going to change, the devil's not going to change, people are not going to change, so I've decided to change. I don't remember now how many years ago it was, but several years ago I got jealous of my husband's peace. And that's not a bad thing. I saw me driving myself crazy and having all these physical problems, running to the doctor all the time, and being worn out all the time. Dave felt good every day. Dave was happy every day, and you know, we're in the same family, we're in the same house, we got the same kids. We have the same problems, the same situations, the same things to deal with. But yet he just stayed happy and I stayed upset. I worried and he'd cast his care. Amen? And I finally decided one day, you know what, there's another way to live besides the way I'm living. And I'm going to find out how to have peace. Now I want to tell you something about peace. You won't have peace if you don't have it on purpose. Do you hear me? You're not going to have peace if you don't have it on purpose. I'll tell you why. Because there is a thief loose in the earth, and his name is Satan. And he is a peace stealer. And the devil sets you up to get you upset. You want to do an interesting project? Keep a list for the next 30 days. Just keep a little list for the next 30 days. Like every morning when you pray or something, just kind of write down the things you can remember from yesterday that had a tendency or were being used by the devil to upset you. You lost your car keys. You're on your way out the door and the phone rang and you couldn't decide whether you wanted to go back and answer it or not. And finally you did decide to go back. And because you were hurrying, you hit your knee on the door and you got a bruise and stubbed your toe and tore half your toenail off. And then by the time you got back to the phone, whoever it was had hung up. Or you got in a traffic jam that you weren't expecting. Amen? Somebody got the promotion at work that you wanted. Your electric bill was higher this month than you thought it should be. And when you tried to call the electric company to find out something about it, you were hanging on the phone for 1 hour listening to their recorded messages. Come on, you know what I'm talking about. An endless cycle of stuff. Stuff happens. Amen? The devil sets us up to get us upset. Let's remember that Jesus did not tell Martha that she worked too much. He told Martha that she worried too much. We think we work too much, but I'll tell you the truth, I think we have a capacity from God to work and bear a lot of good fruit. It's obvious in the Bible that we're supposed to work. You work 6 days, you rest 1. Work is good. We're built for accomplishment and to produce something. Matter of fact, I get tireder physically laying around doing nothing than if I'm doing something. Being lazy just wears me out. So he didn't tell Martha that she was working too much. He said, you're worrying too much. And what was she worried about? Jesus had come to her house. And she was all upset. The house wasn't clean enough. The dinner might not get done on time. This was a problem. That was a problem. Pick this up, pick that up, straighten this up, straighten that up. My goodness, what will Jesus think? Mary, on the other hand, just went and sat down in front of Jesus and wanted to rest in his presence. Thank God that we not only all have a Martha, but we've got a Mary in us somewhere if we can just find her. Amen? And then Martha did what we all do so often because she was upset. She blamed Mary for her problem. Come on now. Because she was upset, because something was going on in her life that she did not like, she blamed Mary for her problem. And how many times when we can't find the car keys is it somebody else's fault? How many times when we're late is it somebody else's fault? And so not only does the devil succeed in upsetting us, but then he gets us into strife with somebody else. You say, well, what's the answer to all these things? Calm down and cheer up. Go to Psalm 94, verse 12. You say, how long am I going to have something happening every day that steals my peace? Have you ever wondered, how long? Can't I ever have a day that goes just right? I went to a place last week where I go to write. You know, writing takes a lot out of you. It's pretty intense, and so there's one restaurant in this little town where I was at that's actually about a 45-minute round trip for me to go to, and it's the only restaurant in town that sells Starbucks coffee, which I love. Amen. And so I waited till I really wanted a cup of coffee, really bad. I'd worked several hours. I had my plan. The restaurant closed at 3:30. I'm going to leave a quarter after 2. I'm going to get there about 10 to 3, and I'm going to sit down, and I'm going to have my coffee. And I'm going to eat a little bite. And then I'll go back, and I'll finish my book. Well, I drove in. I sat down. The lady said they know me. She said, you want your usual? And I said, yes. She came back and said, I forgot to tell you, the machine's broke. No coffee today. I said, okay. Praise the Lord. Bless you. I'll see you the next time. Well, you know what? There would have been a time when I would have gotten really upset about that. It's not going to do any good. It's not going to fix the coffee machine. The things that we get upset about don't fix our problems. Is anybody home out there in those seats tonight? The things that we get upset about do not fix our problems. The world is not going to change. We need to change our approach. You know what a spiritually mature person is? I'm going to paint you a picture of a spiritually mature person. A spiritually mature person is someone who can remain calm no matter what is going on. Amen? Come on, I'm going to say it again. A spiritually mature person is someone who can remain calm no matter what's going on. If you study the word emotions, it has an interesting definition. It actually says to rise up and move out. Now think about that. Our emotions rise up and then they want to do something. And what we have to learn to do is stop following them. One man said to me a couple of years ago when I was trying to teach him these principles, he was a very emotional sort of a guy that was always getting in trouble because of his emotions. And he said, so really what I need to do is when my emotions take off in a direction, I need to not get on board. I said, that's exactly right. Look at me and let me tell you something. You're always going to have a variety of emotions. Your emotions are not going to disappear and go away. When things don't go your way, you may always feel initially upset. But what happens when you get on board with those emotions is you started out maybe a little bit disappointed, but the more you talk about it and the more you react to it, the more upset you get. And pretty soon now you're in a full-fledged fit over some little thing that really didn't even make that much difference. Amen? We get ourselves upset. Psalm 94, 12 and 13, blessed, happy, fortunate, and to be envied is the man whom you discipline and instruct, O Lord, and teach out of your law. So we're blessed when God disciplines us and when he chastises us and when he instructs us. We don't think so, but we are. Now verse 13 tells us why God disciplines us. That you may give that man power to keep himself calm in the days of adversity. Who's going to keep you calm? Yourself is going to keep you calm. That God may give him power to keep himself calm. Everybody say out loud, I need to keep myself calm. Say, when my emotions take off, I need to not get on board. That you may give him the power to keep himself calm until the inevitable pit is dug for the wicked. The Lord basically requires one thing of us, namely that in the midst of whatever circumstance, we are not touched by it. We have to stop letting all these things in the world bother us and upset us and just stay calm. If you don't stay calm, you can't hear from God. If you don't stay calm, you're not going to operate in wisdom. When people get upset, they do all kinds of foolish things that only make their problem a lot worse. When you're upset, it is not the time to make a decision. You don't make a decision when you're emotional. You calm down. You don't make a decision to buy something when you're emotional, because what will happen is your emotions will get all excited about having the shiny new thing, and your emotions will just make you feel like it is the best thing that you have ever had in your whole life, and it will change your life, and you will love it forever, but your emotions are not talking to you about paying for it. And here's the thing that we have to remember. Those emotions that go, wow, tomorrow won't be there. So we have to make sure that what we do, that we're going to be happy with. Amen? Well, I want you to remember to take the initiative, change your approach to life, calm down, and enjoy the life that Jesus died to give you. Today we're offering my 4-part teaching series, Keys to Enjoying Every Single Day of Your Life. If I were you, I would not waste one day. Learn how to enjoy them all. And then as a bonus gift, we want to send you the DVD of my teaching, Let Go and Learn to Enjoy. So get down all this information, and I'm going to come back and share something with you that we're going to do on Friday's program that I think you're going to want to be part of.
You can do it. Make a decision to leave your hindrances behind and cross over into a life of enjoyment. It really is God's will for us to love our lives. That's why Joyce Meyer has developed this 4-part teaching, Keys to Enjoying Every Single Day of Your Life. Request your copy of Keys to Enjoying Every Single Day of Your Life today for a donation of $25 or more. And when you do, you'll receive the DVD, Let Go and Learn to Enjoy as a free bonus gift. So don't wait. Call today toll-free 1-800-727-9673 or log on to joycemeyer.org. Do you get it?
I get it.
I get it.
Enjoying Everyday Life magazine is full of timely articles by Joyce Meyer and guest authors covering topics that impact your life, like relationships, health, and finances. You'll find news you can use. Make sure you get it. Order your free subscription today. Call toll-free 800-727-9673 or log on to joycemeyer.org.
the first novel from New York Times best-selling author Joyce Meyer. The Penny. The Penny by Joyce Meyer, coming this year.
Well, our website has a fresh new look, the same great features with a clean new design. You can watch the TV program online, download podcasts, learn about our missions outreaches, get our conference schedule, and so much more. It's joycemeyer.org.
Experience at Joyce Meyer Ministries Conference March 1st, 2nd, and 3rd in Orlando, Florida at the Amway Arena. Featuring worship with Hillsong's Reuben Morgan and special music by Grammy winner Martha Munizzi.
I really want you to be there. We're going to have a great time, so don't miss out.
As a partner with Joyce Meyer Ministries, you dig freshwater wells for remote villages in Asia. You provide medical care to kids with AIDS in Africa. And you never know. You may have also provided a safe place to live for a single mom you pass on the street every single day.
Thank you.
Partnership with Joyce Meyer Ministries. You never know who you're going to help.
Do you sabotage your own rest because you try to take care of everyone else?
Well, see, what we do all the time, if you're anything like me, is you take responsibility for things you don't need to take responsibility for at all. And you're always trying to fix something that's not your business to fix.
More on the next Enjoying Everyday Life.
I realize that many of you may be wondering, well, Joyce, how in the world can I enjoy every single day of my life with the situation that I'm in? I know that you may have questions. Well, on Friday, I'm going to be answering some of the questions that people ask about how they could possibly enjoy their life in the circumstances they're in. So make sure that you're with us, because I believe it's going to be a day of answers.
You mean more to us at Joyce Meyer Ministries than you may ever know. We appreciate you, and we thank our friends and partners for making this worldwide ministry possible. Together, we're feeding the hungry, clothing the poor, and presenting the gospel to the nations. Please contact us or visit joycemeyer.org today to share your prayer requests, find out more about our resources, see Joyce's conference schedule, and to join us in partnership as we share the love of Christ around the globe.
You've attended this great university, one of the great new universities in this country and in the world. And you have learned here what it means to put God first in your life. What a privilege to be in a place like this. Right now, you can decide to invest the rest of your life in such a way that someday you will hear God say to you, "Well done, good and faithful servant. Come and share your master's happiness." I'm asking you today not to graduate, but to commence a new life following the will of God every step of the way.
Announcing the CW Twin Cities Movie Mania. Log on to the CWTC.com to find out what's happening in Hollywood. This week, register to win tickets to a special screening of Lions 3D at the Great Clips IMAX Theater at the Minnesota Zoo. Brought to you by ITT and the CW Twin Cities.
I'm a Jew now. How are you? Everybody wants you. Isn't this fun? Sex and the City.
Tonight at 6:30 and 10 on the CW Twin Cities. The following program is a paid program and does not reflect the views of this television station.
Today on The Believer's Voice of Victory, join Kelly Copeland as she begins her teaching on resting in God's plan. Learn how following His ways allows you to be refreshed and renewed.
Welcome to the Believer's Voice of Victory broadcast. I'm Kelly Copeland, and I was here all last week. I hope you caught that week with us. If you didn't, you can catch up with us at kcm.org. You can watch the broadcast there and hear what we've been talking about. I'm going to recap a little bit today, but I didn't get very far in my notes last week, so I really want to, but I believe that it spoke the things that you needed to hear, because we're talking about something that everybody, you know, when people have been hearing what I said yesterday here in the studio, they're like, you know, I needed to hear that. Somebody said to me, you were at my house last night. And I said, no, I was at my house last night. The Lord has been talking to me about resting. And you know, that's both physical rest, mental rest, but the kind of resting that I'm talking about mostly, which actually the kind of rest I've been talking about, will lead to physical and mental rest. But if you try to get rest without getting the rest that I'm talking about, then you just rest and sleep, but you don't get anything done. But if you will rest in the Lord, you can get more done. You can be more efficient. You can be more effective in the things that you're doing for Him and for your family and for other people. You can do more and still rest and sleep and hear from Him, because He has a plan. That's what we talked about last week. So I just want to go back to Hebrews and just hit a couple of scriptures that I felt like really gave the meaning of what we talked about last week. But it'd be great for you to go catch up, because I think this is something that the Lord is saying to us today. And this is also something, you know, it angered Him that people would not enter His rest. It angered Him that in the Old Testament that His people would not trust Him and believe in Him. And it said because they didn't believe, they couldn't enter His rest. But He, you know, if you had to think about, God chooses 10 things to command His people about. 10 things. These are the 10 biggies. And one of them was the rest. And so it's important to God that we rest. And it's something that, you know, God's people are not so good at sometimes. About, you know, sometimes there's just so much that you get to feeling like the weight of the world and literally the weight of people's souls.
Offering you style you can afford at 3 locations. Visit us on the web at maxandhomedecor.com.
Hey Minnesota, Rock the Cure is banding together with musicians to fight breast cancer. I'm Cal Penn, starring in the new movie Van Wilder, The Rise of Taj. Join musicians and fight breast cancer. Go to the CWTC.com and click on featured links. Rock this and cure that.
Are you free? Be free to succeed with the CW Twin Cities. The fastest growing television station in the Twin Cities is looking for enthusiastic self-starters to join our team. Experience the fun and dynamic world of television. Go to the CWTC.com and be free to be hired. Gilmore Girls, Lauren Graham and Seventh Heaven Stephen Collins star with Diane Keaton and Mandy Moore in Because I Said So. For your chance to win tickets to a special screening, log on to the CWTC.com and click on Movie Mania.
It's a great night, isn't it?
Brought to you by McDonald's and the CW Twin Cities.
Did he put the con in contractor?
What's the first thing that goes wrong? Because I can't help but notice that you're suing him.
All new People's Court.
Tonight at 5 on the CW Twin Cities. The following program is a paid program and does not reflect the views of this television station.
You sabotage your own rest because you try to take care of everyone else?
Well, see, what we do all the time, if you're anything like me, is you take responsibility for things you don't need to take responsibility for at all. And you're always trying to fix something that's not your business to fix.
Coming up on today's Enjoying Everyday Life.
Welcome to Enjoying Everyday Life, where I am hoping to help you do just that. Enjoy the life that Jesus died for you to have. And one of the things that we're going to have to do if we want to enjoy that life is change our approach to life. You know, my automatic response for many years to trouble was I got upset. I got depressed. Well, now I purpose to not lose my peace and to keep my joy. And a lot of it is a decision about how we're going to approach life. So please stay with me now as we continue discussing learning how to enter the rest of God. And here's the thing that we have to remember. Those emotions that go, wow, tomorrow won't be there. So we have to make sure that what we do, that we're going to be happy with. Amen? When you feel really emotional and you're getting ready to buy something because you're all hyped up, the best thing in the world that you can do, especially if you're not sure that you can afford it, especially if you're going to have to go in debt to get it, especially if you have to lay plastic on the counter to buy it. What you need to do is just say, you know what, I'm going to think about this a little bit, and if I want it, I'll come back. You will be amazed how differently you'll be affected just if you get your eyes off of it. I'm serious. If you just get your eyes off of it and you go somewhere else. Sometime last year I went to a jewelry store, and you know, I've figured out these jewelry stores, they've got certain kinds of lights. And that stuff don't look the way when you get it home that it did when you were in that store. Amen? And I bought some stuff that I had the money to buy but didn't really need. And I just, oh, this was so beautiful. I mean, it sparkled, it shined, it was wonderful. And I got it home, and I am telling you the honest to God's truth. I got it home, and I put it on my counter under my lights. And I thought, what do I want with this? It looks just like 5 other I've already got laying here in this drawer that I don't even wear. I don't want this. And I took it back the next day. And I know the guy that I bought it from, and so I had to embarrass myself a little bit to take it back. And I said, you know what, I was just totally in the flesh when I bought this yesterday. It's nice, but I no more need this than a man in the moon. And so if you don't have a problem, I'd just like to return it and get my money back. Don't just buy things in the heat of emotions. Make sure that you want to pay for what you've got, and make sure you're going to use what you're buying. So often we buy things that we don't even ever use. How many of you still have a whole bunch of brand new stuff at home in drawers that you have never used, that you just thought you had to have, some of which you're still paying for? Amen? Well, use more wisdom and give more of that money to preaching the gospel. You'll be a happier person. You know, Jesus did not conform to the world. He walked in the Spirit. When he felt tired and pressured, he walked away from crowds, including sick and needy people, and just went off somewhere to rest and pray and be by himself. Well, you know, most preachers today would be scared. Well, you can't just walk away from these sick people. I mean, how can I just walk away from these sick people? Well, what are they going to think if I just walk away from them? Because I'm sure there were people saying, Jesus, you didn't pray for me yet. Jesus, don't leave. I've been here 3 hours. Jesus, please pray for me. You think that it wasn't the same then? People were crying out for him to not go away. But when he got to the point where he knew that he needed to get revived and restored, and he knew that he was not going to be any good to anybody if he didn't get away and get refreshed, he walked away. And we let everybody's emergencies control us. We let everybody's needs manipulate us. And I'm not just talking about people in ministry. I'm talking about everybody. You do the same thing. Many of you let everybody else run your life, and you're falling apart. Well, I got to go to this thing tonight, and I'm so tired, I just feel like I'm going to fall over. Well, then why are you going? Well, I just feel obligated to go. They'll get mad if I don't. So I'll just go. Praise the Lord. Oh, yes. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you, G. Yes, amen. Praise the Lord. Phony, 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 baloney, phony, phony, phony. Amen? We have to stop worrying about what everybody thinks. And I'm not saying that we don't want to please people. Yes, we want people to like us and we want to please them, but we have to quit killing ourselves to be in relationship with people who don't even really care that much about us anyway. Come on, this is not complicated tonight, but we need to be reminded every once in a while, you better take care of yourself, and you need to calm down, and you need to stop getting so upset about all this stuff that doesn't make any difference anyway. You need to just look at a few things and say, oh, well, I'll survive. Oh, I got a flat tire, and I'm so sick and tired of having a flat tire, and I didn't have a flat tire, and I got a flat tire. Who's going to change the flat tire? And now I'm going to be late for work, and I got a flat tire. Well, you know what? You got a flat tire. And none of that is going to change it. And first of all, we get so upset that even if God wanted to help us, he couldn't get through to us to tell us what to do because we're already now. Change your approach. Go to Colossians 1:11. We need to start praying something that Jesus can answer. We need to start praying something in the will of God and stop praying for fantasy stuff that's not ever going to take place. Get out of fantasy land. Jesus said, in the world you will have tribulation. Cheer up, I have overcome the world. In the world you will have tribulation. If you live a righteous life, you will be persecuted. Oh, hallelujah, I'm having a good time tonight. Colossians 1:11. This is what Paul prayed. We pray that you might be invigorated and strengthened with all power according to the might of his glory, to exercise every kind of endurance and patience, perseverance, and forbearance with joy. Now, put that in plain English. What was Paul praying? He said, look, I just pray for you guys that you can just put up with anything and stay happy. That's what he prayed. He said, he didn't pray for the problems to go away. He didn't pray for them not to have any problems because he already told them the devil's going to give you trouble. He already told them in the world you will have tribulation. He already said if you try to live right, you're going to be persecuted. The devil's going to find some way to try to aggravate you. So here's what I'm going to pray for you. I'm going to pray for something that I know that God will do for you. I'm going to pray that you can put up with anything and stay happy. Woo! Hallelujah. We pray wrong. We pray for stuff that's off in fantasy land that's not going to happen. Go to Colossians 3, verse 12. How many of you see what I'm saying to that? We need to start praying for strength to go through and stop just praying for everything that aggravates us to disappear. And I don't imagine there's a handful of people that pray the way that Paul prayed. Colossians 3:12, clothe yourselves therefore as God's own chosen ones, his own picked representatives, who are purified and holy and well-beloved by God himself, by putting on behavior marked by tender-hearted pity and mercy, kind feelings, a lowly opinion of yourself, gentle ways, patience which is tireless and long-suffering, and listen to this, and has the power to endure whatever comes with good temper. Oh, God, deliver Sister Smith. Perhaps it should be, oh, God, help Sister Smith stay calm and endure whatever is going to come her way with a good attitude. Do you know that we really would not impress anybody in the world, not really, if we never had any problems? Because we could say, well, you know, just stay happy. Keep your peace. And they're going to say, well, what do you know about it? You don't have these problems. This is not happening to you. But if you can have some of the same situations that some of them have, and you handle them totally differently, and you stay happy, and you stay peaceful, that's what made me jealous of what I saw in my husband, because I saw consistency in attitude. I didn't see him up one day and down the next, up one day and down the next. I didn't see him all over the board and getting all upset every time things didn't go his way. I just saw Dave being consistent. He was happy, he was peaceful. He was happy, he was peaceful. If I wanted to be happy along with him, that was fine. If I didn't, he's going to be happy anyway. If I wanted to stay calm with him, we could have a nice quiet day. If I didn't, I could just go over here and get upset by myself because he wasn't going to stay in the room with it very long. I had gotten on board with my emotions, and then I got mad at him because he wouldn't get on board with me. Have any of you ever realized that if you're unhappy and you can't make somebody else unhappy, it even makes you madder? Doesn't it make you mad when you're upset to be around somebody happy? You just want to wring their neck. Change your approach. How do you approach things? Let's think about how we approach things. What is your inner posture to work that needs to be done, or projects? Let's just say you get up and you know this is a day to clean house, or you get up and you know this is a day to change the oil in the car and cut the grass. You know this is the day to do some other job that to you is rather unpleasant. Well, the first thing that you don't want to do is get negative about it. You don't want to start saying a bunch of things out of your mouth that's only going to make you unhappier the whole time you're doing it. Don't start cleaning saying, I hate to clean house. Oh, I dread going to the grocery store. I'll just be so glad when this is over. No, you need to say, I'm full of the Holy Ghost and I can enjoy everything that I do. I can enjoy a pleasant task and I can enjoy an unpleasant task. I'm looking forward to this. God, I believe while I'm at the grocery store, something wonderful is going to happen to me. I believe while I'm cleaning today, God, you're going to speak to me and I'm going to get a revelation. Stop making yourself more and more miserable. Do you begin things in fear, believing that you won't be successful, or do you walk in faith? Do you attack projects? Now, I am an attacker. And my problem is that sometimes I attack them before I find out what God would like to have me do. Something comes up, oh, I'll fix that. Or any of you like that, you know, it's hard to explain, but it's like, if anything needs to be done or anything goes wrong, everything in me, even if my body remains the same, everything in me just goes. Come on, anybody else like that? You know what I'm talking? I mean, I can get everything in me in a knot quicker than you can blink your eyes. That right, Ben? You know what I'm talking about? I go into the attack mode. Misfix it. My daughter said to me the other day, we're all going on a family vacation together, and some of the kids are going to stay together, and she wasn't real 100% for sure that they'd have the room they needed, and so she said, you know, maybe we'll look for another place, you know, where we got a little more room. And so I kept saying to her, I've said probably, what, 10 times, did you get another place yet? Did you get another place yet? Did you get another place yet? Well, have you called? Have you gotten another place yet? And she said the other day, she said, Mom, don't worry about where I'm sleeping on vacation. That's not your problem. If I want to get another place, I'm old enough to do it. I should get one, but if I don't, it's my problem. Well, see, what we do all the time, if you're anything like me, is you take responsibility for things you don't need to take responsibility for at all. And you're always trying to fix something that's not your business to fix. Amen? I was abused in my childhood and sexually abused by my dad, and so I began to feel responsible for things that really weren't my fault. And as a result of that, I have had to fight all my life, which for a lot of years I didn't even have any idea what it was, but I have a tendency to have a false sense of responsibility, and I have a tendency to make myself responsible for things that other people ought to be taken care of. And you know what? If we're going to do everything for everybody else, most people are going to stand back and let us. Some of you do other people's worrying. You fix problems that they don't even want to get fixed. And even if you get this one fixed they're going to go out and get another one just like it or worse. How many of you are like that? You get involved in stuff you just need to stay out of. You know, the Bible says we need to not get entangled in other people's affairs. We get so entangled in other people's junk that we can't even grow properly in God ourselves. God gives you a certain amount of grace for every day of your life, but He's not going to give you somebody else's grace. You've only got your grace. And today, God gives you grace for today. He doesn't give you tomorrow's grace today. So trying to live today while you're anxious about tomorrow is only going to steal today. We need to slow down, calm down, cheer up, be a little quieter, do one thing at a time, and start to enjoy the life that Jesus died to give us. Amen? John 14:27, you probably know it, but I want to read it to you out of the Amplified Bible. Jesus said, "My peace I leave with you." But you know what? Just because He left it, that doesn't mean we operate in it. See, we think sometimes that these things ought to just work automatically, but they don't. If you're going to have peace, you're going to have it on purpose. And if you're going to have peace, you're going to have to change your approach. I found out, for example, that I can save a lot of arguments when Dave and I are having a conversation if I just simply realize the temperature of the conversation, and when the temperature starts getting too high, if I just shut up, it's amazing what happens. Peace I leave with you, my own peace I now give and bequeath unto you. Not as the world gives do I give unto you. Do not let your hearts be troubled, neither let them be afraid. Now listen to the Amplified. Stop allowing yourselves to be agitated and disturbed, and do not permit yourselves to be fearful and intimidated and cowardly and unsettled. So he's saying, stop it. Just stop getting upset about all this stuff. Just stop worrying about all this stuff all the time. Psalm 37 is another great group of scriptures. I don't think I'm going to take the time to go there, but you need to go there yourself and you need to read them. It says, fret not yourself. 3 verses down, it says, fret not yourself. What's it saying? Stop getting yourself upset. Listen to me. It's not your circumstances that are upsetting you. You are upsetting yourself. I saw it with Dave and I. We would have the same circumstances. He did not get upset, and I did. We both ended up with the same breakthrough and the same answer. He enjoyed his life while he was waiting for the breakthrough. I was miserable. Now you tell me, which one of those ways is the smart way to go? Commit your way unto the Lord, the Bible says. Trust also in Him, and He will bring it to pass. Rest in the Lord. Jesus said, the thief comes only to kill, steal, and destroy, but I came that you might have and enjoy your life and have it in abundance to the full until it overflows. Can you imagine, just listen to me, can you imagine how much different you would feel physically if you didn't get upset 10 or 15 times a week? Have you ever noticed what it takes out of you every time you have a good worrying session? Or you get really mad at somebody, or really upset at somebody? And we do it to ourselves. I remember when my kids were little, or especially teenagers, and I had 3 teenagers at one time, and that's tackling a lot when you got my personality. And when they would not, do something that I didn't like, I would go in and I would tell them and tell them. That whole thing, you're going to live in my house. And of course, everything in me was in a knot, it's like. And then I'd go out to the kitchen and get something to drink, and I'd go back in their room again. Not Dave. Dave would go in and say, Galatians 6. You reap what you sow. You're not going out for 2 weeks. You're not driving the car for a month. I love you. He'd go back and play golf or watch TV. And I'd be all night. How many of you are ready for a change? Well, I want you to remember to take the initiative, change your approach to life, calm down, and enjoy the life that Jesus died to give you. Today we're offering my 4-part teaching series, Keys to Enjoying Every Single Day of Your Life. If I were you, I would not waste one day. Learn how to enjoy them all. And then as a bonus gift, we want to send you the DVD of my teaching, Let Go and Learn to Enjoy. So get down all this information, and I'm going to come back and share something with you that we're going to do on Friday's program that I think you're going to want to be part of.
You can do it. Make a decision to leave your hindrances behind and cross over into a life of enjoyment. It really is God's will for us to love our lives. That's why Joyce Meyer has developed this 4-part teaching, Keys to Enjoying Every Single Day of Your Life. Request your copy of Keys to Enjoying Every Single Day of Your Life today for a donation of $25 or more. And when you do, you'll receive the DVD, Let Go and Learn to Enjoy as a free bonus gift. So don't wait. Call today toll-free 1-800-727-9673 or log on to joycemeyer.org.
Coming soon, the first novel from New York Times best-selling author Joyce Meyer, The Penny. The Penny by Joyce Meyer, coming this year.
Experience at Joyce Meyer Ministries Conference March 1st, 2nd, and 3rd in Orlando, Florida at the Amway Arena. Featuring worship with Hillsong's Reuben Morgan and special music by Grammy winner Martha Munizzi.
I really want you to be there. We're going to have a great time, so don't miss out. our website has a fresh new look, the same great features with a clean new design. So check it out today.
Your monthly partnership with Joyce Meyer Ministries feeds orphans in India. It broadcasts the gospel to 2/3 of the world. And you never know. Your partnership might also have helped to provide a warm coat
Thank you.
to somebody you pass on the street every single day. Partnership with Joyce Meyer Ministries. You never know who you're going to help.
Is there a missing link to your happiness?
One of the things that people struggle with more than anything else is daily prayer, fellowship, and study.
Learn more on the next Enjoying Everyday Life.
I realize that many of you may be wondering, well, Joyce, how in the world can I enjoy every single day of my life with the situation that I'm in? I know that you may have questions. Well, on Friday, I'm going to be answering some of the questions that people ask about how they could possibly enjoy their life in the circumstances they're in. So make sure that you're with us, because I believe it's going to be a day of answers.
You mean more to us at Joyce Meyer Ministries than you may ever know. We appreciate you, and we thank our friends and partners for making this worldwide ministry possible. Together, we're feeding the hungry, clothing the poor, and presenting the gospel to the nations. Please contact us or visit joycemeyer.org today to share your prayer requests, find out more about our resources, see Joyce's conference schedule, and to join us in partnership as we share the love of Christ around the globe.
Christy Brinkley one-on-one with Extra before a courtroom face-off with her ex. Plus, we go house hunting with the Beckhams. Next Extra.
Tonight at 6 on the CW Twin Cities.
Rock the Cure is banding together with local musicians to fight breast cancer. I'm George Stoltz from Seventh Heaven. Join local bands to fight breast cancer. Go to the CWTC.com and click on featured links. Rock this and cure that.
Rock the Cure is banding together with local musicians to fight breast cancer and increase awareness. I'm Adam Levy from the Honey Dogs.
Join us and help fight breast cancer.
To find out more, go to the CWTC.com and click on featured links.
Rock this and cure that.
After all of these sweet years.
Rated T for Teen. Unleash your inner rock star with Guitar Hero 2. Form your own band and rock the rhythm, lead, and bass guitar tracks in this sequel to IGN.com's best music game of 2005. And Associated Press is calling one of the year's most fun and addictive games. Win the Guitar Hero 2 game and an Ernie Ball Music Man bass guitar. The bottom line in American-made electric basses.
Log on to 1041jackfm.com for your chance to win Guitar Hero 2 and qualify to win an Epiphone G310 guitar. Brought to you by the new CW Twin Cities.
I'm gonna find my inner goddess if it kills me. Everybody wants you. Sex and the City.
Tonight at 6:30 and 10 on the CW Twin Cities. The following program is a paid program and does not reflect the views of this television station.
Do you know the #1 trick the devil uses to deceive people? Find out on today's Believer's Voice of Victory. Now, here's special guest teacher Kelly Copeland.
Welcome to the Believer's Voice of Victory broadcast. I'm Kelly Copeland, and I have been on all this last week and this week talking about the rest of God. Now, I know that that's something that everybody is challenged with, is getting enough rest and getting things done. So some people get a lot of rest, but they don't get much done. And some people, they get a lot done, they think, but they're not getting rest. And you know, God has a plan for you. And in that plan, the Amplified says in Hebrews, trust in Him, adhere to Him, and cling to Him, you can enter into that rest of just following His instructions and having the things that He has planned out for you to have. And so when we don't rest, we're not following his instructions. He said, one of his commandments was that you should rest. You know, there's 6 days in a week. We'll go read that in a little bit maybe. But there's 6 days in a week, he said in Exodus, for you to get your ordinary work done. But that one day, you spend and dedicate that day to the Lord. And that you don't work on that day. You spend it towards the Lord. You hear from him. You receive from him. Of course, we can receive from him on a day-to-day basis because we have the master builder on the inside of us. In Hebrews, it says that he's the master builder and that we're the house and that we can have all that he laid aside for us. We can have all that Christ has, it says, if we cling to and trust in him, if we hold fast to him. And so I took us yesterday, it said in Hebrews 4 that God rested from all his work. So we went to the place in the scripture where it says that in Genesis 2, where it said that God created all of the heavens and the earth, and on the seventh day he rested.
I wish I had a career where I could help people. Maybe working in a doctor's office, where I could really make a difference in someone's life. In my life.
At Argosy University, you can earn an associate's degree in an environment where the health sciences and learning go hand in hand. Let Argosy University prepare you for a career in medical assisting. Call 1-888-844-2004 or visit us at argosyu.edu.
Gilmore Girls, Lauren Graham and Seventh Heaven Stephen Collins star with Diane Keaton and Mandy Moore in Because I Said So. For your chance to win tickets to a special screening, log on to the CWTC.com and click on Movie Mania.
It's a great night, isn't it?
Brought to you by McDonald's and the CW Twin Cities.
Holistic healer or health hazard? She puts this 12-inch candle in my ear. All of a sudden, I couldn't hear, Your Honor.
All new People's Court.
Tonight at 5 on the CW Twin Cities.